Shabbat Shalom, family. Shabbat Shalom. Welcome, 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 everyone. You are all welcome always. May the Most High be praised. This is the Shabbat day. Welcome back again for another weekly Shabbat. All right, let's rock and roll. Let's get this thing going. So we got a guest speaker coming in today. Got a wonderful, one of the young brothers, Cohen, Rabbi Cohen Halewi. I ain't gonna say his name, the rest of the name, so I'm gonna leave that to when he come on so he can introduce himself to the family. So he's coming on today to do a presentation about the foundations in the Ruwah Qodesh. Very, very, very interesting lesson. Very, very interesting. Shabbat Shalom, Mr. Otter. I was thinking about you the other day, Mr. Otter. I said, Mr. Otter is so dependable. Every Shabbat, he here on time, doing his thing. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. How's the family, Mr. Otter? Abba. Shabbat Shalom, Abba. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
All right, so y'all know how we do this, man. It's just been so. Sister Higdallah, Shabbat Shalom. Shah. What's Shah? What's Shah? What's that Shah? I don't know what that means.
Shabbat. I was about to write Shabbat Shalom.
Oh, Shabbat Shalom. Okay. Well, you wouldn't put the hey if you was putting Shabbat Shalom. Maybe that's what she realized. Maybe she's getting ready to fix it. I don't know. She's so versatile in so many different things. You never know where she's coming from. So Shabbat Shalom, Sister Higdallah. And tell my brother I said Shabbat Shalom to him as well. All right. So many things, so many interesting things have happened this week. You know, so many interesting things have happened this week. It's a wonderful week. It's been a wonderful week. Very interesting, very prosperous. Yeah. She said it was just an accident, but I like the fact you was putting it up there in Ivrit. That was nice. Maybe one day we'll have the whole, everything we list will be in 90% Ivrit. That'd be nice. The first entry, yes, I understand. Shabbat Shalom, Ima Sakari. Shabbat Shalom.
Mm-hmm.
So many interesting things have happened this week. So many. This week has been a week of journey, a week of experience, a week of learning. And I am so happy that the Creator has allowed us to make it through.
Okay.
Is Aim Katir here?
I don't see her yet.
No. All right. So Shabbat Shalom, everyone. But so many things have happened. Yeah. So many things have happened this week. It's been a very, very, wow.
It's been a week.
I couldn't begin to tell you all the different things that I had to handle on the side of business this week. The many different things that I had to get into to get to a place right now where I am for people businesses who have a job to do and haven't been doing it. And it's crazy, but you know, that's what I've been doing. I'm so grateful that the Most High has blessed me with the strength, the energy, the time, the patience, and the consistency to stay on top of these people who's supposed to do their thing and don't want to do it and don't fulfill it. You wonder why sometimes they have us running things and have us in control of some things, because when it's that way, it's like a lot of us, we get comfortable in these positions and we don't want to do our job as we're supposed to do our jobs because of comfortability. See, I don't know if a lot of you really know this, but me, when I walk the streets, I'm usually in work clothes. Meaning that I might even have paint on my clothes or joint compound on my clothes or anything. I'm looking rough. I look rough. Plus, it's cold outside, and I got a hat on, pulled down all over my head, and I'm just looking like rough. And some people don't want to talk to you, don't want to speak to you. They want to treat you different, as if you are underprivileged, as if you don't deserve to be there, all because of how your appearance is. Until they get to talk to you, and then when they get to talk to you, they be like, oh, this ain't who I thought it was or what I thought it. No, it's a different story. So I'm saying this just because we have to be mindful of how we speak to people, how we approach people, how we talk to people. And if we were consistent with showing everybody the same amount of respect from the door, irregardless of what their appearance is, we will get accomplished so much more, and we will be so far progressed as a people. But because of a lot of the prejudices we have in our minds, when we see somebody that we take for a crackhead or a bum or somebody broke or poor, they ain't got much of nothing, usually that's how we lead the conversation. Like if you knew a guy, he's a millionaire, you knew he was a millionaire. And one day you saw him dressed up with dirty clothes on, looking like a bum, you would still treat him like a millionaire, whether he's a millionaire or not. If that was his custom and that's how he dressed, you will still respect him as such. Not that you know him personally, just that you know him. But if you don't know this individual and you look at him, the first thing you would think about is, who is this? He wants something from me, or why is he here? He doesn't have a right to be here. He shouldn't be here. You look down on people. And we as Yisrael, we got to get away from that custom, that habit of first appearances being the end all be all when it comes to us being public servants. When you work with the public, you have to address people, all people, on the same level of respect, whether they're a millionaire or not. You don't know who's walking in your office. So yesterday, just letting you all know, I already told y'all how I dress most of the time on the street when I'm out doing my thing, because I work. And I go from work to whatever business meeting I got to go to looking just like I look. I even go to court looking like that sometimes. I don't care. I mean, I care. But if I'm working and I got to be to court, I'm not going to stop work at a certain time, go home, get dressed, come back, unless the court case is just that important. So anyway, I was in this office yesterday. And this office was about my money. These people owe me money. And I'm in this office. It's a City of Philadelphia governmental office. And I go into the office, and the lady who waited on me, she made me wait a long time first. Somebody probably text, this bum is in here looking for you. This bum is in here looking for you. He wants to talk to you. So she made me wait for like a good 15 minutes before she came out. And I thought that was very disrespectful. You know, I thought that was very disrespectful, but I was calm. I was in my right spirit, my mind. You know, I'm a very calm, collective young man, 39 3/4, you know, so I'm very calm and collective. So I'm sitting there and I'm being patient and I'm waiting. And then the lady came out, and the first thing she said, she stood in front of me and said, how can I help you? I said, are we going to go to a room, to an office or something so I can explain to you what's... No, you can elaborate right here. You can tell me what's going on. So I opened my mouth. I didn't even get to finish my sentence. Once I began to open my mouth and she saw that who she thought I was from first appearance wasn't who I was, before I can complete my statement, Mr. Israel, come over here. Let's go into this room over here. She closed the door. We sat down. We talked for a few minutes. Then she heard a little bit more of my statement. She said, oh, you know what? Come on back to my office. Took me all the way back to her office, sat me down, and this lady had me back there. She started helping me in all these different situations that I had going on, all these where people wasn't doing their job. She started doing their job. She was addressing all the issues. And then somebody texted her and said, well, his case was given to someone else, a supervisor. One of the supervisors is going to have, so she couldn't do no more for me after she had done so much. She turns around. And I seen the email on the text when somebody emailed her. It pops up on her screen. And I was looking at the screen at that particular time, and it probably because the creator had to be that way. Now, when it popped up on her screen and she could no longer do any work for me, she began to tell me about her life. What's going on? Because she kept doing like this with her eyes. And I said, oh, if I'm bothering you, ma'am, it's okay. We can, if you got a headache or something, we can call this quits. We can stop. And I'm all right. You did enough for me. I'm thankful. I'm appreciative. She says, no, that's not what it is. You're not aggravating me. You're not causing me any problems, Mr. Israel. No, that's not the situation. She says, I have this disorder. And with this disorder, it causes her to keep blinking her eyes. She keeps blinking her eyes and she gets these headaches sometimes, but she keeps blinking her eyes and she can't stop it. Something is going on neurologically in her brain. So she told me this, and I asked her, I said, well, did you get that shot? She said, yes. And right after that is when it started happening. She said, it's been like the doctors don't know what's wrong with me. They keep telling me they don't know. This is something that they've never experienced. And it's a side effect of what happened right after I got that shot. I said, wow, that's sad. So now the whole situation shift from looking at this bum coming in here looking for a handout to now we got Mr. Israel here who used to be the bum, who used to be looking for the handout, but now he's a top-notch client. We got to help him. So we go from that position to that position. And I'm saying this, family, because a lot of us work with the public, or a lot of us see people in the public, and the first thing we do is we treat them as if they're outcasts or no good or people that's bums, and it's not the case. By the time I left that lady's office, I helped that lady get some health treatment. I gave her the number to a herbalist. She was so happy. Oh, you should have seen her face when I gave her the herbalist name and number. I gave her the herbalist name and number, and she was so, oh man, if she could have hugged me, she would have. She was so happy. I gave her my business card. She says she needs work done at her house. She was just, every door that she opened, I was able to close for her. And she hadn't had a customer like that. I don't know if she thinks she said ever, may have been ever, but she was so happy that that person that she began to mistreat in the beginning of our relationship, that conversation, by standing there and treating him like a bum because of his physical appearance, was now able to put her whole life on a different track. Spoke to her about the school, mentioned about the school that we have, that she can send her children to our school if she needed to, or her grandchildren to our school if she needed to, because we have these things established. We already got this thing running. I gave her the herbalist, and she said she needed work done at her house. I was able to help her with the repairs at her house. Just, you'll be surprised and amazed of who the people are that come. She would have never imagined that this little meeting would have contributed so much to the value of her life. Had she not given the opportunity for these things to take place, oh man, she would still be walking around in pain, suffering with no herbalist. She still would have been needing work at her house, and her children would have needed a school to go to. She wouldn't have had the comfort of somebody telling her and consoling her through her hardship of that COVID shot. I mean, that jab or whatever that thing was that she got, that messed her up. So, family, we got to be mindful. We have to be mindful. And as my sister put up there, that commandment she put, thou should neither vex a stranger nor oppress him, for ye were strangers in the land of Israel. She's 1,000% correct. We have to be mindful to be on our best behavior at all times, and not show any favoritism toward the rich or the poor. When we meet people, we have to address people, and we have to look at them as my brother and sister. We have to. And that's how you help them. I mean, unless you nasty with your brothers and sisters, and that's a different conversation for a different day. But we have to look at them as fellow people of the Black race. And that's going to help us to get up out of this stupefied position that we're in today, disliking each other, hating on each other, being jealousy and envious of each other. And some people be so jealous and envious of you, you don't even know why. Why you hate me so much? What have I ever done to you? What have I ever done to you to make you feel the way that you're saying and speaking today? And then when given that chance to answer that question, 90% of the time they don't have an answer. It's your spirit against their spirit. And it makes them feel uncomfortable, because a lot of the times you are doing things and achieving things in life that they only think about. They're not doing it. They only think about it. So instead of getting on your bandwagon and helping you to elevate and to grow and mature and become better at what you're doing, thereby helping them, they're rather try to bring you down any way that they can. So anyway, back to the process. So she was very grateful for all that I was able to assist her in. And had she opened the door from the beginning, respecting individuals for who they are as opposed to what they look like, she would have probably gotten so much more, But I'm thankful to the Creator that it went the way it went. It was a learning experience for me. And it gave me the opportunity to talk to you while so many people showed up in the room today. So it gave me that opportunity. And plus it gave me space, time for you to type all what you're grateful to the Almighty for today, while I was entertaining you with that portion of the lesson today. Powerful thing. Powerful thing. So as I was saying, when I first came on, we do have a guest speaker coming in today. A rabbi. He'll be coming in today to speak to the family and share some important information about the foundations in the Ruwah Qodesh. And Shabbat Shalom, Aim Kater. Shabbat Shalom, my Aim Kater. May the Most High be with you. And for those of you who may not know, Aim has lost one of her family members this week. And if Aim will allow us to acknowledge that, maybe she will. But it was a sister that we made prayer for just last week, I believe it was, in one of our classes. She has made transition. She went to be with the Creator. She's in a much better place than we are at this time now. So may the Most High bless her memory. So I would leave the rest of it up to Aim to speak any further about that situation, if Aim sees fit to do so. All right. So may the Most High bless her memory. Shalom, shalom. All right, Ima, it's your time. Anyone who wishes to come onto the screen, I place the link into the room. You can hit that link. You can come on the screen and give your own testimony, your own acknowledgments to the Creator. Now is the time for you to do so, and we'll be doing that for at least the next hour. May the Most High be praised. Torah Rabbah. It's on you, Ima.
Shabbat shalom, Shabbat shalom l'kulam. So, giving thanks and praise to the Creator. Chief Malak says, thankful to the Creator for sustaining the lives of my brother, Zuriah, and my uncle, Chief Joshua. Great is the Creator of heaven and earth, and greatly to be praised.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Absolutely.
Malka Higdalia says, I am thankful for being able to stay focused on my walk, no matter what others do to me and around me.
May the Most High be praised.
She said, I am thankful for the wonderful example we all have in Malka Haggadah, Princess Medaya. There will be many daughters and wives who elevate through her example. Hallelujah.
May the Most High be praised. Hold up, babe. You ain't supposed to move so fast. That's supposed to make you smile. You're supposed to say, oh, Higdalia. Thank you, Higdalia. You know, let me say this little piece. I'm going to say this little piece. It's wonderful when people recognize greatness within you. It's wonderful. And they speak on it. They support it. You know, like Sister Higdalia, she's been supporting since day one, and she's still supporting. And it's like day 3066. You don't find many. No, seriously. You don't find many people today that'll stay with you, committed with you for so long. They find reasons, little reasons, to get upset with you to separate so that they ain't got to do what they're doing anymore. But Sister Higdalia find reasons to be more and more in love and more in appreciation of you. I don't even get mad at her no more when she leave my name out the equation. I just be like, yo, me and Abba used to make fun of her. But now we just leave it alone because we're accustomed to it. And she's showing herself to be real and genuine. You don't find a lot of people like that today. And it's sad.
Mm-hmm.
They'll look at all that and reverse it and try to find a way to tear you down or talk nasty about you. So when you get people like that, we got to give them their props for real. We got to give them their props because they deserve it. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
Yes, may the Most High be praised.
I see you smiling now.
No, because I'm just always humbled by her accolades, and I mean, I don't know what to say. It's humbling, and it just reminds me to stay on my toes, to stay on my I'm saying my deed, but basically my my connection and my relationship with the Creator, to be that example. So I am humbled. I'm thankful that, you know, she takes notice and that she gives me the accolades privately, and she does it privately all the time. So, you know, thank you. Then she went on to say, I'm not sure, y'all, I'm a little stuffy today. I think she was replying to what you wrote, what you were speaking about, Abba. And she said it should be seen as against the law as low as we have been in society. Empathy is a must. And she
Most High be praised. That's right.
Exodus 22:21, thou shalt neither vex a stranger nor oppress him, for ye were strangers in the land of Mizrahi.
All right.
And then Aim Sukari says, so grateful for my young sister's health. Today she's doing better, but still in the ICU. Her twin is taking good care of her home and following what the doctors allow. Today she's doing much better.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
And then Dana Dante Tariq says, Shabbat Shalom, Abba Prince Kev, and Ima Princess Medaya Mishpaka. Today I'm extremely thankful to the Most High for keeping my family through about a week and a half of sickness. It was extremely rough, but the Almighty brought us out of the thick of it. Still recovering, but I'm thankful. Also thankful to be able to stay in my right mind through it all and seeing the blessing, and also thank the Most High for keeping you all as well through whatever hardships you may be enduring.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. May the Most High be praised.
And Aim Sequoia also says, grateful for my young. Oh, she said that. She said, may she be home soon. Oh, her twin and her husband are there with her. We're all praying for lifting her up. May she be home soon.
May the Most High be praised. Torah of Yahwah.
My sister wife Autumn says, I'm praying the Creator for a week of peace, being covered, catching up on rest where needed, and being in my right mind. The Most High's mercy show every single day, both big and small ways. I'm thankful for a hardworking husband and loving family to be surrounded by.
May the Most High be praised. Torah of Yahwah. Is that it, Ima?
Okay, that's it.
All right. Anyone else want to thank the Most High for anything special? We got 1,300 people in the room now. Anyone else want to thank the Most High for anything special? If you like, you can type it in the room. If you want, you can come on the screen and speak your piece.
You want to say something?
There's a lot of us in the background who really don't want anybody to know that they're here, I guess. You might be a little ashamed or afraid or embarrassed to speak.
What do you want to say?
Then if that's your case, then you can just silently say a prayer in your heart to acknowledge the Most High and thank the Most High at this time, for whatever it is that you choose that you would like to thank him for, because he's good.
Okay. My niece wants to. Come on, you got it. Hello. What do you want to say? So you have to say it. Say shalom. And what else? What do you want to be thankful for?
Thank you, Dad.
For
For
your daddy? For your daddy?
yes,
Okay.
my daddy already home.
Yes, yes. Okay.
May the Most High be praised. Torah. Torah. You got another one back there behind you, ain't you? Is she ready to thank the Creator?
She said no.
Okay. All right. You want to go?
Yeah, I'll go. That's fine. Shabbat shalom, Lekulam, Shabbat shalom to you all. I am so thankful for the Shabbat day. As always, making it to this day is always a highlight of my life, my week. I am always thankful to just, be able to come into the Knesset on this day. Like, any day you come into the Knesset is a blessing, but when you be able to come in on the Shabbat day, I'm thankful, whether it's me by myself or me with, family and our other family members here on the land. It's just, I don't know, I always feel very just secure in this place, like the Most High is here and I'm sitting with him. And so I'm just grateful for that. I'm grateful that the Most High allowed me to have the Horim that I have. I'm grateful for them. I'm grateful for who they were in this world on this side, and I'm grateful for who they are now as my ancestors, as those that I believe in. I know everybody doesn't believe in that, but I believe in my ancestors, and I believe that life goes beyond this realm. And so I'm just thankful for that. I'm thankful, even in my father's passing, I've dreamt of him, or he's come into my dreams a few times, and each time he's smiling and he's laughing and or he's making a joke. And I'm thankful for that, because in my heart, I'm always asking myself, is he okay? Is he happy? And, the Most High is allowing him to show me that he's happy. And so I'm thankful for that, because that gives me a peace of mind, and it helps me to deal with, this process. I'm thankful that the Most High, allowed me to be married to the man that I'm married to today, because nothing is promised in this life. I was reflecting on my life the other day about familyhood, and I kept debating if I wanted to even mention it. But, familyhood to me is so important. And it's so important that, when you marry right. And you understand that when you marry, even if you divorce or separate, divorce really from that man or that woman, you've attached yourself to a family. And when you divorce doesn't mean that you separate yourself as family. You remain family. But however, I will say, I have, had previous marriages, and in one of them, it didn't remain family. And I was reflecting on that, and I just reflected on how sad that is. Because in that union, children came to life in that union, and to remain family in that process, it causes so much destruction, distraught. It causes so much, it could cause, I don't use the word hate. I don't hate anyone, but it can cause hate in others for that situation. It just causes so much separation when we decide, hey, we don't work out, but that doesn't mean as a family we can't work out. But and because I'm experiencing that, with a previous relationship and my children's father, it's upsetting at times because I know that that's not what divorce and separation is. That's not what it's supposed to be anyway. But because we live in this world, we have this concept of this westernized and all these other cultures and how they deem we should be. When we do not work out, we don't even realize the destruction that we've caused for generations in so many ways. So I'm thankful, for the families that I have gained in my life. I'm thankful to be able to have, still have emote in my life that I can call on and speak to and hear their loving words and feel their loving vibes. I'm thankful for having multiple fathers in my life at different times, through the two fathers that I've had in my life, even though they both have gone on to be with the Creator. Their presence in my life has taught me in so many ways on what to look for in a husband. And I'm not saying I made the best decision at all times, but I'm thankful for the decision that the Most High has made for me in choosing this husband here. I'm thankful for the fact that in our union, we've gained so much as a family. We've learned so much as a family. And just all the different things that I've had in my heart to want to be for most of my life, my husband is able to help me to attain it. So I'm thankful and I'm grateful for him. I'm grateful for his presence in the world. And so I'm so grateful to the Most High for the presence of just all those that have come into our life, whether it was for a short time or for a long time. Because once I realized, like, when I call someone family, I truly believe in it. It's in my heart when I say you're my family, because I grew up, the way my parents taught us to be family was always to look out for one another. And so once I say you're my family, I'm going to always look out for you, want the best for you, and desire to do the best for you. And so I'm just thankful that even whether it's a short period of time or a long period of time, as I said, that I have attained different ties of family. I'm thankful to the Most High for allowing me to have traveled for about a good maybe 25 days and be away from the land and to be able to come back and be on the land. It was overwhelming, to be honest, the first 2 days. Being here, it was overwhelming to just be back here without my father being here and packing up the rest of his belongings. But, the Most High saw me through, and I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful, so much to be grateful for, but I'm grateful for the presence of Aim Keter here this morning, this rising. I'm thankful for her family. And I'm grateful that, we were able to actually meet her sister, Alicia. She came to the land here with her husband one time, and I gave her a tour. And it was just a beautiful process, and she was a beautiful soul. And I just pray for their family. I pray for the comfort from the Most High for them, that He strengthens them, because it's nothing like losing a sibling. Each person you lose is a different type of separation and agony that goes on in your spirit at times. And a sibling is a different process, because that person shared a womb with you at different y'all shared that space at different times. So there's a connection that can never be broken. So I'm praying for Auntie Tier and Zaquina Laurel and their entire family as they, carry on through this journey of this part of their life. I am thankful to the Most High for allowing me to have my daughter, my baby girl here, and my great niece that y'all saw earlier, Leia. I'm grateful for them being here on the land with us this Shabbat. And I'm just grateful for life, y'all. I have so much more to be grateful for and to say, but I'm going to leave it there and allow everyone else to have their words. Shabbat shalom. You're on mute, Abba.
May the Most High be praised. Brother Asa, you got to come up on the screen and speak your piece, bro. You don't be typing in the audience like you not one of the people who come on the platform. Come on, bro. Do your thing. So welcome, family. Look who we got in the room. Look at this brother up in the room. So, listen, I left the platform open so you can introduce yourself, because I know you got a whole lot you like to speak about yourself when you speak. Let me tell you a little bit about this, brother. Let me tell you a little bit, just a little bit.
I'm sorry. It was a couple of more, so when you let me know when you're ready for me.
Okay, you can go ahead and read them, but give me a second. Let me just blow off a little steam first for a minute. I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you remember this, but when we first met, it had to have been about 15, maybe 20 years ago. It was when you was going through a situation with one of my, at the time, adopted sons.
Okay.
He's been released from my supervision now. He's no longer under my supervision. He do his thing now. And I'm gonna say this. And we was on the phone. Back then, we used to do a lot of debating. This was years ago. And we used to get into a lot of debates back then. And you had the title rabbi. And I said to you, man, rabbi ain't even a Hebrew word. Rabbi is not even in the scriptures. I don't even know where you get this from. And I mean, you took your time for a good 30, 40 minutes to show me in the scriptures where the word rabbi wasn't a Jewish word, that rabbi was in the scriptures, and that you had all right to be considered a rabbi. You remember that conversation?
I do remember.
That was a long time, and I never spoke on it again with you. Never. And then when some people try to smear and put some dirt on my name, you were one of the ones who came up in my defense and said, yo, come on now. This is foolishness. You can't do this mess. But you'd be surprised how many people went for that foolishness. You'll be surprised. So my hat is off to you, bro. And this conversation that we've had has lasted for many years. So when your time comes after my wife finished reading the rest of these joints and we get past that, we would like to save you for last to give your thanks to the Creator, introduce yourself, and then do your thing. Is that all right?
My honor. Absolutely.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Brother Asa. Shabbat shalom, Brother Asa.
Shabbat shalom, family.
All right. You got the floor, bro.
Well, just I'm thankful for another Sabbath day, to rest. But it's not just today, but all the days of my life, especially the 6 days that we get to work, being healthy, being physically able to provide for my family is a wonderful thing, right? And to be able to meet others along the way and share the blessings and just to provide see to whatever their need is, and in addition to be able to inspire them with the words of the Torah is fulfilling, and it's something that I'd really encourage all of us to do. Throughout the week, find somebody who we can share a word with, and you might be surprised to know how much it inspires them and motivate them towards being better citizens around. And that's something that will spread throughout the community, that the benefit is not just kept to ourselves, right? And you have this opportunity to be able to share more when you can see to their needs. So that's something that I want us all to do.
May the Most High be praised.
Most High be praised.
May the Most High be praised. All right, we have Aim Kater. Aim, are you ready? Do you wish to speak now, Aim? Thank you, Brother Oscar.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Aim, we can hear you. Shabbat shalom to you.
Okay, good. I always have issues with this. All righty. Well, I would just like to thank the Most High for another chance at life, another opportunity for another Shabbat day with my Beulah family. I am thankful for all the prayers that went up on behalf of my sister Alicia, and also Princess Medaya. I didn't know that you remembered her visit there at Beulah, but I'm grateful that you mention it. Mention it because it was one of the most impactful visit for her. And I'm thankful she was able to make it and to see where I had also communed and joined the community there at Beulah. I'm thankful for the time that I was able to spend with her before her passing. And I have learned so much. I've learned so much about her that I didn't know. She has been impactful in many, many people's lives. I've never seen anything like it. People were just passing through to see her when they found out that she was very ill. I mean, people from all over the country was passing through, even from as far away as South Africa came to see her and to be with her and to commune with her. Some of her friends she was actually a nurse who were also in the nursing field, came to help out with her. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. They came out, some of them came out to do specific things for her, give her oral care, give her massages, it was just amazing to see the connection that she has made in this life. Some of her college mates, some of them gave testimonies of her her care, how she had cared about them, how she lived her life, even before she passed. She went down very quickly, but I know that she was able to hear what they were saying. Some of them came just before she went down. When 1 week she was up and she was talking and she was very alert. Then the following week, she just went down so quickly she couldn't even speak. But I know that she was able to hear and see, because her eyes followed you wherever you went. Whenever you're speaking, her face would go towards the person who was speaking, and she would nod, or she would say no, or she would say yes. But it was just amazing. It was just amazing to see all the connections that she has made. And then she was a real trooper. She cared for a lot of people, but she had, I guess she just had issues of people caring for her. But, I spoke with her prior to her getting down real low, and she was able to get people in there to help her out. But all was not lost. I just want to let you know that your prayers did not fall to the ground. we were blessed by or increased by your prayers, at least the family. I think the prayers were not only for her, but also for the spirit of the family. We were able to connect with her. We were able to sing with her. I mean, it was just a sad time, but a happy time. So I just want to thank you all for your support and your prayers, and for helping to lift the morale of that time. And I just want to thank you, and I give praise and thanks to the Most High for it.
May the Most High be praised. Torah of Yahweh. You know how we feel about you, Aim, right? You know how we
Yes.
feel. That's right. That's right.
Thank you.
Ima, you ready? Always, Aim. Always.
Kane, Brother Asa came on, and then Amy Kitar came on. So they both said Abba. Matthias, my apologies. He said, I'm thankful to the Most High for life, strength, and the doors he's opening. I'm also thankful for my beautiful family, for Princess Medaya, Uncle Autumn, and my nephew, Baby Kez, and Superman, Prince Kez.
That's a compliment, Abba. Thank you very much. May the Most High be praised.
I want to also, something else that, when Aim was on, like, not the crazy thing, but also what happened was when I told Ezekiel, our daughter, what happened, she was like, oh, I remember her, because Ziki was here too when we gave her the tour. And then this rising, when Zaquina Laurel sent the invitation for her sister's celebration of life, I looked at her picture and I was like, yes, that's her. And me and Ziki just started talking about, that visit that she did. And it's a blessing. I'm so glad that and Kitar is able to even say, that her sister took her time to come and see where she is. And that's earlier when I was saying that about family, that's what family does. When you say, hey, I'm moving and I'm gonna be a part of this group of people or this way of life. Her sister took her time. I came all the way from Tennessee, even though it's just a few hours of driving, but she did that. And she came and she wanted to step on the land where her sister is residing, to check out, to make sure that her sister was going to be safe and okay. And that means a lot, and even her words when she was here, she talked about how beautiful and peaceful the land was. And just, we just talked about, that she's glad that her sister is here, and she could feel that the love that her sister was receiving was going to be pure and genuine. So I'm thankful for that visit too, because that does show you a lot in what people perceive of you. The first time is so important. What they say, your first impression is the lasting impression. You could be a crazy person the first time or mean, whatever, and that person's always going to remember that. So that's something that, I was always taught to be mindful of when you meet a person, because you never know who that person may be, how that may affect them in the future. All these things are so important. And so I just wanted to, make sure I mentioned that to Ann Kitar. Like, it was a blessing to have your sister come here and have her spirit be here at the time that it came, and her words, and even to, touch Ezekiel, and Zeke remembered her, so that's so important for the youth to remember the elders. And then I just wanted to also add, like, I never win anything. I've played the lottery, and I don't really like playing those things, but I don't ever really like win big stuff, right? But when I was in Belize a week
No,
ago,
don't tell me we won 600 million.
I wish. When I was in Belize a week ago, Tatiana Ali, I don't know if you all know her. She played Ashley on Fresh Prince. She had some giveaway of all these natural herbs and books and things for new moms, right? And so I was like, okay, I'll just add my sister's name, because I knew her baby was coming soon. And I was like, I'll just add her and say happy birthday and whatever. And I said a little prayer after I did it and kept it moving. And then this morning, I get a tag on Instagram, and I'm like, why is she tagging me? And she announced that my sister won the contest. And I mean, and she won a basket full of so much stuff to help her with her new baby and books and all these things. And it was just so surprising. And when my sister found, she was like, I'm about to cry. Like, I didn't even know this was happening. And, you know, she's 9 days postpartum. She's having some issues, you know, with the feeding and things like that. And so she did text and she said, this just uplifted my spirit so much. So, you know, I'm just saying, so we are a blessing to one another, and we have to continue to know that, be that. And if it's a long shot, go for it. Because I was just like, I'll just do it. But, you know, I'm grateful to the Most High for his blessings, however they come, because you know where they're going to come from.
Well, may the Most High be praised. And next time I go play the lottery, I'm going to call you for one of those special prayers.
Okay.
I actually got one coming up tonight. Say that little prayer. May the Most High be praised. You got some comments over there, Ima, if you want to run through those. Oh, before she speaks, I wanted to talk about Brother Asa's comment. Brother Asa says, I'm grateful for the seventh day. And of course, he came on and he spoke his piece. But as I was reading down the list, I saw some things that I just wanted to bring out about what he said. He said, I'm grateful for the seventh day, speaking of the Shabbat day. Also for days to work and provide for my family. That's really powerful, man.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are so many men out here, and I mean men, not males, but men that are not able to provide for their families at this time.
Mm-hmm.
And I know the feeling to not be able to be in your fullness as a man.
That's true.
See, women, y'all can't relate to that because that's not your job and your responsibility, your duties. Even if you in the house and you ain't got no food and you a woman and you by yourself and you feel that little bit of crying, you still can't relate to what we're talking about because it's two different spectrums of life, two different responsibility levels. To be able to provide food for your family is a man's purpose in life. I didn't want to do all that, but thank you. And then he goes on to say, it's a blessing. See, this shows me a man that appreciates the fullness of the Most High's blessings upon him. To be able to help others. That's one of our primary duties in this life that we live today. It's not about us. It's about what we can do to service the people of the Almighty. And so many of us have lost focus on that. And we're worried about me, my future, what I can get out of this, how it's affecting me, how much money I can make, how much money I can spend, what I can do, me, my family, and my wife, and my children. It's just us. And that's where you miss the point. Because it's about how you serve others that bring blessings from the Creator upon you. A lot of people are just selfish. They don't understand that. And then he goes on and says, and also encourage them to give praise to the Most High and the Most High only. That's deep. So, you know, although we read these things, we don't really take the time to really look deep into what someone is really speaking of. That's a powerful statement there. Not that anybody else's wasn't powerful as well. You know, I'm grateful for them all. But that one just stood out to me. And I just wanted to make acknowledgement of that. So please forgive me, Ima, for taking your space. And you got to go ahead and finish that up so we can get to the brother. I can't wait for this lesson to get started. Boy, this is going to be a doozy. Go ahead, Ima, please.
No problem. Coach Gabby says, I am thankful for health. Every day is a gift, a blessing for me and my children. I'm thankful for the breath and blood pumping to praise the Creator all the days of my life. Torah of Yahwah.
May the Most High be praised. Shabbat Shalom.
That's it.
That's it. No, it ain't. Well, deepest.
Yeah, I mean, it was a few of those, but Coach Shawn says, my deepest condolences to you and the family and Enki Torah. May the Creator send you all strength and comfort during these times.
May the Most High be praised. Torah Rabbah. Did you want to go through those, or we good? We can keep it moving.
I'm thinking we can keep it moving.
All right. All right. So here you go, bro. It's now that time. We got you on. We
All
went
right.
through all the other portions. Now it's time to introduce our guest speaker for the day, and he gonna take it from here. May the Most High be praised. Torah Rabbah.
Shalom, shalom, Shabbat shalom, everyone.
Shabbat
Giving all praise to the Most High Yahweh Elah for everything he's done for the people of Israel and for what he's about to do for the people of Israel and around the world. I'm Dr. Rabbi Kohen Shalomim Halewi. Just a brief introduction about me. My family is from what I call pre-1948-49 Israel. I am from a Levitical family that dwelt in the land and still dwells in the land, except for descendants of my great-great-grandfather who immigrated to the United States in 1885 with my great-grandfather and my great-uncle and great aunts when they were children, fleeing and receiving asylum after the Ottomans tried to wipe our family out. So I'm actually a third generation American, Hebrew Jewish American. We are, I come from a combined family of Mizrahi, what is known as Mizrahi Hebrewism, ethnic wise, as well as Ethiopian Jewish heritage on both sides of my family, maternal and paternal. I lived most of my life in Florida. Well, I lived half of my life in Florida, half of my life on and off here in Georgia, in addition to living internationally and traveling internationally. I am the spiritual leader, the chief Levitical priest, Rabbi Kohen, of the Mizrahi Ethiopian Jewish International Rabbinical Council, which is actually recognized by the United Nations, and also the highest rated Torah Brit Yahad. I'm also a doctor of integrative medicine. I'm a physician trained in both Western medicine and Eastern medicine. Been in practice for over 20 years now. I'm combined. Most of my practice has been humanitarian medicine, helping people overseas. I used to do natural childbirth, and I'm also a medical inventor of a line of natural medicines that are actually manufactured in FDA-approved facilities, which is something rare for in the United States for natural medicines. I'm also the president of the Kushite Hebrew Yeshiva, Open International University, which is right now registered and approved by the Florida Department of Education. We're working on actually having it transferred here to the Georgia Department of Education. For the most part, we used to be a theological yeshiva that focused on training and raising up Mizrahi and Ethiopian Jewish spiritual leaders, and also, teaching Ethiopian and Mizrahi Jewish and Hebrew culture. However, the Eternal Creator gave me a vision back in 2017, 2018 to expand it beyond just a yeshiva. And that's when we became a part of the Global Open International University, which is a new emerging system of universities around the world. And so now we offer beyond just theology and religious training. We provide education from business education to natural medicine, integrative medicine, humanitarian medicine, leadership, media, business administration, and more. And we're going to be venturing into introducing technology and other trades such as fencing, farming, all of these things here, where people can go through apprenticeships and learn trades from others who have already mastered those particular trades, because we operate on what is called a distant learning apprenticeship model, which actually is becoming a new model for actually all the universities in the United States and around the world. They're returning back to that model, including colleges such as Harvard and other prestigious colleges. I want to make sure this is an introduction, or am I moving forward into the discussion that we're going to be having today?
However you transition it is fine. You can do your introductory and transition into your lesson.
Okay,
However
perfect.
you see, may the Most High be with you.
Okay, so this is the first time, probably in 20 years, I would say, that I'm actually teaching outside of the Jewish community, which is unique. I'm used to going to, speaking with the Ashkenazi, the Sephardi, the Mizrahi Ethiopian Jewish communities. So this is a unique time. Usually when I'm dealing with a different group, sometimes I try to be cautious because, I don't want to offend anyone. And I try to respect whatever traditions of that particular congregation or community where I'm speaking. And of course, I'm always going to be respectful because I don't believe in being combative. I don't believe in division. I believe that there's a way to learn from each other and learn from each other's differences so we can become informed rather than looking for differences and then going on the crusade, jihad, warriors route to try to slay the other side because we want to be right. I'm a person that believes in the truth being more important than trying to control a narrative. Today's religions, whether it be Christianity, Judaism, many aspects of Judaism, because we do have scholastics in Judaism, and many aspects of Islam, too many today want to focus on controlling the narrative of our people and of history rather than leaving the door open for the truth. And usually the whole purpose of controlling a narrative is so that certain truths and certain facts don't end up coming out and threatening what people are already used to or already know. And because of that motivation of controlling the narrative and controlling people's thoughts, as opposed to learning how to evolve as you learn, is the root reason why science, secular science, has triumphed over religion when it comes to influence in society. One thing about science is science learns and evolves as it obtains knowledge. It uses the knowledge that it has, the best knowledge that it has, and it uses it for that particular time and moment. But if something comes along that challenges that knowledge and challenges that status quo, it evolves. Now, the interesting thing about it is, if you go back and look, science was actually introduced to the world by the Hebrew community. That is a fact. That is known in medical school. That is known in any science-based education you get. It was introduced. Science was introduced just like Hebrew religion and Hebrew culture was introduced by us. Believe it or not, socialism and different forms of capitalism and other entities that you see fighting against each other were all introduced by Hebrew peoples. So you have a lot of things that come out of us that was introduced to the world that a lot of people are not aware of. But science in particular is what's triumphing over Hebrew culture, Hebrew faith, Hebrew religion, simply because we have elements amongst us and also amongst the other aspects of Abrahamic faith and non-Abrahamic faiths like Islam and Christianity. Islam being an Abrahamic faith, Christianity not being an Abrahamic faith, but basing some of its ideologies on Abrahamic faith. There's a struggle to control the narrative, including our scriptures. You know, when you think about how many versions of the scriptures that we have, versions, keep in mind, versions, not these scriptures, not these scriptures, versions of the scriptures that we have in English and other languages, it becomes obvious that someone wants a different narrative than the others. Because if one version of the scriptures was about just simply translating the facts and the truth from the original, what we call biblical Chaldean, what people call today as Hebrew is actually Chaldean and Aramaic. When they're translating, if they were about the truth translating, then we would have so much more information in these particular versions than what you see today in Western culture. What people over here in the United States and in Europe reads in their scriptures is not what Mizrahi, Sephardi, and Ethiopian Jewish peoples read. And that's because version. Once again, if the version was based on the truth rather than trying to control a narrative, you wouldn't need any additional versions after that. But because of the struggle, and unfortunately, your Gentiles and Black Gentiles as well have a obsession with narrative control. That's how we end up with all of these Bibles, versions. And that's how you end up with all of these different denominations. You have several thousand denominations in Christianity alone. You have different sects and groups that fight against each other, even to the death in Islam. And then you have, of course, you have three ethnic branches of Hebrewism, but one particular ethnic branch, particularly the Ashkenazim, they have the Orthodox, they have the Conservative, they have the Reform, they have the Reconstructionists, they have the Messianic, and all of these different sects because of the want to control the narrative as opposed to propagating and simply spreading the truth. So we end up with when you have versions of something, of an original, versions are usually about controlling the narrative. And so with that, when you're controlling the narrative, you actually put yourself in a box. And inside that box, there's only so far you can grow and evolve. And once you hit that ceiling, you're either going to stop there and remain in the box, or you're going to ask yourself, is there anything beyond this box that I need to know and need to understand? But as long as you're in that box, you're never going to evolve and you're never going to grow. Well, one thing about me and my style is that I am always teaching outside of that box. I know everything that's in the box. I know it from the rooter to the tutor. I have a foundation in that box and everything. So I know how to speak with people where they are in that box. But when it comes to being a Levitical priest, one of the things that the Eternal Creator has always called us to be and to do is to be liberators and to liberate those who are enslaved, who are oppressed, and who are trapped in the box. You go back and you look at the Levitical priests, whenever our people are enslaved, he raises up a Levitical priest to save them. He raised up a Levitical priest, Moses, to save the children of Israel from Egypt. He raised up a little Levitical priest to restore and rebuild the second temple. He raised up Levitical priests to fight and lead the charge in the Judean Roman War. And even going back before then, he used the Levitical priest Yehuda Maccabee to actually defeat the Greeks who had infiltrated and enslaved our peoples. And so the Torah Creator has always used the Levitical anointing to help bring people out of whatever is trapping them, enslaving them, or keeping them in the box. And so we look today and we're looking at the fact that our people, both in Israel and in the diaspora, seem to be trapped at a certain level in this time period and point of time. And even though we have full access to the land, we have complete control of the land and everything, we seem to be struggling or stunted in being able to live up to and manifest the ultimate ideal and aim of the Torah, which is being a light. Instead of being a light, we have the LGBTQ that is able to parade through the streets of Jerusalem. We have Kahanist. If you're not familiar with the Kahanist is a pro-genocide, ultimate racist ideology that believes in the eradication of the people of Palestine, as well as keeping ethnic Jews of color as second and third class citizens. And yet we see Kahanists are now voted into the Israeli government. And now, instead of teaching life, teaching peace, and promoting harmony amongst the world as the Torah aim is supposed to be amongst our people, we're always at war. And to the point now that we're engaging in genocide against another people who are our family. And so the question is, what is it about our people in Israel who have control, as well as our people and the various sects and organizations that have attached themselves to our people in the diaspora? What is it that's causing us to be stunted in evolving, being able to evolve into our original design, maximizing our potential and fulfilling the purpose and calling that the Creator has given us? Why are we so divided? Why are we so angry? Why are we so pro-violent? Why are we so pro-division and so pro-hurting each other and fighting each other over differences? Why are we not able to actually unite on the common bond, which is supposed to be the Torah covenant, not theology? Well, there's an answer to that is very real, very seldom taught. And even when it is taught, there's elements of the Messianic community. And you hear sometimes it's talked about in the Christian community. They try to teach an important element that's actually in our scriptures. However, they also fall short in how they communicate it and how they teach it. So I'm going to try to introduce to you what we call in our culture the science of the Ruwah Qodesh, which is it's an 8-9 hour series that I have established, which was established almost 20 years ago when it was beginning. And it's being adopted by Jewish peoples and Hebrews outside of the Mizrahi and Ethiopian Jewish community, including the same Jerusalem Council that originally ordained me and then attempted to oust me in 1999 because of my stance of being pro-Palestine. they end up adopting these very teachings and they promote it. And it's called the science of the Ruwah Qodesh. Now, before we start, and I'm pretty sure most of you are not going to have this in your scriptures, and it's okay. You can always go back and find these scriptures and everything. I always tell people we have now an Ethiopian Jewish version of the scriptures that is available through Amazon, the Ethiopian scriptures. I encourage people to get it simply because it has the books that are supposed to be in our scriptures. A lot of people over here talks about the lost books of the Bible. We say we don't know what you're talking about because it was never lost. It's always been in our scriptures because the Ethiopian Jewish Bible is actually a direct identical replica of the scriptures that's found in both the Essene Dead Sea Scroll scriptures as well as the Septuagint. They're direct replicas, and we're the only ones who are heralded with actually preserving the closest and the purest forms of our history than the Ashkenazim or any other branch of Judaism and Hebrew culture. And scholars have come to that conclusion that the Ethiopian scriptures is a direct replica of the Essene scriptures, in addition to the fact that the Ethiopian and the Mizrahi people, Jewish peoples, we're the only ones who follow Essene, Dead Sea Scroll Essene culture, almost identical to how our people followed it during the first century, Second Temple era. Not much has changed, and that it was only the rabbinics who actually are the ones who changed. And of course, Mizrahi and Ethiopian Jewish culture was not exposed to rabbinical Judaism during its formation all the way up until basically the 1800s, 1900s. So I always tell people, you can get those scriptures. In fact, so you can see, you can, this is now available. It's blurred, but it's called the Ethiopian Bible. If you look up Ethiopian Bible, you see this format. That is one of the scriptures you can get. And then, of course, there's also, just for helpful study tools, what they call the Old Testament Pseudepigrapha volumes 1 and 2. That also has scriptures that are not in the versions over here, but are in our scriptures in the East. And once again, there's no such thing as lost scriptures. It's just they were stripped. There's a such thing as stripped scriptures because they were stripped out. And what's interesting is even the Catholics' scriptures are closer to the truth than any of the Protestant scriptures, because the Catholics still have a good amount of the scriptures that you'll find in the Ethiopian and Dead Sea scriptures, whereas the Protestants, no thanks to Martin Luther, excuse me, no thanks to Martin Luther, stripping those scriptures out, which is once again about controlling the narrative as opposed to telling the truth. There's a riddle that I like to start off with when I introduce this. And it's just something to think about because we're going to circle back around to it. But I want you to think about what is this talking about? In the book of Hikar, which is an Aramaic text, it's in the sayings. This is what it says in the sayings, which is the sayings chapter 2, verse 13. It says, this is the riddle. From heaven, the peoples are favored. Wisdom, which is a proper noun, so it actually is kokima. Wisdom, kokima, is of the Elohim. Indeed, she is precious to the Elohim. Her kingdom is eternal. She has been established by Shemaim, heavens. Yea, the Holy Lord has exalted her. I want you to think about that. And we're going to circle back around to it. And there's one other scripture that I want to add to this, that I want you to think about, that we're going to circle around to, if I can find. Okay, here we go. Yeah. It is the book of First Enoch, chapter 42, verse 1. This is what it says. These are the two riddles that I want you to think about. Give me 1 second, let me get there. All right, here we go. Enoch, First Enoch, chapter 42, verses 1. Wait a minute, I don't think this is the right one. Give me 1 second. Oh, I'm sorry. It fell on the floor, excuse me. Give me 1 second, let me get this. All right, here we go. This is what it says. Chapter 32, I'm sorry, Enoch 42:1. It says wisdom. Once again, it's a proper noun. So it should be Kokima. It says wisdom. Kokima could not find a place in which she could dwell, but a place was found for her in the heavens. Then Kokima, wisdom, went out to dwell with the children of the people, but she found no dwelling place. So wisdom, Kokima, returned to her place, and she settled permanently amongst the Malachim, angels. Then it says, and then iniquity went out of her room and found whom she did not expect, and she dwelt with them like rain in a desert, like dew on a thirsty land. Now notice in both of these that I want you to think about, that I mentioned that they're proper nouns. It's important to understand one of the things about controlling the narrative versus telling the truth is that basically in all education, academics and everything, the universal principle of a noun, which is a person, place, or thing, is that when you're dealing with a noun that's in one language and translating it to another language, you do not translate proper nouns. You're supposed to transliterate proper nouns. So if, like, for example, my name, Kohen Shalomim. Shalomim is my name in Aramaic. When it's in Greek, my name should still be pronounced Shalomim. In Arabic, my name still should be pronounced Shalomim. In Hindi, my name should be pronounced Shalomim. In the Japanese language, the Zulu language, the English language, German, no matter what language it is, my name, which is a proper noun, should always be pronounced and Shalomim. Now, Shalomim means peace offering, but you're not supposed to speak about me and translate my name, which means peace offering, and say peace offering said this, peace offering said that. No, that is incorrect. You're supposed to keep my name intact and the phonetics intact whenever you're referring to me. The moment you start to translate my name, you're no longer talking to me. Or if you try to call me Shalaman, that's not my name. If you try to call me Solomon, that's not my name. If you try to call me Shalomo, that's not my name. My name is universally in all languages, Shalomim. And so that also applies to the eternal creator and other proper names in the scriptures. So here we see they use the term wisdom, just like in most English Bibles, you'll see the term God replacing Elohim. And God is singular, while Elohim is explicitly plural, referring to more than one personality. You also see the term Lord rather than seeing the term Yahweh. And some people say Yahweh, which is fine. And you see Jeremiah, which is not a Hebrew name. Isaiah, not a Hebrew name. Ezekiel, none of these are Hebrew names. These are English versions of Hebrew names. And so when we're reading the scriptures, and you're going to be reading scriptures in the Tanakh, because we're going to go to the Tanakh, and so you have access to, you'll be able to read along. When you see the word wisdom, and it refers to her as a she, that is telling you that that is a person's name, not wisdom as what we're thinking about when you say, you're a very wise person and everything. Wisdom, as we're thinking about, is the ability to use knowledge that you have effectively. Wisdom, common sense. That's not the same thing when you're referring to wisdom and it refers to her as a she. And we're going to understand why it refers to her as a she throughout the scriptures, but it's downplayed a lot in religion and in versions of the scriptures, because keep in mind, we're talking about controlling the narrative as opposed to telling the truth. Now, the first thing I want you to ask yourself, we're going to go to the book of Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 1. All right. Bereshit, chapter 1, verse 26. This is what it says. It says, and Elohim, if you're using the narrative control version, it's going to say God. In the original scriptures, it's Elohim, or as pronounced in Aramaic, it's Elohim. And it says, and Elohim said, let us make man in our image according to our likeness, and let them rule over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the heavens, and over the livestock, and over all the earth, and over all the creeping creatures that creep on the earth. And Elohim created man, properly mankind. The version will say man, but it's actually mankind, because it's not talking about man as male. That's not what it's referring to. It's speaking of man as mankind. So that's another thing you need to be aware of. It says, and Elohim created the man or mankind in his image. The word his is not there. That's a translator's note. And in the image of Elohim, he created him, male and female, he created them. So Elohim says, let us create man in our image. And then they create man, male and female. So the question is, who is this Elohim speaking that says, let us make mankind in our image, male and female? Who's speaking here? Because it's not a persona or entity speaking to itself. There's one entity speaking to another, or they're basically speaking to each other. So we need to find out who is the us that created humankind, but also created the heavens and the earth. Now, you've heard Christians and Messianics always try to say it's Yeshua or Jesus. Well, people have to remember, we're made in the image and likeness of Elohim, and we have what a divinity in us that is known as being able to procreate. We're able to reproduce and multiply and increase. And in order to reproduce, multiply, and increase, it takes a man, a father, and it takes a woman, a female, a mother. And the man must sow seed into that woman and impregnate her. And that woman must give birth to a child for us to be considered to be able to procreate and reproduce. Two men, two males, two masculine energies cannot reproduce with each other. Two females, feminine energy, cannot reproduce with each other. Only a male and a female in science or religion is able to reproduce, multiply, and increase, which is called procreation. Now, say you get two children. You got a son, you have a daughter. Okay, well, the daughter, you hear people say, man, your daughter look just like you, brother. I mean, she's like a split image of you. Yes, that's correct. That's my daughter. But the truth is, even though she has features in my image and my likeness, she's actually made in the image and likeness of her mother. Why? Because when she evolved to her fullness, she has a uterus, she has a vagina. She does not have a penis like her father. She has breasts like her mother. She has a complete hormonal and a biological system that's like her mother, not like her father. But then you say, tell the mother, man, your son looks just like you, man. You know you're the mother and everything. Yes, he has an image and likeness of his mother, but he's not made in the image and likeness of his mother. He's made in the image and likeness in his fullness. Once he reached the peak of his fullness and maturity and everything, and even really not in his fullness, from the beginning, he has a penis like his father. At some point, he's going to have facial hair like his father. He's going to have a biological system and a physiological build that is distinctively different from women. That's going to be stronger. That's going to have a different muscular tone. He's going to have estrogen. He's going to have testosterone, which is his dominant trait, whereas the woman or the female has estrogen as her dominant trait. So when we're talking about image and likeness under the procreation and humankind and everything, that likeness for children is based on their physiological design and makeup, based on genetics and everything, of whose image they're actually going to be created in ultimately. And it's either going to be in the image and likeness of the mother or the image and likeness of the father. Okay, so understanding that, we have to understand that the eternal creator, Elohim, is the one who put these rules in place. This is science. This cannot be altered. You cannot reproduce and multiply by yourself as a male. That's one of the reasons why Yahweh said about Adam. He said, it is not good for Adam to be alone. I will make him a counterpart. The word for alone is the word badle. Badle actually means to be a polarity over and against yourself. That's what it literally means, because you're a polarity, a positive polarity assigned to male and everything. However, you do not have another polarity that can bring forth life. You do not have another polarity that can bring forth fruits, and you cannot reproduce and multiply as you are designed, being a polarity in and over yourself. So Yahweh said it was not good to be alone. And so when you think about when it says, choose this day, life and good, or death and evil, being alone, being single, being a polarity over and against yourself is defined under the category of death and evil. When you actually have a counterpart and you're in a covenant relationship and you've been able to bond with a woman and the two of you become one, that is what's defined under life and good. Because you can promote life and you can continue life through reproduction when you actually have your proper counterpart, or in polygamy, counterparts. So if that is true for humankind, and that is the law that the eternal creator has established for how we are designed according to anatomy, physiology, biology, and everything as it relates to human function and human design, the eternal creator does not exist separate or in contradiction to his own laws. So if that is the if that is the truth, and the eternal creator is the law and is the one who has established the law, then that means the eternal creator exists himself according to his own law, meaning that Abba Father, Yahweh, the Father, by himself cannot create or reproduce heaven and earth or humankind. Because if he was able to, he would not have said, let us make man in our image. Now, that takes us to the whole Jesus and Yeshua thing. Jesus is a male and everything. And then they even try to say the Holy Spirit in the New Testament, which is actually written in the masculine. A lot of people try to say it's Jesus, the Holy Spirit, and God are the ones who are reproducing. Well, no, that sounds more like a homosexual relationship than it sounds like something that the eternal creator would actually have ordained divinely. Because once again, if it was Yahweh the Father, and if it was Jesus, and if he theoretically was the Son, and if it was the Holy Spirit, which they actually also say is a male, then they would never be able to reproduce, multiply, and increase, because males can't reproduce with each other. And the thing about it is, in the Tanakh, the scriptures, it actually makes this clear. It's just that once again, dealing with versions, it's not so clear because we're dealing with narrative. So watch this. In the book of Proverbs, chapter 1, Mishle. Let's go there. And this is, and Mishle, Proverbs starts off with this. And I want you to think about this. I'm going to start with chapter 3 first, and then I'm going to go back to chapter 1. Watch this. Mishle chapter 3, verses 13. This is what it says. Blessed is the man who has found, who? Wisdom or kokima? It's a proper noun. So it should read, blessed is the man who has found kokima, and the man who gets understanding. Wait a minute, there's something wrong here. That word for understanding, bina, is also a proper noun in our scriptures. So it shouldn't be understanding. It should not say, blessed is the man who has found wisdom and the man who gets understanding. That's not what it says in the scriptures. It should be, using proper transliteration, blessed is the man who has found kokima and the man who gets bina. Who's kokima? Who is bina? Watch this. It says, for the gain from it is better than gain from silver, and its increase than fine gold. Why? It says because she, it's a female it's talking about. She is more precious than rubies compared to her. Length of days is in her right hand. Riches and esteem is in her left hand. Her ways are pleasant ways, and all her paths are peace, shalom. Then it says, she, kokima, is a tree of life to those taking hold of her, and blessed are all who retain her. And here we go. Here's your answer to who is the us of Elohim. It says, Yahweh founded the earth by kokima, not by wisdom, by kokima, a female personality, a she. It says Yahweh founded the earth by kokima. He established the heavens by bina. It's two female entities. Let us make man in our image according to our likeness, male and female. And Mishle says this is how it was done. Mishle goes further. We're going to go back to chapter 1. I want you to go to Mishle chapter 8. And you're going to see only a few scriptures that I've seen actually kind of gets it right. I think the NIV may get it right somewhat, but not all the way. But for the most part, other scriptures and versions don't seem to get this passage right at all when it's translating, because they don't do transliteration. So we're going to go through and we're going to look at this for what it says in the scriptures. And you can go back and you can look up all the Hebrew words using whatever methods of study tools that you use to verify this information. In Mishnah chapter 8, Proverbs chapter 8, it says, does not kokima call? That's a proper noun. And understanding, which is bina, a proper noun, lift up her voice. So it's established. Both of these are two female entities. On the top of the heights along the way, between the path, she has taken her stand. Beside the gates leading to the city, at the entrances, she shouts, O men, I call to you, and my voice is to the son of men. You simple ones, understand insight, and you fools, be of an understanding heart. Now that word understanding is not a proper noun. That's the whole concept. That there is learning, knowledge, understanding, when you're being of an understanding heart. So the being of an understanding heart is not the same as understanding bina, even though that comes from her, because she is the divine spirit of knowledge. It says, listen, for I speak noble words. So we see this female is speaking, and she's an animated being, and she's teaching you and she's telling you who she is and about her nature, and she's going to show you her role in the whole creation thing. She says, and the opening of, she says, listen, for I speak noble words, and the opening of my lips is about straightness. For my mouth speaks truth, and wrongness is an abomination to my lips. All the words of my mouth are in righteousness, none of them twisted or crooked, all of them plain to him who understands, and straight to those who find knowledge. Accept my discipline and not silver, and knowledge, bina, rather than choice gold. For kokima is better than rubies, and all delights are not comparable to her. Then she says, I, kokima, have dwelt with insight, and I find knowledge, foresight. It says the fear of Yahweh is to hate evil. She says, I have hated pride and arrogance and the evil way and the perverse mouth. Counsel is mine and sound wisdom. Once again, this is not a proper noun. This is now the knowledge. When you use knowledge effectively, sound wisdom. So this is Kokima saying, counsel is mine and sound wisdom. I am understanding, mightiness is mine. Then she goes on to say, by me, who? Kokima, kings reign, and rulers make righteous decrees. By me, princes rule, and nobles all the judges of the earth. I love those who love me, and those who earnestly seek me do find me. Riches and esteem are with me, enduring wealth and righteousness. Says, my fruit is better than gold and fine gold, and my increase than choice silver. I walk in the way of righteousness in the midst of the paths of right ruling, to bestow substance on those who love me and to fill their treasuries. Now watch this. Yahweh possessed me before the beginning of his way. Now, I want to stop there for a minute. Yahweh possessed Kokima. If you look up the Aramaic or Biblical Chaldean, whatever you want to call it, Hebrew word in context, that possession is in the same context as when a man engages himself to a woman and he possesses her and she takes on his name And of course, one is skin, to become one flesh. That's what it's communicating, because keep in mind, Yahweh is a masculine personality, and we see Kokima and Bina are female personalities. These are three different personalities. You should already know three. You see where I'm going with this. So it says, Yahweh possessed me before the beginning of his way. That means before heaven and earth, before humankind came in. Yahweh possessed Kokima. It says, before his works of old. It says, I was set up ages ago at the first, before the earth ever was. That means she's eternal. We see that because she existed before creation existed. And she had a relationship with Yahweh who possessed her. It says, didn't watch this. She goes back now and she's actually fixed to address direct on Genesis, Bereshit, chapter 1, the whole creation story. She says, I was set up ages ago at the first, before the earth ever was. When there was no depths, I gave birth. Now I was brought forth. Nope, the Hebrew word, the Aramaic word is travailing in labor, about to give birth. That's the word that it's using. It says, when there was no depths, I was giving birth. When there was no springs heavy with water, before the mountains were sunk to face the hills, I was giving birth. Before he made the earth and the fields, or the first dust of the world, when he prepared the heavens, I was there. When he decreed a vault on the face of the deep, when he set the clouds above, when he made the fountains of the deep strong, when he gave to the sea its limit, so that the waters would not transgress his command, when he decreed the foundations of the earth, says, I was beside him like a master workman. Procreation. And then she says, and I was his delight. Now we're getting into some kind of romance relationship when you look at it. It says, and I was his delight day by day, rejoicing before him all the time, rejoicing in the world, his earth. And my delights were with the sons of men whom she gave birth to. Then she says, and now listen to me, you children, for blessed are they who guard my ways. Go again. Listen to discipline and become wise, and do not refuse it. It says, blessed is the man who listens to me. Listens to who? Kokima. Watching daily at my gates, waiting at the post of my doors. For whoever, here it is, whoever finds me shall find life. Does it say whoever found Yeshua, Jesus, find life? No. Even though he says, I am the way, the truth, and the life, no man can get to the Father except by me. That is actually a saying that was originally applied to Kokima. That was originally applied to Kokima thousands of years before Yeshua ever came along. So it says, for whoever finds me shall find life. And it says, and obtain the favor of Yahweh. How do you obtain the favor of Yahweh? Kokima. Says, but he who sins against me, sins against who? Kokima, injures himself. And all who hate me love what? Death. So who is this Kokima? That's her name. Who is Kokima? Who is this personality? Why haven't anyone taught me? Why haven't I thought about to ask, who is this person, this she, in the Torah, in the Tanakh, in the scriptures? Well, let's find out. Because actually, if you start just with Proverbs chapter 1, it actually tells you who she is. Proverbs chapter 1. Let's see where I'm going to start it here. Proverbs chapter 1, verse 20. You can go back and read the scriptures beforehand on, on your time and everything. And of course, with the knowledge that you have, you'll see once you use the proper understanding about proper nouns, suddenly when you read the scriptures, it's something completely different than what you're used to reading. Because you have people who claim to read the scriptures, say they read the whole scriptures in an entire year, and then they start over and do it all over again. And then somebody like me comes along and say, well, who is Kokima? And they have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm like, but I thought you said you read the scriptures through the whole year. So when you're reading, did you have understanding? Did you understand what you're reading? And the answer clearly is most people who read the scriptures, whether they know Hebrew or not, they never understand what they're reading. They're just reading, but not understanding. Because they would, if you went to when you have understanding, you would know that this is one of the most essential aspects of Hebrew life as it relates to following the Torah, as we're going to find out. And without this, your life is just literally wandering outside of the essence of your original design, and you'll never maximize your potential, and you'll never fulfill your purpose and calling according to your original design at its fullness without understanding this particular knowledge. And this is particular information. That's how essential it is to life and living and evolving and developing a relationship with the eternal creator. So this is what it says. Proper noun. Kokima calls aloud outside. She's calling again. She raises her voice in the broad places, and at the head of the noisy streets, she cries out. At the opening of the gates in the city, she speaks her words. How long, you simple ones? See that word simple ones again. Would you love simplicity? When you keep yourself in a box and you refuse to evolve beyond the limits that were set for you, that means you're living a simple life. You're taking the simple road. You're taking the easy road in life because you don't want what you already have and what you've already been taught to be threatened. Most people who are religious are the most insecure people. And that's why they develop apologetics. And that's why they fight so hard to control the narrative. And they base relationships off of, do you believe in this particular tenet? If you don't believe in this particular belief, then we can't be friends. We can't talk. We can't develop a relationship. Those are insecure, empty, inept people. Inept as in ineffective and basically purposeless. Because they're simple. They can't evolve. They can't grow beyond what they're used to and what they're taught, which is usually under statutory law, which is known as the traditions of men. It says, how long, you simple ones, would you love simplicity? And shall scoffers delight in their scoffing, and fools hate knowledge? Bina, once again, proper noun. Turn at my reproof. Then it says, here we go. This is who she is. See, I pour out my spirit on you, and I make my words known to you. Sounds familiar? I pour out my spirit on you. I make my words known to you. I want you to keep your kids. We're going to come back to Mizrahi chapter 1, but I want you to go over to Joel, the prophet Joel, right quick. I want you to see this so you understand who we're dealing with. And you understand who this person's, Kokima, her name, who she really is. One second. Joel Yoel, chapter 2, verses 27. We're going to start from here. It says, "And you shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am Yahweh, your Elohim." Yahweh, your Elohim. Keep in mind, Elohim is plural. "And there is no one else other than the Elohim." Context. It says, "And my people shall never be put to shame. And after this, it shall be that I pour out my spirit on all flesh. And your sons and daughters shall prophesy. Your old men dream dreams. Your young men see visions. And also on the male servants and on the female servants, I shall pour out my spirit in those days. And I shall give signs in the heavens and upon the earth, blood and fire and columns of smoke. The sun is turned into darkness and the moon into blood before the coming of the great and awesome day of Yahweh. And it shall be that everyone who calls on the name of Yahweh shall be saved. For on Mount Zion and in Jerusalem there shall be an escape, as Yahweh said, and among the survivor whom Yahweh calls." So we see pouring out the Spirit. Yahweh says he will pour out his Spirit. And of course, in context, it basically, when he pours out his Spirit upon people, they become what we understand as prophetic and everything. And so most people have, most scholars and most theologians, Christian and Jewish, have understood this as the Ruwah Qodesh that is being poured out. Now, so we go back to Mishlei. Let's go back to Mishlei. And you see the comparison. Yahweh says, "I pour out my spirit." And then in Mishlei, Kokima says, she pours out her spirit. Let me get back there. Mishlei chapter 1. She said in 23, she said, "Turn to my reproof. See, I pour out my spirit on you and I make my words known to you, because I called and you refused. I have stretched out my hand and no one inclined. And you spurned all my counsel and would not yield to my reproof. Let me also laugh at your calamity. Mark when your dread comes. When your dread comes like a storm and your calamity comes like a whirlwind, when distress and anguish come upon you, let them all call on me, but I not answer." It says, "Let them seek me, but not find me, because they hated Bina and did not choose the fear of Yahweh. They did not accept my counsel. They despised all my reproof. Therefore, let them eat the fruit of their own way and be filled with their own counsels. For the turning away of the simple slays them, and the complacency of fools destroys them. But whoever listens to me dwells safely and is at ease from the dread of evil." So Kokima is able to pour out her spirit as Yahweh is able to pour out his spirit. Yahweh is a he, Kokima and Bina, she. The scriptures make that plain and clear. Now, in the book let me see, should I go there first? Okay, in the book, before we go to the book of Ezekiel, I want to go to the book of Sirach. If you have those in your scriptures, you can go there. If not, then of course, you can always go back and get the resources. They have resources online, or you can purchase the scriptures that have it. And then be able to review this information. The book of Sirach. Give me 1 second. Or should I go to the book of Kokima? 1 second. I'm using a new Bible that I've never used before. And the scriptures are so thin. Goodness gracious. Let's see. Let's make sure this is it. Let's see. Actually, I think it might be the book of wisdom. Give me 1 second. My apologies. It's actually the book of wisdom, or Kokima. Notice it's actually literally called the book of Kokima. That's the most interesting part of this scripture. Some of you, if you have an apocrypha, then I'm pretty sure you actually have that in there. Because usually in the apocrypha, it's usually in the pseudepigrapha, or if you already have the Ethiopian or Essene scriptures, then of course you have access to it. In the book of Kokima, Wisdom, chapter 7, this is probably going to be the most interesting scripture you're probably going to read today. And this pretty much scores in the answer to who we're dealing with as wisdom. We know she's a Holy Spirit. She's a Ruwah Qodesh. It says in chapter 7, verse 7, Wisdom, Kokima, chapter 7, verse 7 says, "Therefore I prayed, and prudence was given to me. I pleaded, and the spirit of Kokima came to me." There we go again. Then it says, "I preferred her to scepter and throne, and deemed riches nothing in comparison with her. Nor did I make any priceless gem to her, because all gold in view of her is a little sand, and before her silver is to be accounted mire. Beyond health and comeliness I loved her, and I chose to have her rather than delight, because the splendor of her never yields to sleep. Yet all good things together came to me in her company, and countless riches at her hands." And it says, "And I rejoiced in all of them, because Kokima is their leader, though I did not know that she was their mother." Kokima is a part of the Elohim. Let us make man in our image, in our likeness, male and female. Kokima is how you find life and salvation in the favor of Yahweh. Kokima is able to pour out her spirit on you, and Kokima is referred to as Ima. Now, this is what it also says. Verse 13, "Simply I learned about her, and ungrudgingly do I share. For her riches I do not hide away. For to men she is an unfailing treasure. Those who gain this treasure win the friendship of Elah, to whom the gifts they have from discipline commend them. Now Elah grant I speak suitably and value these endowments at their worth." Then it says, "For he is the guide of Kokima and the director of the wise. For both we and our words are in his hand, as well as all prudence and knowledge of crafts. For he gave me sound knowledge of existing things, that I might know the organization of the universe and force of its elements, the beginning and end, and the midpoint of times, the changes in the sun's course and the variations of the seasons, cycles of years, positions of the stars, nature of animals, tempers of beasts, power of the winds and thoughts of men, uses of plants and virtues of roots. Such things as are hidden I learn, and such are as are plain. For Kokima, the artificer of all, taught me." Now watch this. For in her is the spirit, intelligent, holistic, holy, unique, manifold, subtle, agile, clear, unstained, certain, not blameful, loving the good, keen, unhampered, beneficent, kindly, firm, secure, tranquil, all-powerful, all-seeing, and pervading all spirits. This is the fruit and how she manifests herself. Says, though they be intelligent, pure, and subtle. Says, for Kokima is mobile beyond all motion, and she penetrates and pervades all things by reason of her purity. Says, she is the aura, reflection of the might of Elah, and the pure effusion of the glory and essence of the Almighty. Therefore, not that is sullied enters into her, for she is the refulgence of eternal light, the spotless mirror of the power of Elah. She is the spotless mirror, reflection of the power of Elah. It says, and she who is one can do all things and renews everything while herself perduring and passing into holy souls from age to age. She produces friends of Elohim and prophets. For there is not whom Elohim loves, for there is not Elohim loves, be it not one who dwelt with Kokima. For she is fairer than the sun and surpasses every constellation of the stars. Compared to light, she takes precedent. For that indeed night supplants. For wickedness prevail not over Kokima. So who is Kokima? Kokima is the Ruwah Qodesh. Anytime you see anything related to the Ruwah Qodesh in Aramaic, Biblical Chaldean, it is in the feminine because the Ruwah Qodesh is a female. That's why the Ruwah Qodesh of the Hebrew scriptures is not the Holy Spirit of the New Testament, because the New Testament writes it in a masculine. So that is talking about a completely different spirit and entity that has nothing to do with the Ruwah Qodesh and the Tanakh. One is a female, one is a male. And as we see, this particular female is a part of the Elohim. Now, in Devarim 6:4, the Shema, we say, Shema Yisrael Yahweh Eloheinu Yahweh Echad. Hear Israel, Yahweh our Almighty, Yahweh is one. Echad. That is the same word used when it says in Bereshit, therefore shall a man leave his mother and father and cleave unto his wife, and the two become what? Echad, one, flesh. So understanding, and this is where Christians get the whole thing about, they call it the compound unity or whatever, and they try to apply the Trinity. I believe the early, they call them the Netzarim. It was a branch of the Essenes that eventually became known as Christians, in whom Yeshua himself came out of. The Netzarim existed before Yeshua was born. He was born into the Netzarim community because that was one of the most popular branches of the Essenes that was not as strict and not as ritualistic, as you can say, as the Qumranite Essenes. They were a different sect of the Essenes. And when they try to apply, if you pay attention, the error is when they try to apply how Yeshua came into the world, it actually uses that he actually was manifest from what they call the Logos, which they try to apply to the word Bina, knowledge, which is a female entity. They kind of combine Bina and Kokima together and everything because it claims Yeshua was born of the spirit. So he was manifest by Bina, but he was born of the Ruwah Qodesh, if you was to put it in context. So in the Trinity, had the Christians or the Nazarene said God the Father, and of course, I'm just being simple right now because we don't use the term God, but we're just talking about how they use. If they would have said God the Father and then use Yeshua as God the Son, because even in the Talmud, it talks about the pre-existence of the Messiah and everything. And I'm not saying that he's the Messiah because I don't believe that. I'm saying in context, if they would just try to apply God the Father, God the Son, which is the Messiah, and then made God the Holy Spirit a female, they would have had a family structure that is closer to the truth of Hebrew. But instead, they chose what looks more like a homosexual entity that they worship. They removed the female aspect out of it, and then they tell people you need to walk in the image of God Elohim, and then wonder why women are the way they are, with not understanding the concept of submission, or more so alignment, and walking and being a mirror, express image of your husband wherever you go, like we see with Kokima being a mirror of Elohim. When you take a woman and tell her that she has to actually follow in the image and likeness of a man, and the only thing you're giving her is a masculine deity, which is a father, and other males, entities and everything, she has nothing really to give her a foundation to pattern herself after and everything. And so you have a lot of women who follow. Notice the church is filled with a lot of single women. Single women are overflowing in the church, and even in a lot of Black Hebrew Israelite communities and everything. Why? Why are they not able to become counterparts? Why is the Eternal Creator not blessing them to be a counterpart and helpmeet to a man? Why are there so many single women? Well, the answer might be because you're teaching them masculine doctrine and expecting them to act feminine, when in scriptures there's a balance between the two. But because of trying to control the narrative rather than tell the truth, the feminine aspect that women need to be able to grow and multiply and feel connected has been stripped and has been missing. And believe it or not, some of our prophets in the scriptures who were part of political groups, because all the prophets in our history were not on the same page. You have some prophets that are in the scriptures that are actually speaking against other prophets, and both of them are deemed good prophets. If people take context, they will see that we had different political and social factions that each had prophets and everything that we all recognize as true prophets, but that don't mean those prophets politically and socially actually agree with each other. I would actually say that it's almost like having Democrats, Republicans, and independents and everything. And on social issues and political issues and legislative issues, they may be against each other, but then they're still considered part of the same community, part of the same nation and everything. That's how it is with our people. Our people, this is not, when you take religion out of it and everything, it's a whole different world when you start understanding ancient Hebrew history and everything. And so some of our prophets played a role in the eradication of the feminine aspect of the Elohim. That's a fact. And the extreme came from because there were people in our culture who decided to follow some of the Gentiles who also believed in Kokima, because you can find Kokima in the Egyptian culture, you can find her in the Babylonian culture, you can find her in the Assyrian culture, you can find her in the Persian culture, you find her in the Urdu culture, all of that stuff there and everything. The difference is they made idols and images of her. There's Shira. The Shira is just, that was an idol and an image they were making in the image and likeness of Kokima, which is actually a violation of Torah law and Torah covenant law. And so to try to stop that, there were extremes. I would say if you look at right now, there's some things that was introduced into American culture, like the LGBTQ, targeting kids and everything with the LGBTQ, gender confusion, having children, sex being changed and everything, and all of these crazy things with the pedophile culture that's been being normalized and everything. And so the Republicans said, we're done with this. We're going to take over and we're going to eradicate all these things. So now they've taken over and they're eradicating these things, but they're also going to extremes to do things that actually, they're eradicating the stuff that needs to be eradicated, but they're also throwing the baby out with the bathwater in certain other areas with extreme measures that they're taking. Like, for example, choosing which books they're going to allow in education and everything. And some books that should be in education become a victim of circumstance because of that extreme. This is in the same context of how our prophets, some of our prophets operated. They stood up against the idol worship, but they began to actually go into too many extremes to abolish things that shouldn't have never been abolished. And one aspect of that is the Ruwah Qodesh. Now, keep in mind, the Ruwah Qodesh was never abolished because she's mentioned all throughout the scriptures. And we know that the first century Hebrews actually believed in her and everything. And then the Christians came along, adopted it, and then they corrupted it. So we know the Ruwah Qodesh has always been around and everything. So the abolishment really is geared toward the Asherah, the idols and everything being worshipped and everything. But also it appears in post-biblical culture, they decided to abolish completely the concept, the doctrines, and the knowledge of Kokima and who she is. And then, of course, would translate the word into wisdom, downplaying it as if it's just how we think of using knowledge effectively, which throws people off if they're not educated. So that's an extreme. So the Ruwah Qodesh, Kokima, is the Ruwah Qodesh. And notice it gives these fruits and everything in 22 when it talks about, for her is a spirit of intelligence, holy, unique, manifold, subtle, agile, clear, unstained, certain, not baneful, love. And it goes through all these things here. If you pay attention, between this scripture here and the next scripture I'm going to introduce you to, which is in the Dead Sea Scrolls charter, which talks about the manifestations of the Ruwah Qodesh, you will notice that the book of Galatians that Christians teach about the works of the Spirit is actually an adaptation of this knowledge. But the only thing that stands in the way is the fact of, number one, they mistranslated, because it's in, I've seen in the scriptures, and I'm just going by memory, it says something akin to, if you are not under the law, then you are of the Spirit. And then it begins to list the manifestations and what they call the fruits of the Spirit. And then they list the fruits of the works of the flesh, which some associate with the works of Satan and everything. That didn't originate with the New Testament. Keep in mind, the New Testament evolved out of the Essene culture. So they brought many of those elements over, and you can see those things. But the problem is, the Apostle Paul says, if you are from under the law, then you get the Spirit. Whereas the Dead Sea Scrolls, that actually is the source, mentions that you must be in harmony with the law. Now watch this. And then we're gonna get to Ezekiel. I'm gonna read this in the it's called the charter. Some books and some translations, I don't. This is a translation based off of me. It's called the Charter of a Jewish Sectarian Association. If you have Dead Sea Scrolls, you can look it up. You'll find that, and you might have to look it up under 1QS. Complex way that they actually put these books together for whatever reason. But I want you to, in the charter, This is what it says in Column 3, which is akin to verse 3. I'm going to read this. It says, a text belonging to the instructor, the Moreh, who is to enlighten and teach all the sons of light about the character and fate of humankind. Character, manifestations, fruits, and fate of mankind. All their spiritual varieties with the accompanying signs, all their deeds, generation by generation, and their visitations for afflictions together with arrows of peace. It says, and now, and all that is now, and ever shall be, originates with the Elohim of knowledge. It says, before things came to be, he has ordered all designs so that when they do come to exist at their appointed times, as ordained by his glorious plan, they fulfill their destiny, a destiny impossible to change. He controls the laws governing all things, and he provides for all of their pursuits. He created humankind to rule over the world, appointing for them 2 spirits, Ruwah, in which to walk until the time ordained for his visitations. It says, these are the spirits of truth and falsehood. It says, and then it says, upright character and fate with the habitation of light, perverse with the foundations of darkness. It says, the authority of the Prince of Light extends to the governance of all righteous people. Therefore, they walk in the paths of light. Correspondingly, the authority of the angel of darkness embraces the governance of all wicked people, so that they walk in the paths of darkness. So yes, in our culture, we do believe in the concept of Satan. It's a little, but and it's not the same as how Christians define it and everything. But of course, it's based off of the book of Enoch, the book of Jubilees, also known as the book of Moses, and of course, the knowledge that is found here. It says, the authority of the angel of darkness, the Malach of darkness, further extends to the corruption of all the righteous. All their sin, iniquity, shameful, and rebellious deeds are at his prompting, a situation Elah and his mysteries allows to continue until his era dawns. Moreover, all the afflictions of the righteous and every trial in its seasons occur because of this Malach or angel's diabolical rule. All the spirits allied with him share but one single resolve, to cause the sons of light to stumble. Yet the Elah of Israel and the angel of his truth assists all the sons of light. It is actually he who created the spirits of light and darkness, making them the cornerstone of every deed. Their impulse, the premise of every action. Elah loves for one spirit, lasts forever. Says he will be pleased with its actions for always, the counsel of the other. However, he abhors, hating its every impulse for all time. Then we're getting into the roots of the origin of what they call the fruits of the spirit, the fruits of the Ruah and everything, which is a continuation of the same fruits and manifestations and the character we saw with Kokima in the book of wisdom, Kokima. It says, upon their operations are these: one enlightens a man's mind, making straight before him the paths of true righteousness and causing his heart to fear the law, the Torah of Elah. Notice, causing his heart to fear the Torah of Elah. And this is where the book of Galatians gets corrected in its misinterpretation, or I would say mistranslation, because actually if you look in the Greek actually says the opposite about being up from under the law, and it actually promotes being under the law along with the spirit. But once again, with Christian translations, we're talking about controlling the narrative versus stating the facts, even with the Greek text and everything. It says, this spirit, which causes the fear of the law of Elah, it says, this spirit engenders humility, patience, abundant compassion, perpetual goodness, insight, understanding, and powerful wisdom resonating to each of Elah's deeds, sustained by his constant faithfulness. It engenders a spirit knowledgeable in every plan of action, zealous for the laws of righteousness, holy in its thoughts, and steadfast in purpose. This spirit encourages plenteous compassion upon all who hold fast to truth, and glorious purity combined with visceral hatred of impurity in every guise. It results in humble deportation. Look at the character traits. This is the character traits of the Spirit, and this is the character traits that people who actually have the Ruwah Qodesh are supposed to be manifesting in their lives. It says it results in humble deportation allied with a general discernment, concealing the truth, that is the mysteries of knowledge. To these end is the earthly counsel of the Spirit to those whose nature yearns for truth. Through a gracious visitation, all who walk in this Spirit will know what? Healing, bountiful peace, long life, and multiple progeny, followed by eternal blessings and perpetual joy through everlasting life. They will receive a crown of glory with a robe of honor, splendid forever and ever. If you pay attention, and of course I'm speaking and educating my Messianic brothers and sisters too, because we're open, we don't shun people of the Messianic community. Once again, the Torah is our unifying factor. And so in our organization, diaspora organization, we do have Messianics, and we also have Muslims who are actually followers and supporters of the Mizrahi and Ethiopian Jewish community and everything. So when I teach, I try to extend knowledge to them, even though it's corrective knowledge and everything, so that they can go back and see for themselves and everything. But if you pay attention and everything, this is where the book of Galatians chapter 5, I think it's 19 to 26. This is where they get their information from. They get it from a combination of the Dead Sea Scrolls scriptures here, and also the book of Kokima, wisdom, which we read about the manifestations of what I'm going to say now, the Ruwah Qodesh. So just remember, the Ruwah Qodesh name is Kokima. So now we know the Holy Spirit has a name. Her name is Kokima, who is able to pour her spirit upon you, who is able to give you these character traits to cause your life to evolve so that you can be a reflection of who? Elohim, which it makes you a son and daughter of what? Light. And notice it says, this is how you find everlasting life. If you pay attention, you can see where the Christians and the Messianics get the whole concept that they keep applying to Yeshua and everything about, receiving the crown, their desire to receive a crown of glory and salvation and all of this stuff here and everything. What has happened is they have replaced Kokima with Jesus. But if you actually just go back to the scriptures and replace Jesus with Kokima, then you actually have the truth in its fullness rather than the narrative that they want to spin. So we see here Kokima, manifestations of Kokima, her character traits, how she is supposed to manifest herself in our lives. Now, this is Ezekiel. This is an important part, and this is going to explain why you have so many people who can quote the Torah, who knows the law, who tries their best to implement the law and to keep establishing ritualistic traditions, and it's external. But for some reason, despite the fact you have so many people in the Hebrew Israelite community, in the rabbinical community, and even some aspects of the Ethiopian Mizrahi Jewish community, you have people who no doubt love the law and love the Torah and everything, but for some reason, it won't activate in their lives. Like you have a whole group of people who promotes openly that they're under the curses of the law. And somehow they embrace that as their identity, when the fact is, embracing the curses of the law says that you are unable to activate the blessings of the law because you're actually not following the law like it's supposed to be. Because if you were following the Torah law as it was supposed to be, it would activate in your life the blessings and it would eradicate the curses. So if you are still experiencing the curses of the law while trying to follow the law, that means the law is not activated in your life. And that is why you're invoking the curses. That means there's something missing in your life that is essential for you to be able to activate the law so that the law can manifest in your life and produce the promises that have been given to Abraham and given to those of us who adhere to the law. Something's missing if you can't have the curses of the law manifesting in your life. Let me tell you a little bit about me. I was born with a death sentence over my life. Most people know that I was born with the Mediterranean genetic disease called sickle beta thalassemia disease. I have the variant that's associated specifically with the one that is existed amongst people who lived in the mountainous regions of Palestine, which is basically the Mount Carmel area where all the mountains are and everything. There's different genetic variations of thalassemia. And my pheresis comes from that area because that is where my great grandparents came from, and they carried that gene and everything. And then you have thalassemia that also exists in Saudi Arabia, Israel, Iran, Persia, all of the Near East and South, all the way to Southeast Asia and the Mediterranean. Sickle beta thalassemia is very prevalent, and it's a marker for being Shemitic. Also a marker for being Abrahamic, believe it or not. And it is different from sickle cell disease in variation based off of origin, because sickle cell comes from West Africa and is originated sub-Saharan. Some Ethiopian Jews have both sickle cell and either sickle cell or sickle beta thalassemia disease. So I was born with this, and I was not supposed to live past the age of 20. When I was 11, and it's a story for another time, I actually almost lost my life as a result of this and everything. And there was a lot of divine explanation behind that that I've actually written about on the internet, and I've actually did seminars and spoke about it, and I probably would do it in the near future again for those who are not aware. But I've struggled with sickle beta thalassemia disease all my life. And believe it or not, I'm 48 years old now, and my life is way healthier than I was when I was in my 20s and everything. I almost lost my life right after I graduated from medical school. And that was a serious situation where I went in a coma and everything. And then it's just a lot of complications, a lot of things. But the thing that saved me is the fact that because I had sickle beta thalassemia disease, my life had to be slowed up. I couldn't do sports like I wanted to. I tried, and I was very athletic. Believe it or not, I was the fastest person on the track team when I was in middle school. I actually used to be a Triple Crown martial arts champion. And I was also picked as first pick for varsity football in high school, but I couldn't continue because every time I would get to a certain point, I would get struck with thalassemia pain, which they call crisis. And it was never severe during those days, but it was enough to slow me up. And when it slowed me up, it gave me time to pay attention and to read and to study. And so I was introduced originally into psychiatry, integrative psychiatry. And then the Turner Creator started turning my heart toward Talmudic medicine. I'm an expert in Talmudic medicine. And when I say Talmudic medicine, keep in mind the word Talmudic is not just rabbinical. The word Talmud, and all of that is in our scriptures. That is a Hebrew word. And it's used in context of learning and understanding. Like, for example, the Dead Sea Scrolls is a form of the Talmud. The New Testament is a form of Talmud. And so the Turner Creator turned me toward studying Talmudic medicine. And then that led me into, and that's Hebrew medicine. And then that led me into Oriental medicine, Ayurvedic, Islamic medicine, Greek medicine, as well as traditional Chinese medicine. And I began to change my life. I was raised up in Edenic culture, what is called Edenic lifestyle. And so I began to embrace the Edenic lifestyle more. I'm a vegetarian. I do not eat meats. We do not believe in the concept of kosher meats or kosher diet. Sacrifices are actually considered under the statutory in Hebrew culture. You have laws, statutes, and judgment. The law, command, mitzvah, that's constitutional. Then you have statutory laws, which is traditional and is also derived from man. And then you have judgments, which is the office that actually determines whether statutory laws in a generation are upholding the commands. And so under halakha, meat eating of any kind is forbidden because it does not uphold the Torah constitutional covenant. And the prophets make that plain and clear. The Essenes make that plain and clear. All of our other scriptures that's been stripped out of your Bibles that we have makes that very plain and clear, that and everything. So I adopted a holistic lifestyle. And of course, the greatest thing is that how the Eternal Creator introduced me fully to the Ruwah Qodesh in 2001. And it was a female voice. And just long story short, there was a tragedy going on, and this female voice specifically said to me, she said, the reason why your marriage failed and your wife turned on you and committed an abomination as she did is because she didn't know in whose image she was made, and you didn't know in whose image she was made. Thus, you didn't have the knowledge to be able to teach her and guide her properly. And she didn't have the path and the example for her to be able to pattern herself after. And so she never became who she was in her essence. And so she failed, and your marriage failed. And I was crying at the time when that was happening. And that is when the Ruwah Qodesh introduced herself. And that's when the Ruwah Qodesh started teaching me this knowledge. It just came out of that whole thing. And she opened my eyes. And when I became holistic and everything, and I eventually went to medical school and took up both Eastern medicine and Western medicine, and I became a medical inventor. In 2009, I created a medicine called fetal hemothal RX, based off of traditional Chinese medicine. I have a second version of it now that has actually come out. They're manufactured through FDA-approved facilities. I started taking it myself while I was also prescribing it for sickle cell patients. And what it was found out is that it was actually causing our hemoglobin to normalize. And we had studies, we had blood tests, we had labs. All the sickle cell patients and everything that was taking these medicines started to stabilize and normalize, and that included myself. And so my health went from being a struggle, being a life threat, to the point where I'm actually healthier than most people who are free of genetic disease and everything. I'm healthier than most people who are younger than me. I'm healthier than most people in my extended families and tribes. Sickle beta thalassemia is no longer a death threat to me whatsoever. I have not been to an emergency room in a hospital since 2019. 2019. So my life now is not centered on worrying about my thalassemia. My life is now centered on teaching other people how to prosper in their health, how to prosper mentally, how to prosper spiritually, and take the knowledge that Yahweh has given me, that activated in me, that caused the Torah to activate in me, so that I could become a living example of what it means to be Torah manifest. One thing about me, I don't teach anything that you can't utilize in your life. I don't like speculation and playing with the things that tickle your fantasy. I like to teach substance and principles that I know is going to work. And so I want the Torah to activate in the lives of the people that I encounter, just like it activated me. Because I can tell you now, if you be of the Ruwah Qodesh, you are exempt from the curses of the Torah. I'm gonna say it again. If you be of the Ruwah Qodesh, you become exempt from the curses of the Torah, and you become eligible and favored for the blessings. And you know people what? By their fruits. So if you're producing fruits in your life, There's prosperity, healing, peace, humility. You have integrity and character, and you're honest, and you're able to bring people together rather than tearing people apart. Those are your fruits, and that defines you and says you are within the Torah covenant. But if you're not manifesting those things and the curses of the Torah come upon you, that means you're not in the Torah covenant yet. You're trying to follow the letter of the law, but you are not actually in the Torah covenant, and that's why it won't activate to you. Because, and watch this, in the book of Ezekiel, let's see here. Book of Ezekiel, chapter 36. Watch this. And there's another passage before then. I didn't write it down. That actually repeats this. But we're going to use Ezekiel chapter 36. It says in chapter 36, verses 4. Let me see where I want to start. I'm going to start with verse 17, 35:17. We're going to read this in context. It says, Son of man, when the house of Israel dwelt in their own land, they defiled it by their own ways and deeds, like we're doing today. It says, to me, their way was like the uncleanliness of a woman in her monthly period. So I poured out my wrath on them for the blood they had shed on the land. Think about what's going on today. And for the idols, they defiled it. And I scattered them amongst the Gentiles, and they were dispersed throughout the lands. And I have judged them according to their ways and their deeds. And when they came to the Gentiles, wherever they went, they profaned my set apart name, for it was said of them, these are the people of Yahweh, and yet they have gone out of his land. But I had compassion on my set apart name, which the house of Israel had profaned amongst the Gentiles wherever they went. Therefore say to the house of Israel, thus saith the Master Yahweh, I do not do this for your sake, O Yisrael, but for my set apart name's sake, which you have profaned amongst the Gentiles wherever you went. How do you profane the name of the Creator? By walking opposite of the fruits of the Ruwah Qodesh, by claiming you are under the curses of the Torah and then manifesting those curses in your life while trying to say you follow the Torah. It's an oxymoron. It's a contradiction in and of itself. How can you give glory to the name of the Creator and not profane it and everything if you're going to have fruits in your life that is opposite and non-representative of what it means when he's in your life and what he does for your life? If your life is opposite of what you claim to believe in, you're bringing profanity to the name of the Creator, because you're actually diminishing the power and the mightiness of his image and his likeness. It says, verse 23, and I shall set apart my great name, which has been profaned amongst the Gentiles, which they have profaned in their midst. And the Gentiles shall know that I am Yahweh, declares the Master Yahweh, when I am set apart in you before their eyes. And I shall take from you amongst the Gentiles, and I shall gather you out of all the lands, and shall bring you into your own land. Now pay attention to this. And I shall sprinkle clean water on you. We call that a mikvah. And you shall be clean. Then it says, from all your filthiness and from all your idols, I cleanse you. And then it says, and I shall give you a new heart. That's a new mind. And put a new spirit within you. It says, and I shall take the heart of stone out of your flesh and give you a heart of flesh. That means I'm going to take you out of the artificial way of life, outside of the Edenic covenant, and I'm going to bring you back to your original natural design. That's why he says a heart of flesh. Your original natural design, your mind, your original natural design of how he originally created you to be able to function, to think, and to live. And it says, and I shall take the heart of stone out of your flesh, and I shall give you a heart of flesh. And then it says, and I put my spirit within you, and I shall cause you to walk in my Torah and guard my right rulings, and you shall do them. What's the pattern? He says, I put my spirit within you, and then I shall cause you to walk in my Torah. You can't walk in the Torah first. That's the problem. We have too many people who are trying to follow the letter of the law, and it does not activate in their lives. They're not getting the prosperity. You got a lot of Hebrews who are in poverty, a lot of Hebrews who are angry, a lot of Hebrews who suffer from mental disparity, a lot of Hebrews who have degenerative self-caused diseases that they have normalized amongst themselves and don't know how to get rid of, don't know how to eradicate. They don't know how to bring about healing. And so they sit there in the curses and wallow in it while trying to say, we are the people, we follow the commands. No, that's not how it works. And the reason why all of these things is because you're missing that one element, the Ruwah Qodesh. Without the Ruwah Qodesh, without Kol Kima, you cannot walk in the laws, statutes, and judgments of the Creator. You cannot activate the Torah in your life. And so that's why you see some people who do follow the Torah, and we're prospering, we're evolving, we have favor and everything. We have strength, we have influence, we have global influence, we have political influence, we have economic influence. People always are railing and screaming and being and moaning, I'm not gonna say the word, moaning about Jews. Jews control this, Jews control that, Jews control the media, Jews control all the financial economic system. Yeah, because the Eternal Creator told us we were going to. So what's the problem? I'll tell you what the problem is. The problem is Jews who are activating the Torah, and you can't activate the Torah in certain areas, but then don't know how to use what they have activated for the benefit of mankind. It's not about the control of the system. It's what they're doing with their control, like poisoning Gentile culture with TV shows that depict Black American women as hood rats, BET, promoting LGBTQ through media, and bringing about moral corruption of Gentile peoples that they wouldn't even do amongst themselves, even though they're doing it in Tel Aviv. That's the abuse. But at the end of the day, because of the favor and the promise, keep in mind, the Eternal Creator cares more about the promise than he cares about wicked Israel. The promise is what the Eternal Creator is considering. So we are activated with, in our genes, in our genetics, with certain greatness that's going to come out of us and everything. That's why Israel, as small of a nation, a dot on the map, has more innovative technology that they're giving in medicine and science and helping eradicate diseases than all of Asia combined. That's a fact. All of the advancements in medicine and healthcare and all of this stuff here making the world a better place is actually coming out of Israel. Everything evil is not coming out of our people. We just unfortunately have that evil element that needs to be eradicated, and that is playing as a stunt for us, from us being maximized and having the good that's in us recognized. The bad that is manifesting is actually overshadowing the good that we have. But at the end of the day, because of who we are, if there was a war, if the whole continent of Africa came up against us and they joined alliance with the whole Middle East and the whole Near East and everything, Israel can beat them by themselves. People always talking about, well, you all evolved from Egypt and you just Egyptian culture. Yeah, Britain evolved, the United States evolved from Britain. But who's in control? Who's the dominant culture? Who's the one that's the most advanced, and who follows who? So it's not about where you come from. It's about who you are and what you have become. And we have become, in many respects, the promise that has been given to us. So when somebody talks about the whole Jewish control conspiracy thing, they may deny it because they, I'm like, deny what? That's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be in control. We're supposed to be the leaders. We're supposed to be the influence. The problem is we're not being the light in what we are controlling and what we're leading. We correct that, Israel and the Middle East, both Israel and Ishmael becomes the next superpower. That's just a fact. But you have to activate the Torah in your life to be able to get to that level. And so a lot of people, including my Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters, are suffering from a poverty of mind, and they don't have economic balance. Their homes are not stable. Their health is unbalanced. And all of these different elements of what they claim, what is mentioned in the curses of the Torah, that's what's manifesting. But the elements that's supposed to be activated in your life, to better your life, to cause you to evolve, to help establish you and bring the greatness out of you so that you can maximize your potential and that so you can live up to your original design. It's missing because what? You don't have the Ruwah Qodesh. And so you're trying to follow the letter of the law, and the letter of the law in and of itself does not work for you. That's what's missing. Now, I'm going to be wrapping up. I got, I think, 2 more scriptures. I want to bring this home because Ezekiel, the next chapter. I'm sorry.
Question.
Sure, go ahead.
Give us an example of what you mean by the letter of the law.
In other words, you're just following what you're reading, the external factors, and you're trying to apply it to your life, and it's not working. The spirit, the spirit of the law is when you're able to get the essence and the aim of the covenant. Because there, keep in mind, there's a difference between Torah covenant and Torah law. And so the goal is to become the embodiment of the Torah covenant by upholding the Torah law. But in order to do that, you need the Ruwah Qodesh to be able to manifest and to activate it so that you can manifest what the Torah law is supposed to do in your life so that you can be that example to the rest of mankind. So yeah, the letter of the law, reading the Torah, reading the law, trying to follow the holy days and everything on an external basis with no internal connection is basically just putting you under what we call statutory, the traditions of men and everything, but there's no transformation in your life. There's no prosperity. There's no fruits and character traits like what we have read. They're not manifesting in the lives of the people and everything. So when you have that and you have somebody, that's why you can have somebody who claims to follow the Torah and yet they're on the corner cussing people out because they're following the letter of the law and they don't understand. And the spirit of the law is not manifesting in their lives, because if it was manifesting in their lives, their whole approach to reaching out to the people and being an example in the light would be completely different. And it will bring people closer to us rather than driving people away, if that makes any sense.
All right. Total Ruwah.
In the bar. So we're going to go to Ezekiel 37, and then we're going to be wrapping up. Ezekiel 37, this brings it home into context. When you understand everything that I've been teaching and everything, and you put it into context, then it starts to become clear, what the missing element is. Ezekiel 37 says, "The hand of Yahweh was upon me and took me out by the spirit of Yahweh and set me down in the midst of the valley, and it was filled with bones. And he made me pass among them and around, and see, there were very many on the surface of the valley, and see, they were very dry." On the surface, letter of the law, surface. When you're just on the surface, like for example, you got Christians, when they read the Bible, they're reading the surface. When people use God instead of the name of the Creator, and they just go along with that they're surface believers. And surface believers are usually people who fit this description, what we're reading here. It says, "And he said to me, Son of man, would these bones live?" And I said, "Oh, Master, only you know." Again, he said to me, "Prophesy to these bones, and you shall say to them, O dry bones, hear the word of Yahweh. Thus saith the Master Yahweh to these bones, see, I am bringing into you a spirit, and you shall live." Once again, how do you become alive? Spirit. Because keep in mind, if you're dead to the Torah, you can't follow the Torah. You have to be alive spiritually. You have to be alive mentally and intellectually. You have to be alive culturally connected to the Torah in order to be able to walk in that Torah and make it manifest in your life. And it says, see, I'm bringing into you a spirit, and you shall live. And I put sinews on you, and bring flesh upon you, and cover you with skin, and put a spirit in you, and you shall live, and you shall know that I am Yahweh. And I prophesied as I was commanded. And as I prophesied, there was a noise, and there was a rattling, and the bones came together, bone to bone. If you know anything about trying to organize, trying to get things together, especially when you're introduced to something that you've not known before, and it's not what you're used to hearing and everything, you start to find out your life goes through chaos. You know, if you were a Christian or Messianic and then you adopted the Torah, there are things in your life that have to be rattled and have to be removed and everything. And so there's chaos and there's conflicts, and sometimes you feel alienated, and sometimes you have doubt, and there's confusions and stuff like that. Those are all part of the process of reorganization and everything. When you're moving to the next level, everybody's not going to move to the next level with you. When you start adopting truth and everything, and it starts to contradict with the traditions of man, there's going to be rattling of bones. There's going to be conflict and everything. And so before you could get to that point of being established and being rooted and grounded and being organized, chaos is going to come first. And it says there was a noise and there was a rattling, and the bones came together, bone to bone. And I looked and saw sinews and flesh come upon them, and the skin covered them, but there was no spirit in them. Once again, you got formality. You have the body, you got the congregations, you got the communities, but they're still dead. Because keep in mind, we're talking about here a valley of dry bones, but it's talking about actual people. And if you've studied this before, you know where this is going, what it's talking about. It says, and then he said to me, prophesy to the spirit, prophesy, son of man. Notice it said prophesy to the spirit. Prophesy, son of man, and you shall say to the spirit. Who is the spirit? Kokima. He says, thus saith the master Yahweh, come from the four winds, O spirit, and breathe on these slain so that they live. Because Kokima already made it plain and clear. When you find her, you find life. When she pours out her spirit upon you, she brings life upon you. And it says, and I prophesied as he commanded me, and the spirit came into them, and they lived and stood upon their feet, a very great army. And he said to me, son of man, see, these bones are all the house of Israel. See, they say our bones are dry. Our expectancy has perished, and we ourselves have been cut off. We're under the curses of the law. The curses of the law is who we have become. It's our identity. It says, therefore prophesy, and you shall say to them, thus saith the master Yahweh, see, O my people, I am opening your graves, and shall bring you up from your graves, and shall bring you into the land of Israel, and you shall know that I am Yahweh when I open your graves, O my people, and bring you up from your graves. And I shall put my spirit in you, and you shall live, and I shall settle you in your land, and you shall know that I, Yahweh, have spoken and have done it, declares the master Yahweh. How do you find life? How do you activate the Torah in your life? How do you activate and connect yourself to the mind of Yahweh? I always tell people the goal is to always activate your mind to Yahweh. You have to incorporate the Ruwah Qodesh, Kokima, into your life. Kokima is the one who activates and takes your mind, takes your spirit, and she connects you to the mind of Yahweh. Once you become connected to the mind of Yahweh, then you become alive and activated. Then the Torah becomes alive and activated in your life. And then you become manifest, express image of Elohim in every aspect of your life. That's when the prosperity, that's when the healing, that's when the victories in your life start to manifest and everything. That's when you start really overcoming stuff. That's when you start getting favor in your purpose and your calling, and you're able to evolve and walk at maximum potential in your original design. So now the question is, I need the Ruwah Qodesh to be able to walk in the Torah. Without the Ruwah Qodesh, I can't walk into the Torah. If I can't walk into the Torah, I can't uphold the Torah covenant. If I can't uphold the Torah covenant, then I don't have a relationship with the Creator. If I don't have a relationship with the Creator, then the promises and the blessings do not apply to me. So how do I get this Ruwah Qodesh? Let's find out. Then we're going to wrap up. The first thing is Ezekiel is a priest, a Kohen. Jeremiah is a Levitical priest, a Kohen. The majority of the prophets in the scriptures were Levitical priests, Kohanim. I've heard some very weird stuff about what people think the role of a Kohanim is and everything, but the scriptures make it plain and clear that the Kohanim is actually the constitutional covenant leadership office that Yahweh established, as opposed to the statutory leadership structures that was also established and everything. Like, for example, the Melech, a Melech king, that's a statutory position that is established. That is not a part of the original covenant. When you go back and read, when you think about a rabbi, and these, when I say statutory, that means that they're the priesthood that is established and everything delegates these powers to these particular leaders so that they can fulfill a particular role within the Hebrew community or the Hebrew nation. The Moreh, that's a statutory position. Ashar, that's a statutory position. All of these, Zakin, Shaliach, Majids, Roes, Jewish pastors, all of these are statutory positions. They're not constitutional foundational positions. So when you have communities that are operating independent of how the Torah has established things constitutional wise, and you're operating strictly on statutory and everything, you can find yourself in a bit of trouble, because the anointing is not going to flow on a statutory position as it would a constitutional Torah covenant position and everything, unless that statutory position is delegated by the Torah covenant constitutional position. And this is where it starts at in the Torah. If you go to the book of Bamidbar, the book of Numbers, and just to add to what I was saying, as the book of Malachi makes it clear that the covenant is with Lewi, the Levitical priest, and he says the role of a Kohen is to protect the covenant and teach the covenant, because he is the messenger of the covenant. And so when Ezekiel talks about this messenger that is supposed to come in the future, he's already told you that the Kohen is a messenger of the covenant. So therefore that messenger and everything that he speaks of that is to come is a Kohen, because that is the constitutional covenant position that Yahweh actually established. When you look in the Torah scriptures, it specifically refers to the high priest as Mashiach, anointed. If most people, just for informational purposes and everything, amongst the Mizrahi and Ethiopian diaspora community, I am a Rabbi Kohen. Rabbi Kohen is Aramaic for high priest. It's the Aramaic version of Kohen HaKadol. So we use the Aramaic, the Kohen HaKadol is Chaldean. So we use Rabbi Kohen as opposed to Kohen HaKadol, but it is reference to the same office and position and everything. A lot of people, when they see Rabbi Kohen, they immediately think rabbinical Judaism. I am not a rabbinical Jew. However, I am trained in rabbinical Judaism. I have a master's of rabbinic studies and Hebrew letters and everything. However, Rabbi Kohen is different from a rabbi. Those are completely two different positions. A Rabbi Kohen is a constitutional Torah position, whereas a rabbi is a statutory position. So those are not the same and everything. And so people not understanding our culture and our history, they automatically assume that I'm a rabbinical rabbi, and I'm not. I'm actually a Rabbi Kohen, not a rabbi. So that's just to clear that up. But in the book of Numbers, and this is going to wrap this up, chapter, let me get there. 1 second. I literally just had it. And then my mind went blank. Happens sometimes. Give me 1 second. I literally just had this.
You need some assistance?
I'm sorry?
Do you need some assistance?
I was thinking about something else and I end up putting the scriptures, mixed up the scriptures.
Yeah.
We're talking about the 70 elders in the book of Numbers. Sometimes that happens when I get a whole bunch of stuff going, and I believe it's chapter 11. That can happen sometimes. Okay, so book of bottom of chapter 11. Excuse me. I had written down 2 things and I put the wrong verse. In chapter 11, in verse 16, this is what it says. Then Yisrael said to Moshe, gather to me 70 men of the elders of Israel. This is actually our form of Congress. And of course, that could be a study and everything. If you ever read my book, Develop, Establish, and Leadership, I break down who the 70 elders are in comparison to today's Congress and everything. 70 elders would be the House of Representatives, whereas the priesthood would be the Senate, if you wanted to make comparisons and everything. It says, it says, go gather to me 70 men of the elders of Israel, whom you know to be the elders of the people and officers over them, and bring them to the tent of meeting and let them stand with you. It says, and I shall come down and speak with them there and shall take the spirit, the Ruwah, that is upon you. So the Ruwah Qodesh was upon who? Moses. Moses was literally our first king. Moses was also a Levitical priest because he was from the tribe of Levi. So, and that's, once again, that's a constitutional position and everything. So Yahweh had the Ruwah Qodesh upon him, and he says, and I shall take of the spirit that is upon you and put it on them. Who? The 70 elders. And they shall bear the burden of the people with you, so that you do not bear it to yourself alone. Notice, it's saying here that they can't even be engage in proper leadership if they don't have what? The Ruwah Qodesh. So now we're getting into anointed leadership. In order to have anointed leadership, you've had to already been what? An anointed saint. You have to already have transformed your life, and the Ruwah Qodesh would have already have come into your life, developed your life, and evolved your life, so that you could fulfill your original design. And so if you don't have the Ruwah Qodesh and you get in a position of leadership and you don't have the Ruwah Qodesh, then you don't have, it doesn't matter how much leadership skills and what you done studied and everything, you're not going to be able to fulfill that leadership position how Yahweh wants you to fulfill it. So we already know these 70 elders were already in positions of leadership, but they didn't have the spirit. And it wasn't until after they received the spirit that they were able to what? Bear the burden of the people with Moshe, which is a leadership responsibility. It says, and say to the people, set yourselves apart tomorrow and you shall eat meat, because we wept in the hearing of Yahweh saying. Okay, I'm going to skip this because that is an interpolation in our scriptures and it has nothing to do with what we're talking about per se. I'm going to skip up to the continuation where Yahweh was dealing with the 70 elders. It says, verse 24, and Moshe went out and spoke to the people the words of Yahweh, and he gathered the 70 men of the elders of the people and placed them around the tent. And Yahweh came down in a cloud and spoke to him and took the spirit, the Ruwah, that was upon him, Moshe, Levitical priest, and placed the same upon the 70 elders, meaning they became anointed at that moment. In other words, he prophetically activated them, if you want to use that. And it came to be when the Spirit rested upon them, they prophesied, or more appropriately, they became prophetic, but did not continue. So it was a temporary thing. Now watch this. However, 2 men had remained in the camp. The name of one was Eldad, and the name of the other was Medad. And the Spirit rested on them. The Spirit that came off of Moses went to them, and they weren't even part of the 70 elders. And it says, now they were among those listed, but did not go out of the tent, and they became prophetic in the camp as well. It says, and a young man ran and informed Moshe. So now you see a zealous servant feeling a bit threatened, saying, wait a minute, these people act like they got the same power and anointing as Moses. Let me go tell the leader about this and everything, because we may have to stop this. And it says, and the young man ran and informed Moshe and said, Eldad and Medad are prophesying in the camp. And Yehoshua, son of Nun, Moshe's assistant from his youth, answered and said, Moshe, my master, should we stop them? They're going in protective mode because, once again, they see Moses as the Mashiach. They see Moses as the anointed one. They see Yahweh working through Moses and anointing on Moses. And all of a sudden, now some guys out in the tent acting like Moses, acting as if they're prophets, like who? Moses. And so zealous servants don't like that because they feel their leader is threatened. And you'd be surprised. I've actually been through that situation, especially in my early 20s and everything. Like even with the community in Dimona, Israel and everything. Ben-Ami he acknowledged me and everything. And because I have a prophetic anointing and everything in my life and how I operate, a lot of his followers felt threatened and would literally try to come and like talk to me and tell me to tone myself down because there's only one Messiah and there's only one Mashiach and the Spirit only rests upon Ben-Ami. I've had people actually come, act just like this. They felt threatened. But Ben-Ami himself was not threatened. He acknowledged me till he died. So it says, Moshe, my master, forbid them. Then Moshe said to them, are you jealous for my sake? Oh, that all the people of Yahweh were prophetic, and that Yahweh will do what? Put his Spirit upon them. Keep in mind, there was a time where humanity naturally had the Ruwah Qodesh. It's in the book of Bereshit. But because of the fall and spiraling away from the Edenic covenant, Yahweh took his Spirit from humankind. And as a result of Yahweh withdrawing his Spirit, humankind evolved continuously away from the Edenic covenant and began to establish detrimental things that are, detrimental systems and orders and civilizations and cultures that are actually detrimental not only to humankind, but detrimental to the earth. Even in the scriptures, the earth is referred to as a she, a female. And so Yahweh had to come up with a process in which to be able to restore humankind back to the original design. What is the original design? Eden. The Torah covenant is designed to give us foundation, but the Torah covenant aim is to lead us to the Edenic covenant because that is the original covenant. Keep in mind, Yahweh says, I do not change. So any changes you see that contradicts what he originally established does not come from him. It comes from man. That's why when you see the laws of sacrifice, you see the prophets, Jeremiah 7:22. He says, I did not speak to your fathers when I brought them out of Egypt about matters of sacrifices. So where did they come from? They're statutory. Sacrifices was done before Abraham, before all of our patriarchs came along. That is something they did in the Near East. And it's not much different from what people do today when they have barbecues or you cook your food and everything. We just do it a little bit different, but it's still sacrifice and everything. So we have to see the process. We have to understand who we're dealing with. We have to understand who the eternal creator is, who Elohim is. Everything that's been taught about who Elohim is lately, recently, in the past thousands of years, have not been correct. Ironically, in Hebrew culture, we have these two types of trees. One is called the Essene tree of life. One is called the Kabbalah tree of life. They're basically identical and everything. There's a few different variations, but one thing they show on the tree of life is the fact that we have what's known as the Ein Sof at the top. The Ein Sof is Elohim. But then it breaks down who the Ein Sof is, and it shows Yahweh, Bina, and Kokima. It's literally been on our tree of life in our culture for thousands of years. And that's been an integral part of our culture from Essene to Kabbalah. However, in Western civilization and evolving away from, not understanding Hebrew culture, not having a connection to Hebrew culture, a lot of people just adopted and started to see the scriptures how Christians had taught. Even the Hebrew Israelites, because most Hebrew Israelites come from Christianity, they just simply teach how they were taught by Christianity and everything. Even the method of teaching is actually Christian. We have a pattern of hermeneutics and biblical interpretation of how you're supposed to actually interpret the scriptures and everything. And when you use that pattern, it's under the acronym is PARDES. We use that pattern, the scriptures become more real and is less religious and more historical, more national, more cultural, and more spiritual. And it's more liberating because it gives more understanding and it opens up doors that are previously not able to be activated when you're following the religious course and everything. And so when you look at the process, how do you get the Ruwah Qodesh? Well, Yahweh took Moses. Moses had the Ruwah Qodesh upon him. He took the spirit that was upon Moses, a Levitical priest, and he placed it on the people. When you look at the prophets, the prophet Ezekiel, he was a priest, Kohen. Yahweh used him prophetically to speak the spirit into the dry bones so that they could live. In the book of Joel, and this is going to be the last one. This is the one that shocks a lot of people and kind of angers a lot of people because it's like when you start realizing there's a deliberate mistranslation to throw something off, it kind of make you be like, should I even believe this book in the first place? Is the Bible corrupt? No, Hebrew scriptures are not corrupt. The versions are corrupt. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. All you got to do is go back to the original and you will find the answers that the versions don't give you. So, the book of Joel, let me get back there. And then we're going to wrap up. Here we go. Chapter 2. Going back to chapter 2. Watch this. And this is actually going to explain to you that both Jeremiah and Joel were in existence, lived during the same time that the Essenes that were led by Levitical priests were in existence, and that they actually have referred to them explicitly, but because of Pharisaical tradition, rabbinical tradition, and Christianity, the scriptures have been altered so that you don't see the reference. Watch this. Ezekiel chapter 2. I'm going to start with verse 18. And let Yahweh be jealous for his land and spare his people. And let Yahweh answer and say to his people, see, I am sending you the grain and the new wine and oil, and you shall be satisfied. This is prosperity. And no longer do I make you a reproach amongst the Gentiles. And the northerner I shall remove far from you and drive him away into a dry and deserted land, with his face toward the eastern sea and his rear toward the western sea. and his stench shall come up, and his smell rise, for he has done greatly. Do not fear, O soil, be glad and rejoice, for Yahweh has done greatly. Then it says, do not fear, you beasts of the field, for the pastures of the wilderness shall bring forth, and the trees shall bear its fruit, and fig tree and the vine shall yield their strength. Now watch this. And you children of Zion, be glad and rejoice in Yahweh your Elohim, for he shall give you the Moreh Zadik, teacher of righteousness, and give you and cause the rain to come down for you, the teacher and the latter rain as before. That ain't what it says in your scriptures, is it? Go look it up. Use your Strongs, use your Jacenius, use your lexicon. The word there is teacher of righteousness. It says, he shall give you the Moreh Zadik, and shall cause the rain to come down for you, the Moreh and the latter rain as before. Now, you all have the former rain and the latter rain scriptures. That's not what it says. It's not what it says at all. The teacher of righteousness is the founder, a Levitical priest, the Mashiach, the one who established the original New Covenant and the Dead Sea Scrolls. The New Testament, the New Covenant did not come from Yeshua. He did not establish that. It existed before him, established by the teacher of righteousness. So it'd be obvious why they would want to hide that in scriptures, because it points to a personality that really existed and is associated with the new covenant that Christians want to accredit to Jesus. Jesus is not the founder of the new covenant. The Moreh Zadik is the founder of the new covenant. And the Moreh Zadik is a title and an office that applies to the Levitical Rabbi Kohan, the high priest, Kohen HaGadol. Rabbi Kohan and Moreh Zadik are synonymous in Essene culture. And as I stated before, with Ethiopian Jewish traditions and everything, our whole culture and our whole life is directly identical with Second Temple Essene culture. Our scriptures are exactly a replica of the Essene scriptures. Everything about us is Essene and everything. So that's when it comes to the faith part of my life, I am an Essene. When you contrast it between a rabbinic or a messianic or Orthodox Reform conservative, I'm an Essene. Ethnic wise, I am both Mizrahi and Bet Israel, Ethiopian Jewish. I'm both. And I also have Arabic ancestry as well, because we do have family that come from Oman, Israel. In fact, we actually have a city that is named after our family, Halewi, spelled exactly like the name and everything. So this here is telling you, once again, it's giving a Levitical priest. And then, of course, once it gives the Levitical priest, it's telling you what occurs. And it says in verse 25, it says, I shall repay you the years of the swarming locust is eaten, the crawling locust and the consuming locust and the gnawing locust, my great army which I sent among you. Then you shall eat and be satisfied, and shall praise the name of Yahweh your Elohim, who has done with you so wondrously, and my people shall never be put to shame. And you should know that I am Yahweh in the midst of Israel, and that I am Yahweh your Elohim, and there is no one else, and my people shall never be put to shame. And then we're back to, after you give the Moreh Zadik, and after that I shall what? Pour out my spirit on all flesh. And then it goes into that. Once again, it's connected to the Moreh Zadik. And in Malachi, and this is really the last one, and this is the closing one, in Malachi. Watch this. All right, that's right. This is formatted different. Let me click that way. Keep forgetting this formatted different. Here we go. I always marvel at how some of the scriptures in the East are formatted completely different from how the Christians format their Bibles. In Malachi chapter 2, Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, here we go. In Malachi chapter 2, verse 1. And now, O priest, this command is for you. And this will tell you the role of the priest. And this has nothing to do with sacrifice whatsoever. If you do not hear, and if you do not take it to heart to give esteem to my name, said Yahweh of hosts, I shall send a curse upon you and shall curse your blessings. And indeed, I have cursed them because you do not take it to heart. He's talking to priests. All priests were not anointed. But Malachi was a Levitical priest, an anointed priest, talking to another leadership structure that was not anointed. Think about it. See, I shall rebuke your seed and scatter dung before your faces, the dung of your festivals, and you shall be taken away with it, following festivals externally, without the Ruwah Qodesh, without anointing, and without it being activated, without the Torah being activated. And you should know that I have set this command to you as my covenant being with Lewi, saith Yahweh of hosts. My covenant with him was life and peace, and I gave them to him to fear, and he feared me and stood in awe of my name. The Torah of truth was in his mouth, and unrighteousness was not found on his lips. He walked with me in peace and straightness and turned many away from crookedness. It says, for the lips of a priest should what? Guard knowledge. And they, the people, seek the Torah from who? His mouth. For he, the priest, is the messenger of Yahweh of hosts. And as I stated before in chapter 3, when it says, see, I'm sending my messenger and I shall prepare the way, and he shall prepare the way before me. My messenger is that messenger in chapter 2, the Kohen, the anointed Kohen. And we know it's established in the Torah Constitution, halakhically, it says in Devarim 17, that when there's a matter of dispute before your gates that you cannot resolve yourselves, you go to the Levitical priest and the judge. Those are the two constitutional positions and everything. And it says you should do according to the Torah that what they teach you, and you do not turn from the left or the right. And the man who acts arrogantly is what? Cut off. So you can actually lose your covenant relationship when you do not follow the Torah mandates for leadership. But it makes plain and clear, as we see, that the process is that Yahweh takes the anointing from the priest or the leader that he has standing, and he takes that spirit, the Ruwah Qodesh, Kokima, who is a female, who is the feminine aspect of the Elohim, takes her spirit that is upon the leader, and then he places it upon those who what? Are following the leader and a part of that community. And so a lot of people think that, you could just go pray directly to the creator and the Ruwah Qodesh will come. Well, we've seen how that turned out because it's not produced much. You have plenty of people who claim they're filled with the Holy Spirit. I know people who are claiming to be filled with the Holy Spirit and they're obese. They have diabetes. They have high blood pressure. They have cardiovascular disease. They have lupus. And they have all of these self-caused diseases. And yet they're claiming they're being guided by this Holy Spirit. But the truth is they're actually guided by what we call the Ruwah Debuk. The Ruwah Debuk, whom we associate with the Holy Spirit also in the New Testament. And the reason why we associate that is because Christians call the Holy Spirit the Holy Ghost. A ghost is the spirit of an entity who is dead, or it is the spirit, the Malak spirit of death. So they're saying with the Holy Ghost that they're worshiping the spirit of death. And the spirit of death is called a debuk. And what a debuk is, and just an ending, and what a debuk is, as we understand, a debuk is the spirit of death. It's a spirit that attaches itself to a host, a human being, and possesses them. It feeds on their spirit. It feeds on their nutrients and their entire biological system. While it is feeding itself to keep itself alive, that particular person thinking they're filled with the Holy Spirit, because this spirit also operates as a familiar spirit. A familiar spirit is a spirit that is a fallen angel that is able to imitate Yahweh Kokima, the Ruwah Qodesh. So it could give you knowledge, it could give you foresight and everything, like Balaam. It's almost like being a soothsayer. But you are not guided by the Ruwah Qodesh. It is the familiar spirit in you that is guiding you. And we know this because these people are the ones who start to show physically degenerative diseases in their lives, because it is this spirit that is eating away with them, because the end goal is to cause death, physical death, upon these people. And so they start to have degenerative diseases, they start developing diabetes, they start having heart problems and all of these things here. And instead of doing how our forefathers used to do, where we voluntarily gave up the ghost, meaning that we died on our time after we fulfilled our purpose, after we fulfilled our calling, after we maximized our potential, after we did everything Yahweh has created to do and be and everything, and we become elderly, we have the power and the control over our lives to give up the ghost. However, the Ruach Debuk, the spirit of death, takes away that power and causes people to go through degenerative disease, and then eats away, and they go through suffering, they go through pain until they die. And once they die physically, that spirit detaches itself and then goes and looks for another host. And the cycle starts all over again. So that is why you see people who claim to have the Holy Spirit, and yet the fruits that are manifesting in their lives says it's the debunk. Why? Because you don't know a person by their theology. You don't know a person by everything they say. You know a person by the fruits that they're producing in their lives, the character traits that they're producing. And we saw the character traits that are supposed to be manifesting in our lives. If those things are not manifesting and a person is showing themselves as prophetic, they're no different than Balaam, a soothsayer. And I can guarantee you there's plenty of soothsayers in our midst and amongst us. I've met them, smart enough. Their debug knows don't come around Kohen Shalomim, because Kohen Shalomim has the power to cast you out. So I don't have that problem with people with debug, prophetic anointings and stuff. They steer clear of me, which is in their best interest anyways. So this is the missing element. We're missing an element that talks about life. We're missing an element that talks about our relationship, developing our relationship with the Creator. We're missing the element that's talking about activating the blessings of the Torah and removing the curses of the Torah. We're missing an element that is designed to make sure we're healthy, make sure we can heal, make sure our mind is stable, and make sure we're everything that the Eternal Creator has originally designed us to be. We're missing this element, and that element is the Ruwah Qodesh, Kokima. And we need more anointed leaders in whom the Ruwah Qodesh can be put upon, so that they can go out and then Yahweh can take the spirit that is upon them and place it on the people. That's how you activate the Ruwah Qodesh. That's how you empower the people, because when you get the Ruwah Qodesh, you not only become alive, you become empowered. You do experience a new birth. The concept of a new birth comes from our people. We just read it in Ezekiel and everything about the valley of dead bones that came back to life. That is a new birth, a rebirth. That is not a Christian concept. We have to go through the whole process. It's not enough to follow the Torah externally, ritually, traditionally. You have to have the mind of Yahweh to be able to understand what Yahweh is communicating. And you have to be able to hear the voice of Yahweh, what we call the Bat Kol. And what's funny is the Bat Kol is actually called the daughter of the voice, because the voice you're hearing is Kokima. And so even though we have people who talk about talk against the Trinity and the whole thing of monotheism is not a Torah concept. It's not a Near Eastern concept. I think a pharaoh in Egypt at one point promoted the ideology. It did not last. Elohim is plural. Adonai, when we refer to the current creator as Adonai, that is plural. When you're speaking to Elohim, keep in mind there are other Elohims besides Elohim that we're not supposed to be dealing with. Like, for example, you got the Brahmins, you got the Egyptian Elohim and everything. Those are different. The Hebrew Elohim clearly reflects a husband and a father with two wives, Kokma and Bina, who he impregnated, and through him, life and creation was brought forth. The scripture says it clearly. Yahweh founded the earth by them. I founded my family by my wives. We cannot create or procreate as a single entity, as a male. Two males cannot procreate. Two females cannot procreate. A male and two males can procreate. And that's the way it's designed. Even with electronics and everything, you have to have a negative polarity that is able to operate with a positive polarity to produce and activate the energy to power your TVs, to power your phones and everything. If you actually took and tried to connect a negative polarity to another polarity, you can either, it's going to repel itself, one, but you can also cause an explosion. It could be destructive. So there's no such thing as life. There's no such thing as existence. There's no such thing as the universe built on one single entity whom we call our Father. Yahweh can't even be a father unless he has impregnated a female, a mother, to produce life and creation. So when we talk about our Father, somewhere there has to be a mother. And it's the mothers that said with the Father, let us make man in our image and according to our likeness, male and female. And so I'm going to close out, and I want to leave you with that knowledge. And I want to say, may Yahweh bless you, may Yahweh keep you, may Yahweh shine his face upon you, be gracious to you, may Yahweh lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Yevareka kaya wavish moreka, ya wapanavileka vikuneka, Yisaya wapanavileka viasemeka. Shalom. Shalom alaikum. Alaikum shalom.
Shalom. Listen, don't go anywhere yet. Don't go anywhere.
I ain't going nowhere.
Well, you talked about a whole lot of stuff up in there.
Absolutely.
You said a whole lot of things that goes against our understanding of principles of Torah.
Absolutely.
But you being here as a guest is not my position to oppose the things that you had as your opinion, because that's how you expressed them, and we respect that.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to take it to the questions in the chat.
Absolutely.
Does anyone have any questions? Because I didn't see a whole lot jumping up. I posted one thing in here that I would like for you to explain a little bit about, and then I'll go to some others. But family, listen, this is the time for questions, comments. We know that you got a lot of things running in your spirit, a lot of things running in your mind. Now is the time to ask those things. So I'll stall a little bit by posting one of the scriptures that I posted, and I would like for you to explain the difference between riches and wisdom being here used in the way that it's being used about King Solomon. King Solomon passed all the kings of the earth in riches and in wisdom. Now, it doesn't appear there that King Solomon is trying to have a worship form of relationship with wisdom. Right. If he has to go into, because earlier, as you explained about wisdom, it spoke in a reference of honoring wisdom. I even heard you speak once about wisdom, the Most High. You refer to Elohim Chachma, and mm-hmm. It wasn't in the form of the wisdom of the Most High, but it was as if these two were one. Was I correct in that understanding and how you put it?
I'm trying to say, you saying the essence, Elohim, Kokma, Yahweh, and Bina is considered one in the same fashion, because it's the word Echad. In the same fashion is when I explain when a man cleaves unto his woman and the two become one flesh. Like, for example, one of the examples I like to give is that when me and my wife got married and everything, we created a relationship in the family. And the family is based off of my tribal name, which is Halewi. So my wife's last name is Halewi. All the children name is Halewi. Okay, so if I take on another wife, I do not take on an additional relationship. That wife comes in and she becomes a part of the one. Any woman, it doesn't matter how many of I have 2, 3, 4, 5. All the women become a part of the one, and all of them are Halewis because it's one family. That qualifies under Echad and everything. That's what it means to be one in flesh with your in your marriages, and that is based off of the fact that the same principle applies to Yahweh, Kokma, Bina, and everything. Even though they're 3 separate entities, they're all considered one family. And that is what, even though, you know, we had, I don't want to get into scholarship and everything, stuff like that, the difference between Elohim and Yahweh in the tradition, but the whole purpose of putting Yahweh Elohim together, because at one time they used to be separate, the whole purpose of putting Yahweh Elohim together was centered around that concept of the family name. So when you refer to Elohim, you're not referring to just Yahweh. Yahweh is one of the Elohim. In fact, in the book of Psalms, it talks about Yahweh standing in the midst of the Elohim. You know, so he is not Elohim by himself. He's a part of the Elohim. And the Elohim is one, Echad.
Okay. In reference to the Elohim, we have a different understanding of Elohim. It's fine. We're not here for that today. Slightly different from where you're coming from. But I really wanted to know how you interpreted that scripture there, where King Solomon passed all the kings of the earth in riches and wisdom. How would you, because the word there used is kakma. So how would you interpret that?
Okay, so in simple terms, how we teach in the yeshiva, and it's very simple. Are you familiar with the deity known as Baal?
Absolutely.
That's a deity. That's his name. That's a proper noun. His name is Baal. But at the same time, in our scriptures, when we refer to somebody as a husband, we refer to them as Baal. And we know that using the word Baal in that usage, that's not the same as referring to an actual person. There's actually a position. So when somebody called him, in our culture, we use the term Adon to refer to the husband, actually. But, you know, some aspects of the culture, they use the term Baal. But we know that that particular Baal husband is not the same as Baal, the deity. It's the same thing. Right here, we're talking about wisdom, the ability to use your knowledge effectively, meaning gathering knowledge and being smart, being intelligent, and using what you know effectively in your life. We know that's not talking about Kokima, the deity. It's simple.
Okay, that's how you interpret it. Very well. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we have another question here. Okay, here's a question. We know the Most High has no one next to him or below him. So where would the wives that he has used to make creation with fit into that?
So where would the wives that he has used to make creation to fit into that? Actually, in the teachings, I actually broke it down how that fits. It already said, let us. He says, besides me, there is no other Elohim. Keep in mind, there's no other Elohim besides him. So that is different. Because like, once again, the example I gave, there are other Elohim, like the Brahmin traditions, like the Christian traditions, like the Egyptian traditions. Those are Elohim. He says you're not supposed to have those no other Elohim besides him. And he makes it plain. And think about it, as I explained in the book of Proverbs and the book of wisdom, it makes it plain and clear that there were co-creators, and they go into detail about how they gave birth and everything. So there's no contradiction to that. There's no other Elohim but this Elohim that we worship, which is the Elohim of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who was Yahweh, Bina, and Kokima.
Are you familiar with the term Ha Elohim?
I'm sorry?
Are you familiar with the term Ha Elohim?
Ha Elohim, yes. The Elohim.
So if it's speaking in reference to the Elohim, who would that be?
The Elohim is Yahweh, Kokba, and Mina.
Okay.
Now, and keep in mind, let me go further. Let me go further. Keep in mind, we have a host of heaven. We have councils in heaven and everything, divine host and everything. They also can be considered the Elohim. Like when he spoke and says, speaking to the Elohim, the council, he stood and spoke in the council of Elohim. There are different levels. We have Malachim and everything. However, that type of Elohim fits into the broader, I guess you would say, kingdom, leadership and structure and everything. All of that is because the Malachim are considered part of the Elohim, but they're servants also of the Elohim. So you have different levels. You have the Malachim, you have the Seraphim, you have the elders. We also believe in the concept of the guardian angel and everything. We have different aspects that, keep in mind, remember I was talking about constitutional leadership and everything, and then you have the statutory, the ones that are delegated. Well, Yahweh, the Elohim, delegates power and authority to these other entities that are part of the Elohim. Like, for example, we know that in the book of Moshe, which they call Jubilees, that the Malachim control the weather. We know specific angels: Gabriel, Michael. Michael is one of his eldest twins, and everything. All of this represents the structure of the Elohim. But who we worship is Yahweh Elohim. We don't worship the angels. We don't worship the elders. We respect them. But everybody worships Yahweh Elohim.
All right. We have here where Brother Asa, he gives a whole dissertation. I think he asks a question a little bit later. But he's much. Now, I didn't go through these things ahead of time, so I don't know what they are in referencing. I just know that these are questions and comments. As the extra biblical books have opened us up to new philosophical insight is correct. Concepts such as the curse of the law, spirit of the law, fruit of the spirits are not Hebrew nature. Very good. Very good. Let me see what he says here. Do you have a comment on to that before I find the next one?
Well, there's no such thing as extra biblical books. The Bibles that you all read are actually the extra biblical. The ones that we have are the original. And we have scriptures that you all don't have. So you are the ones that are at loss and are the ones who need the rest of the scriptures. What you call extra biblical books are not extra biblical because they were never additional. The extra biblical concept is a religious concept. That is not a Hebrew concept. And so with the rest of everything is said, that is based off of the fact that you're not learned in the original Hebrew scriptures. You learned from a version of the Bibles. And that's why your conclusion is like that, because your conclusion is not correct whatsoever. And I actually just spent several hours proving that with the Dead Sea Scrolls. Dead Sea Scrolls is not an extra biblical book. The Book of Wisdom is not an extra biblical book. Our scriptures.
How do you view the scrolls?
I'm sorry.
Our scriptures. I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
Is somebody asking the question?
I was asking, how do you view the Dead Sea Scrolls?
How do I view this? The Dead Sea Scrolls?
Meaning books of the Torah.
I mentioned that Dead Sea Scrolls are in the same concept as Talmud. That's the Essene Talmud. The New Testament is the Christian Talmud. The the Gemara and everything, and the Mishnah make up the rabbinical Talmud. These are statute. The Torah is made up of constitutional laws, statutes, and judgments. Statutes are actually laws and customs that are derived from man that are designed to create the culture and the lifestyles in order to try to uphold the Torah culture. And so the wisdom, so we have books and writings and everything. Just like we have every nation and civilization has a library full of books on different subjects and everything. Our people were no different whatsoever. I lost my train of thought.
Well, let me ask you, since you lost your train of thought, let me squeeze in there.
I'm sorry. I know what I was saying. Let me finish that. I know what I'm saying. So the Dead Sea Scrolls is our guide and is our traditional culture that's been around for 2,000 years unchanged of how we follow and we deal with upholding the Torah covenant and everything. Just like the Talmud is a guide for the rabbinics and the New Testament is a guide for Christians. Even the Muslims, they have their forms of Talmud and everything, which are books used to interpret and rightly try to implement the Quran. This is something that's always been a part of Near Eastern culture. And so I'm not sure the concept of extra biblical books is a Western concept because there's nothing such thing as extra biblical books in Hebrew culture. And keep in mind, I come from Mizrahi and Ethiopian culture, and our culture is our scriptures is 1,500 years older than the Bibles that are used over here, because the Bibles you all use were created, invented in 1008 CE, which is a little bit over 1,000 years ago. And the Talmud is older than your Bibles. The New Testament is older than your Bibles. And your Bibles are based off of what is known as the Masoretic text. And if you even just read the complete works of Josephus, you will know that the Masoretic text is a stripped down version of anything, because the book of Josephus is based off of scriptures that's based in the library of Jeremiah, library of Nehemiah, that gives way more information, has way more knowledge and everything. Our scriptures is our people, our history, our books and everything are not limited to no Bible version. That is something that Christianity and Western people have created, and that is something we categorically reject. We're not bound in a box of books and everything. So we respect all of our writings, and we respect all of the elders who have written and everything, and we consider all of the scriptures as equally important. There's no one scripture more important than the other. The only thing that's the most important is the Torah covenant laws. Anything after that is statutory, and that's why we have judicial law that determines whether statutory laws that are implemented in a generation are upholding the Torah covenant. And that's why, for example, sacrifices, I make example of sacrifices. Prophetic law makes it plain and clear. Sacrifices is an abomination because it is a statutory tradition invented by men that the Eternal Creator did not give to us, and it does not uphold the Torah covenant, because the Torah covenant says, thou shalt not murder. And then in Isaiah 66:3, it makes it plain and clear. He who kills or slays a bull is as if he slays a man. So it's equated with murder. And so anytime you kill an animal, anytime you eat an animal, you're engaging in breaking the Torah covenant because you're following a statutory law that is not in compliance with it, and you're cutting yourself off. And that's why you see all of the disease, and you see all of the diabetes and high blood pressure and all of that stuff there. Those are curses of the law for when you're not following it. And if you pay attention, it's directly associated with food. The Eternal Creator did not give us food that will kill us, that will cause disease. The Eternal gave us food and eating that gives us life, which is defined as life and good, whereas those foods that produce disease are defined as death and evil. Right. And it all boils down to whether you're raised. People who are not raised up in Hebrew culture don't know how we operate. And I see it all the time in Western culture and everything. And there's so many missing elements. And basically you go by what you have. And I understand that, and most people still use Christian interpretation based off of religious views of the scriptures. And that is not how you're supposed to use the scriptures, interpret the scriptures or use it whatsoever. And that's why the Torah doesn't manifest or activate in a lot of people's lives.
Okay. We have another question for you. There's another question. Sister says, Bati Saadia, so are you saying the Creator could only bring forth creation through wives? Because
What did what did Proverbs chapter 3 say? I didn't say that. It said Yahweh founded the earth through being and Kokim. That it doesn't need interpretation. It's not what I said, it's what the scripture says.
because my understanding is that the Creator, equal Elohim, has both masculine and feminine attributes, which could also divinely bring forth creation.
I have no problem with that.
Kakma and Bina.
Kokim and Bina.
Okay.
Those are the feminine aspects of the Elohim.
Okay. I think it's no coincidence that wisdom is characterized as a female, because in my understanding, the Most High has honored women with a special type of intuition. That's the way. So many are working so hard to have these separate entities within one. You can feel the division is going so. The family is broken in so many ways. Okay. The ideal sounds good, but not referenced in Torah. We would have to embrace the extra books to understand. Okay.
I'm not sure what that means, but okay.
Also, in terms of sickness, you said it stems from the Ruwah. So
Debug.
when was the Creator upset with King Ahaziah, inquired of Baalzebub in 2 Kings 2:1-16?
Let me go and see, because I'm trying to figure out what does that have to do with maybe if it's what I think it is. Let's see.
Bati, would you like to come on the screen to ask that question? Because this is a little,
Yeah.
Confusing.
Yeah.
In terms of sickness, you said it stems from Ruach, from the lack of the Ruach. So why then was the Creator upset with King Ahaziah for inquiring of Baalzebub in 2 Kings? Okay.
Yeah. I can go there and see if I can make out. Can that person speak?
I just asked her. She may still be present where she can. Here she is. She took the link. Okay, I'm going to bring her on the stage.
Shabbat shalom, everyone.
Shabbat.
Shabbat shalom.
You want to clarify your question there?
So, Rabbi Shalomim, sorry, Dr. Rabbi Shalomim, you said that in terms of like sickness that people have, or even in terms of praying to the Creator and they feel like they are full of the Ruach, you were saying that it's a particular Ruach, which could be a fallen Malakim, or familiar spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So basically what I was saying was that in 2 Kings chapter 1, verse 16, it says that the Most High Elohim was upset with King Ahaziah because instead of when he became ill, he did not pray to the Creator. He went and had his messengers inquire of Baalzebub, and yeah, and as such, the Creator said that he would not come down off the sickbed, and he would surely die there. So I was just trying to gain an understanding as to how would that be attributed to another spirit if the Most High Himself made him sick and also did not heal him.
Well, I'll give you an example. The spirit of lying and deception, it's a deceptive spirit. It's an entity that's fallen, right? And is known to be actually used by whom we call Samael. Some people call him Satan, but there's more than one Satan. But Samael has an army of Malachim, the ones that rebelled and were kicked out of heaven. And we have lion spirits that deceive people, right? But then we have a situation in the Tanakh where a king wanted to know if he could go to, I think it's Ramoth Gilead. And he asked Micaiah. Well, he asked all the false prophets first. And they was like, yes, go. The Most High is going to be with you. And for some reason, the king just knew they were lying. But he still wanted to know whether he should go. Now, he already knew the truth because he just asked. And when they told him, yeah, he didn't believe any of the prophets that he had. And so he goes and gets Micaiah. And Micaiah comes and he says, should I go up to Ramoth Gilead? And Micaiah sarcastically says, yeah, go ahead. The Most High will be with you. He said, didn't I tell you only to speak the truth to me? And Micaiah said, okay, you want the truth? Okay, since you want the truth, I saw in the host of heavens, and Most High said, who will go down and become a lion spirit? The host of heaven, he called Satan. He said, who will go down and deceive the king to go into Ramoth Gilead? And all the hosts was looking left and right. Keep in mind, we got a host. So there was a whole bunch of these beings standing around. Everybody like, okay, we're going to do it. And this one little spirit comes and says, I'll go do it. And Yahweh says, how would you go down and do it? He said, I will become a lion spirit and deceive him. He said he will become. He wasn't a lion spirit. He said, I'll just do it because remember, we got the principle of the stumbling block principle where when you put a stumbling block before your heart and then you go inquire of the Creator, he answers you according to the stumbling block in your heart. So in that case, they used a spirit of Yahweh, a different entity. It wasn't Yahweh because he asked him. Yahweh said, how are you going to do it? Yahweh was supposed to be all knowing. But he asked him, how are you going to do this? And the spirit says, well, I'm going to be a lion spirit for you. He said, okay, go do it. And that's what happened. Okay. So when you engage in any type of sin that is anti-Torah or that is destructive in nature, you automatically open the door and create portals for the debug to come into you. So the fact that the king had already went and inquired of Beelzebub says that he was already controlled and influenced by this being, because if he wasn't, he wouldn't have did it. And so when you allow yourself to be controlled, and I'm just gonna say, when you allow yourself to be controlled by the Holy Ghost and everything, Yahweh is going to allow the curses of the Torah to come upon your life. He doesn't have to actually stretch out his hand. He can, but he doesn't have to stretch out his hand and curse you with illness and everything. He's already put the law of consequence and the law of relativity in motion that says, if you engage in this, this is going to be the consequence. If you touch this and violate this law, this is what's going to automatically happen. So there are a lot of things that are already in motion, which we call the law of nature, and everything that keeps order and authority and everything that are. Once you engage into something, it's going to evoke either a blessing, and it's going to be constructive, or it's going to be destructive in nature and everything. And so when you're dealing with something with prophet, there are times prophetically when the eternal creator will strike you down. And it's usually when he deals with leaders. And that's when when you're in a position of leadership and you're not following your leadership correctly, you answer directly to Yahweh. Now, the people are the ones that can end up in the situations where these spirits, they open up the door and these spirits, the debug comes and goes after them. But when you're in a position of leadership, yes, Yahweh can strike you down and you can end up, and trust me, there's been plenty of times I've made plenty clear, you can end up where you're attacked by Yahweh and Satan at the same time because of your behavior. So, that's how it is. That's why you have to be careful and mold your life correctly and know the knowledge of the Creator and how to activate the Torah of your life properly and everything. Because ultimately, it's more about how you live your life as opposed to whatever your theological position is. Because there are people who don't follow the Torah exactly, that are Gentiles, that follow Buddhism and everything. They're considered righteous Gentiles because the core of their beliefs are in harmony with the spirit of the Torah. So even though they're not in the Torah covenant, they're still counted as righteous in their lifestyles and everything because they align with the ultimate spirit of the Torah. And that's why in Micah, and this is the essence. It's on the theme of our whole community, and why I've been so successful being a Rabbi Kohen around the world. That can be the only rabbi that can go to Pakistan, the only rabbi that can go to Saudi Arabia and be accepted and be listened to and be safe and everything. I'm the rabbi that actually helped Jews be able to get the first Jews in Pakistan to get registered. It was all over the news. I'm also the rabbi that actually helped the WWE get to perform in Saudi Arabia and everything. I created what was known as the Seed of Abraham Initiative, and I actually helped create the Abraham Accords, where they have a synagogue, a mosque, and a church in the United Arab Emirates, and we're all coexisting, and we're learning to respect each other. We're learning to understand each other's differences. We're learning to work together for the greater good of humanity and everything. And this is the basis of our ministry, which is based in Micah chapter. I hate when I use a different scripture. Micah chapter 5. Chapter 4. It says, and pay attention to this. It says, and he shall judge amongst many peoples and reprove strong nations afar off. They shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither teach battle anymore. It says, but each one shall sit under his vine and under his fig tree. That is a reference to faith. That is a reference to culture. That is a reference to religious belief. And it says, with no one to make them afraid, for the mouth of Yahweh of hosts has spoken. And then it says, for all peoples, each one walk in the name of their own deities. But we walk in the name of Yahweh, our Elohim, forever and ever. In that day declares Yahweh, I gather the lame and I bring together the outcasts, those whom I have afflicted. And so that's what we base our whole organization and community principles on when we deal with people of different cultures and different faiths and everything. We worship and follow the Torah covenant. We follow and worship Yahweh Elohim. But there are people who don't worship and follow Elohim. But if they're walking in righteousness, they're counted as righteous amongst the Gentiles. If their lives are productive and are not constructive in nature, then we consider them as brothers and sisters of the earth. And that's our stance, because that is the whole aim of the Torah, is to bring the world together. Everybody's not going to be Hebrew. Our scriptures make that plain and clear, especially in the Testament of 12 patriarchs and everything. Everybody's
Right,
going to go ahead.
Sorry. No, I'm aware that everyone is not going to be Hebrew. The Most High did say, let the nations serve, their deities, but for Israel to serve the Creator. But in terms of sickness, what about when Job was afflicted, or even when our forefather
Who's Job afflicted by?
Well, he was afflicted. So from my understanding, good and evil work for the Creator. That's what the Creator says. And even in terms of the discourse between Ha-Satan and Ha-Elohim, Ha-Satan told Ha-Elohim that he had been going to and fro the earth as he was commanded. And in terms of the affliction, it was Ha-Elohim's, he gave Ha-Satan permission to afflict Job. But if he had not given Ha-Satan permission to afflict Job, then affliction wouldn't have occurred. So it's kind of like, for me, it is quite contradictory, because the Creator is always in control of everything. So it's like the way in which, and it could be my understanding, because I did say that I was gonna rewatch this. It seems like the way in which you're teaching it is like it's separate entities, and that's the confusing part for me.
Okay. That's understandable because you were raised and taught different from what ethnic Hebrews are raised and taught. We're different. I'm an ethnic Hebrew. I come from a tradition of people that an unbroken chain of Hebrew culture that's indigenous to the Middle East. So I would expect that what we believe and how we follow, that people who are not originally part of our culture and our people would be confused if they were taught something different that is not in accord to how we do things. So, and keep in mind, when I was talking about the valley of dry bones, remember I said the Spirit was spoken into them. Confusion was the first start. So when you're introduced to something, the first thing that's going to come is confusion. And the confusion is when your spirit said, okay, now we got to figure out what's right and what's wrong. Is it what I already believe that's right? Or is it what is being introduced to me as right? So confusion is a good thing. That means you're trying to figure it out. And so go back and listen to
but
it.
thank you.
You know, and if you trust in the Creator and you want His Spirit, He'll help you figure it out.
Most happy praise. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Oh, wow. I was doing all that talking. I couldn't even be heard. Wow. Monty, please forgive me. I was in the background tearing it up like, what, they not hearing me or something?
Oh,
And
I didn't hear your voice.
I realized I had took myself off the screen, so therefore y'all couldn't hear me no more. Oh, man. Dang. Okay. All right. So now I understand now. I understand. Oh, I was talking that whole time. But not thinking but, elaborating, and it was gone. So anyway, I think what she's speaking of, that you didn't answer that question to my satisfaction. When she asked, was they all, the works of the Most High?
Yeah, I didn't get that question.
Yeah, because that's what I think she's pointing at, and then she's right on that. Everything, both good and evil, comes from the Almighty. Everything. So the question is, if the Creator was the one who was actually responsible for bringing down the wrath on Job, bringing down the wrath on Azariah, bringing down the wrath on Hezekiah by way of sickness, why is it that you're teaching that it came from another entity?
Well, one thing is, like I say, how we have a whole system, indigenous system of how we use and interpret scriptures. That's one problem between us two being different. The other thing is that biblical narrative is that biblical narrative. It is a story that is told. It is not law. It is not set in stone. It's a narrative, because there are things in the narratives that actually outright contradict Torah law. And that's been known even amongst scholars. Like the saying is, biblical narrative usually contradicts Torah law. That's just the reality of it and everything. Like I give you an example. Yaakov had two wives who were two sisters, yet statutory Torah law says you're not supposed to marry two wives and everything. Even though it's that, and the thing about it is the law itself is not even absolute and everything, because it gives a condition. And if you remove the condition, then it wouldn't be forbidden if you know how to interpret halakha correctly. But once again, that was the situation. And then you have it's forbidden. It's forbidden to commit incest with your mother, with your father, with your sister, and yet most Bible translations in the Western thing says that Abraham and Sarah were brothers and sisters. We know that's not correct, because the rest of our scriptures make it plain and clear that she was actually his niece. And so biblical narrative is not something that we use in the absolute. We use it in the context of storytelling, in the context of learning some morals and everything. But our stance on the Malachim is the fact that Yahweh, Kokim Ambina, created the sons of Elohim, sons and daughters, because Malachim are both male and female. Our scriptures made that plain and clear. They're both male and female, and that the eldest twin son of Michael, Samael, led a rebellion against his father. And he and the angels that joined him were kicked out. It says that in the book of Enoch. It says it in the book of Moses. And the book of Moses is a part of the Torah. And it's actually more important part of the Torah. We accept the book of Jubilees over anything that is mentioned in like Devarim, Exodus, because Exodus, like for example, Exodus and Numbers, those are post-exilic books. They're written by our elders after the first exile. The book of Devarim is a pre-exilic book and is considered the constitutional book. The book of Genesis is several books into one and everything. So once again, we do not see how people see it with religion as this some one unified thing. It doesn't work like that. And so the rebellion by Samael led to them getting kicked out of heaven. And they're the ones who created the faction of evil. And it makes it plain and clear. It says Yahweh did not create evil. It says Satan, Samael, did not create evil. Sin was created by human beings. That's what our scripture says.
Samuel and Satan are two different beings. You're using them interchangeably, but they're two different beings.
I'm sorry?
Samuel and Satan, Satan, are
I'm getting to that. Right. There's multiple. I'm getting to that and everything. The Satan,
Okay.
the Satan of Job is not a fallen angel at all whatsoever. That's not a fallen angel. That's a son of Elohim. I'm just breaking down the fact that even though Samael was kicked out, Azazel, all of them were kicked out, it does not change the fact that they are still sons of Elohim. They're fallen sons of Elohim. All the fallen angels and everything are fallen sons of Elohim who have fallen out of disgrace and have decided to do things that are destructive in nature. Like, for example, the book of Enoch actually starts to name them, and he tells you which Malachim taught a human a certain behavior. Like, for example, there's a specific Malachim that taught humans how to engage in abortion. There's another Malachim, Gadarel, that is responsible for human beings basing their life on books. And it actually says it is a sin, and basing your whole faith in your life on writings is the reason why you can stay in a continual state of fallenness. It names the angel. So we have the names of the fallen beings that are responsible. These are one we call the debug. They're the same thing. And they are responsible for different aspects of destruction of humanity. So it is not Yahweh that is the one that is doing the destruction. He can, and the ones that he did strike, it shows that. But for the most part, it is the debug, the fallen ones that are responsible for creating the conditions and influence humans to act in destructive behaviors that get them in trouble with Yahweh. So I don't accept, and I know it comes from Isaiah, I do not accept the idea that the eternal creator is the creator of good and evil. I don't accept
So
that.
you're saying, so okay, let me remember.
He's just the creator of those who did create evil, because those are his sons, whether they're fallen or not. So I mean, technically, you can't say he created good and evil because he created Samael. Samael fell. So everything derives, you can put it like that.
Okay. So then ultimately, he's the creator of good and evil. Everything comes from the Almighty. There's nothing in existence that could exist that has not permeated from the Almighty.
And keep in mind, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, remember I mentioned about the two spirits that he appointed.
Okay.
The spirit of light and the spirit of death and everything. So it's just semantics of how we're interpreting it and how we're saying it and everything.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, when you're dealing with evil, you're going to be dealing with the spirit of evil and the spirits associated with evil.
All right. It
And
says,
there are people who need to be liberated. That's why we have exorcism. That's why we're able to cast out demons. That is not a Christian concept. That comes from our people. And it's in our scriptures.
you said a lot of things today that I wanted to touch on, but I'm going to hold those things to last. But I did want to speak about Ima Havared. Ima Havared says, I would like to know if Yahweh rules alone or above all. Is he the supreme ruler of all creation?
In a family and a marriage, who's the head of the household? The man. that doesn't negate the importance or the
No,
role
she's
of the
not.
wife.
Yeah, she's not asking. The importance of anyone other.
No,
She's asking.
I'm
your
answering her
opinion.
question. I'm
In
answering her
your
question.
yeah,
I'm
in
answering her
your
question.
opinion, who's the
Let- let-
supreme ruler? It would
let
be
me
the
finish.
creator.
In
Okay.
a family structure, the man is the foundation. The man is the head. The man usually has the final say. So I don't like to use the term supreme ruler, but so we're going to just deal with it and everything in the context and everything, because I don't believe men who rule is still in a fallen state. Men who lead, nurture, and protect are the ones who have returned back to Eden. But since we're dealing with this term and everything, it is the man who is the sovereign ruler of his family. And so, even though we have the Ruwah Qodesh, and the Ruwah Qodesh makes it plain and clear, you have to deal with her to get the favor from the Father. But she says she rejoices in his world, his earth. She have created it, but it's his. So he is the King of Kings, but we also have queens. That's just the reality of it.
Okay. You're giving a whole different way of seeing a different version, of what you understand and what the actual. I think in the Ethiopian Bible is like 72 books, isn't it? In the Ethiopian Bible,
88.
88.
The one,
Okay.
the one that's translated over here is 88. It's still more than that. They didn't put all the books in there, which is kind of disappointing, but they have 88, and
And the book of Enoch is one of those books. Is that right?
Enoch and the Book of Moses Jubilees, which
Yeah.
is considered part of the Torah.
So I know they have a writing called the Book of Enoch, but was that actually a part of their Bible, their canon?
Say it again now?
I know they do have a writing that exists called the Book of Enoch in
Yeah,
Geese.
First Enoch.
In
It's called
Geese,
First
they do
yes.
have it, but I don't know if it's actually connected within the book that they have referenced as the Bible.
It's the Book of Enoch's in our scripture, so I'm not sure what else.
Yeah, see, I'm not sure if it's in the book itself or if it's a separate writings, but I do
No,
know.
we're talking about as far as the scripture structure.
Yes.
No, Enoch is not a separate writing. That's included in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's actually in our scriptures. That's part of our scriptures.
No.
The Dead Sea, because remember, the Dead Sea Scrolls scriptures are 1,500 years older. That means it goes back to around about 500, 400 BCE when the texts were put together, as opposed to Biblia Hebraica, which was 1008. Did I say that's BCE? 500 BCE, whereas the Biblical Hebraica, which removes all of these books. Well, and the thing about it, we need to go back. The Council of Jamnia was the first council in AD 90 that started to remove the books, because the rabbinics, and that's a whole nother story, and it actually pisses me off emotionally and personally about the situation. But the rabbinics, the Pharisees, who were Idumeans, we had some Levitical priests that were part of the Pharisees, but they were Idumeans, and they left our people out high and dry to be murdered and massacred in Jerusalem after they made a back deal with the Romans to allow them to come out and create this whole new religion called Rabbinical Judaism and everything, where and the Essenes and all of that get ripped apart, have babies being torn out, and now people just mercilessly brutalized and everything. And so after they betrayed us in the war and made a pact with Rome, they went to and created the Council of Jamnia to start to remove the books that are associated with our people, so that in an attempt to erase our memory and erase our influence on Hebrew culture, so that they could be the dominant force in everything. So what people have adopted today is actually Idumeanism. Even the Hebrew Israelites, it's Idumeanism that is actually being taught. It's not Israelite culture. If you follow anything outside of the Essenes, if you go back and read all the first century historians, the Essenes were the only ones who were ethnic Israelite. The Sadducees were descendants of Canaanites. They were not ethnic Israelites. And then the Pharisees were Idumeans. Keep in mind, they were converted to Hebrew culture forcefully by Jonathan Hyrcanus and everything. And that's why they don't worship Yahweh. They forbid the worship of Yahweh. They took all of our, they stripped our scriptures out, and then they developed a whole new system called the Talmud. And then said, and today, if you listen to Orthodox, they say that the Talmud is the Torah and is superior to the written Torah and everything. So what you're dealing with over here and what Hebrew Israelites have adopted and the Christians have adopted is based on Adumianism, not Israelite culture. So Ethiopian scriptures and Ethiopian culture, it is in scholarship. We are directly a direct replica of Second Temple Judaism based on the Essenes. And there's very little that has changed about our culture. Even the rabbinics have acknowledged that and everything. And our scriptures are completely intact. We're the only ones that faithfully translated the scriptures in the Ge'ez and the Amharic and did not alter anything. The rabbinics and the Christians are guilty as hell. They changed everything. So Castle Jamnia, 1008 CE, took all of these scriptures out and everything. And now they have y'all believing that it's extra biblical books, when all of these are part of our people, our canon and everything, and they're equally inspired. And that is our position. It's been about position unchanged 2,000 years, because we don't have a concept of the lost book of the Bible, because there was nothing ever lost. We still have it. So just because you never heard of it doesn't mean that it wasn't always there. There's no such thing as lost tribes either and everything. Every tribe of our people can be accounted for throughout the entire Middle East. Every one of them. So, yeah.
All right. I don't forgot what I was about to say now. I had something patiently waiting till you was done.
I saw something about the Queen of Heaven thing, and I know that comes up and everything. The Queen of Heaven. Do y'all remember the scriptures that I actually quoted when I first introduced everything? Let's go back to it. Remember the book of Ahikar? I'm gonna pull it up. Well, I'm gonna start with wisdom. I'm gonna start with First Enoch, since it is in our scriptures. Since we deal with Queen of Heaven, it says, Kolkima could not find a place in which she could dwell, but a place was found for her in the heavens. Then Kolkima went out to dwell with the children of the people. Remember, filling with the Spirit. But she found no dwelling place. Nobody who was eligible to be filled. So it says, so Kolkima returned to her place, and she settled permanently among the Malachim, the angels. Then it says, this other entity called iniquity, which is a female, said, then iniquity went out of her rooms and found whom she did not expect. In other words, she found all the people that Kolkima could not dwell in. And it says, and found whom she did not expect, and she dwelt with them. Think about the debug. Like rain in a desert, like dew in a thirsty land. So Kolkima dwells in heaven. Let's look at Ahikar. Let me get back there. That is page.
All right.
I was waiting on that to come up because I knew somebody was going to say it. That's why I didn't mention it in scriptures, because I wanted somebody to actually say it themselves. So, because that is the one that comes up the most. And so in Ahikar, now you can consider Ahikar an extra biblical book, but it's extra biblical. That word extra biblical means nothing to us whatsoever.
Any book that wasn't written by a prophet of the Almighty will be considered an extra biblical book. The books are supposed to be given to the people by prophets.
I don't.
By the Holy Spirit, by way of a prophet, then those books will be extra considered books, extra curriculum books.
Yeah, we don't see it like that, because being that we're a culture, not a religion, we don't see it like that. This is what it says, Ahikar. From heaven, the peoples are favored. Wisdom, Kolkima, is of the Elohim. I mean, most of the stuff, one thing I like about our culture is it's like it self-explains itself and everything. When you are missing elements and stuff, then you have to go and do commentary. You got to do all of this stuff and try to interpret and make it make sense. We don't have to do that. Our scriptures just make sense on its own. It says, indeed, she is precious to the Elohim. Her kingdom is eternal. She has been established by Shemaim, heavens. Yea, the Holy Lord has exalted her. So once again, I mentioned in our scriptures that all of our prophets were not on the same page. That's just a fact. There were prophets, like for example, Ezekiel and Daniel did not like each other. That's a fact. You know, and when you raised up a Hebrew culture, you know all the knowledge and wisdom and have all the information, you know that. So, and once again, they were part of different political factions. Like for example, Ezekiel, as knowledgeable as he was, and I hate to tell you that Ezekiel is more than one person that created that book. That is not a one-person book. But Ezekiel himself, Ezekiel actually was a Kohen that was installed, but he's from China. And he actually followed what is known as Zadokite Judaism. Whereas Daniel and Jeremiah and First Isaiah were more aligned with Essene Judaism, or the Hasidim that actually came before the Essene. And so you had, and then you have like the people who wrote the book of Job, Proverbs and all of that. That is known as sapiential Judaism. These are three different political, social factions and everything. And in a lot of respects, they didn't agree. There's, in my book, I reveal that a whole war over who the Messiah is supposed to come through. And my book makes it plain and clear that the Messiah does not come through David whatsoever, and that the Christians and the rabbinic are wrong in about the coming Messiah and everything. And the thing about it is, it's self-explanable, because in the book of Jubilees, in the book of Enoch, Testament to our Patriarchs, it makes it plain and clear that the Messiah is a Levitical priest, but then you also have a Messiah that comes along with him that is either from the tribe of Judah or from the tribe of Ephraim. And even in the Psalms, there's a war over who is in that leadership. So there's no unified view in our scriptures. And keep in mind, the scriptures is called a Bible for a reason. The word Bible is from the Phoenician word biblios, which means library. You go to any library, you can go to any library on the planet. You go and find a subject area, and you'll see tons of books. And I guarantee you, even though it's on the same subject, the different authors may disagree on different subjects. You're never going to find all the books in the library all being unified in the same, or it wouldn't be a library. So, and that's the same with our people and everything. Just because a prophet took a position on an issue does not necessarily mean he's socially right. And I said that some of our prophets went to extremes when they're abolishing things, that they went to the extreme of actually trying to hide certain aspects of Kokima and Bina. Yet we see in the scriptures what these prophets have said about Kokima and Bina in context. So it wasn't necessarily hid that much, but when you start getting into translations, that's when the agenda of trying to control the narrative as opposed to telling the truth comes into play and everything. So the whole thing about the Queen of Heaven was related to the idol worship associated with her. Go look, the issue was the Shira trees and the plants and everything that they created, because Kokima is known in Egypt. She's mentioned in Persian culture. She's mentioned in Assyrian culture, Babylonian culture, and they have idols. If you go look up right now and you say, look up Kadash, and you look up the word Kadash as a goddess, and then you go look up Ashera as a goddess, and then you go look up, it's another Egyptian deity. All the figurines look exactly alike because it's the same persona, but it was just from different cultures. And so the prophets had a problem, rightfully so, because they had created idols for and keep in mind, they created idols for Yahweh too that they had to break down. So it wasn't just Yahweh, they created idols for both Yahweh, Kokma, and Bina. And that was the issue of eradicating that. But some tried to go to the extreme to eradicate it all. But as we see, it's not eradicated because it's in our scriptures. So it's a lie.
Might I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead. Absolutely.
All right. My first question is, where are you from?
Where am I from?
Yes, originally. Where were you born?
I was born in the United States, but my family's originally from Mount Carmel.
So can you explain to me why you would say that the Israelites here are not the real Israelites, but the Israelites in Northeast Africa is what I think you're talking about, in Ethiopia, are the real Israelites because they are Mizrahi. Could you explain a little bit more why you guys promote that?
If somebody came and knocked on your door right now, and you open the door and say, "Hey," say your last name, Jones. Say, "Hey, I'm your cousin, brother. How you doing, man? I missed you and everything. What's going on?" You like, "Okay, who are you?" And they're like, "Oh man, I go way back. And they telling you this and all that stuff there and everything. You ain't never seen this person before. You never heard them before and everything. Would you? And if they're like, "Hey, can I come in, man, and get me something to eat, man? Chill out and everything." You ain't never seen this person. Would you let that person in just based off of them saying they related to you? What would you do? Or would you go and investigate and be like, "Hey"?
Okay. In our history, the first thing we would do, of course, would be ask some questions to try to get a little bit more understanding. But wisdom teaches that a bloodline can go in many directions, but still be that person's bloodline and still be related to them, regardless to where they are raised. So to say that one group is not real and the other one is, based on your experiences, that is not wisdom. So I want to ask you a different question. Let's go past that because I
You
don't
can't
want to
ask
get
me
off
questions.
track.
You can't
So
get.
let me ask you a
Can't ask
different
you
one.
questions without me addressing the first one.
I
Let me.
can't come online because I'm in a hospital type of a situation, so I can't
Okay.
come
Go ahead.
online. All right.
Okay. Go ahead.
But
Ima,
everyone here
Ima,
knows me.
Ima, you good?
Yes.
You good?
Oh, absolutely. It's
Okay.
not me, it's my mother.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right.
Okay, so my other question, and I think that the prince tried to address it earlier because I had to step away. The other question that I have is, and it's a very basic question, and it just needs a yes or no answer. Is Yah God of gods, or Elohim of Elohim over all? And is the Torah
You can't keep asking a
real?
bunch of questions without me answering the first ones.
That's not a bunch, that's two questions.
No, you going to a third one. So I don't operate like
I
that.
asked you two questions. Is Elohim over
Okay, I'm going to
all,
address the
the
first question
Elohim of
first.
everything? I asked you two questions, young man. Is Elohim the Elohim over all things? And is the Torah the laws of Yah? Just two questions.
I already explained the last one, and I'm not getting into those semantics. But one of the things is
What did you say? You're not going to get into what?
one of the things that I've actually have done over the years is being that I, as a physician, also deal with genetics and biology. And so around 2004, I worked with a company called DNA Tribes. And to address the issue about Black Hebrew Israelites claim to being of our people, I created what is known as a Middle Eastern panel, specifically for Black Americans or anybody who wanted to actually get a DNA test to find out their ancestry. And it was around for quite some time. And there were people who are part of our community who wanted to come and join our community and were originally Hebrew Israelites, and they felt a strong connection to us and everything. And so we did the DNA test, and it was like we were freaking first cousins and related, the genetics and everything. And then there were others that it did not establish that they were connected to us. And that standard is something that I came up with. And believe it or not, in Israel right now, even the Orthodox are adopting that standard now for people who want to convert or engraft themselves and everything, or who believe that they're Hebrew and everything, especially like because you have people who are Hispanic that have Hebrew ancestry as well. And so now they're using DNA tests and everything to determine whether you're actually an ethnic Hebrew or whether you're just a Ger Toshab or Ger Zadik, which is a righteous Gentile. And so, like I said, unless a person can prove who they are, just because you say you're something, does not make you one of us. If you are really serious about being a part of our people in our community, I always tell people to take a DNA test, because one thing about it is, and I have a teaching called cultural genetic displacement disease, which is a medical theory that I'm actually going to be having published in the International Journal of Medicine. And it deals with genetics as it relates to health, genetics as it relates to human behavior, genetics as it relates to culture, genetics as it relates to how you cook and the foods you eat and everything. There's a genetic code in all of us, which is the eternal creator created in us, so that no matter what mankind may do, if you ever get cut off from your heritage, your history, your background and everything, you always have a way to connect yourself back. And that is through genetics. And the eternal creator, I believe in the concept of when it says, when you worship him in spirit and truth. Well, you can't worship him if you're living a lie and everything. And so if you claim that you're something and you claim you're something biologically, then you should have there's a way for you to prove it. And if you don't prove it, don't mean that we have to accept it. And frankly, we're not. And that applies to anybody. You have white people who are the descendants of Israel. It was like, if you could show some genetics proof, and we've had some white people who've taken genetic proof, and lo and behold, they're one of us. The Hispanics, lo and behold, they're one of us, especially the Sephardi, because Mizrahi and Sephardi are very connected and everything. And so we have actually opened the door and given away. And a lot of Hebrew Israelite communities have flat out rejected and just want to be accepted as is. So be it. They can be on their own. We don't have to address that whatsoever, because we're not obligated to.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. And I did the test. And yeah, each one of them was different. One said our family was from Northwest Africa, and it was an H something test. I can't look it up right now. I'm an elder. And then I had two more that said we were 10 other different things. So that's well and fine. So let's move on from there. So what do you say about the other two questions that I have? So if that's one,
we don't believe like you.
What
What you
about
believe in the Torah is
who
not our
is? What about
What
that
you
question?
believe
What about that one?
in the Torah
Who
is not
is
our
the
Torah.
creator,
We
the
do
God
that
of over all gods, or if he
Listen. Everyone, please hear me. No one can be heard right now. Everybody is muted. Everybody has to be in a proper space to ask questions and to answer questions. Y'all know this is not how we move. We show respect. He's a guest. We show respect to all people. And she's an elder. We show respect to all of our people. Constant going over, over talking each other, it's not going to work. Ima has some questions. She has two questions that she would like to have an answer to. So please, if you're able, Robbie, if you're able to, please answer the questions for her. Thank you. Let me clear the mics up, please.
I want to say this moving forward, and I say this to everybody. I'm not going to engage in combative behavior. If you speak to me in a combative way, you will not get your questions answered. And that's simple as that. I don't, once again, just like he said, I do not condone that type of behavior. And I don't like people trying to control the conversation with trying to pile up is one question at a time. And don't put words in my mouth that I did not say. Because you never heard me say anything about Black Hebrew Israelites not being the people of Israel in this conversation whatsoever. That may be a position that our people hold, but you don't know me as a person. And if you would have came a little bit more respectful, you would have gotten the answer that I was going to give anyways. But anybody else who comes combative or with a disrespectful tone, you will not get your question answered.
Okay, young man, you were disrespectful as well, but we're not going to go there. I did hear you say that we were not the true Israelites. that the people in the Northwest was
Move on.
Northwest Africa was a
Let's
true
move on to
Israelite.
another question.
So that's okay. You can run that back. My next question, as I asked
Any
before,
more questions from you?
was did I say
respectfully
something
decline to
wrong? Hello?
I respectfully decline to engage with you further.
Right. Okay, then that's your position. So I'll just say this, since the young man doesn't want to engage with me further and he's very upset, he can't control himself. I'm going to say this. The Torah is what I believe in. And until anybody mastered the Torah, the more the Most High has said, the making of many books is weary. So the main thing that we need to focus on, regardless of what anyone else's ideologies are or their thought patterns are, is that the Most High says that those who went to the four corners of the earth in slave ships, so to speak, are the Hebrew Israelites. And he also said, as long as my people, as long as you cannot count the stars in the heavens or the sands of the sea, he promised this to Abraham, that my people Israel shall live. Now, everybody that's Israelite, we don't know. But if we are doing what the Most High said in his Torah and believing in who we are in his Torah, the truth is going to come out. The truth has not all come out yet. Some people know who they are because they did not even go into the land. The Danites stayed over across across the Jordan, and they did their thing over there. And I'm just paraphrasing. I'm not trying to go into a whole dissertation right now. But he does not have all the answers. We do not have all the answers. We're trying to find out the truth. Don't get upset because someone does not agree with every word that's being said and has some questions about it. That's all we're doing, is trying to find out what you know so that we can consider it. But the Most High has already told us what to do. As long as we keep that Torah, there's nobody on this earth that's going to be better than us. There's nobody on this earth that's going to have more than us. There's nobody on this earth that's going to be able to call themselves to be more than who we are. Because the Most High said every knee shall bow and every tongue must confess who I am. He didn't say the Trinity. He didn't say that Kagma and Bina or any of the other people or the other entities that you are calling entities, which I understand Kagma to be the wisdom of Yah, not his wife, not his sister, his daughter, or anything else, but the wisdom of Yah. And when it comes down to the creation of the world, in my understanding, when he said, let us, he's talking about his heavenly host, his wisdom, and the celestials and the earth that he had already made. Because when you look at the makeup of man, we encompass all of that: the water, the earth, the energy, and the Most High's wisdom and the Most High's likeness. So if we as Israelites keep the covenant, we are covenant Israelites. We're not Mizrahi, maybe not. We are not Sephardic, maybe not. Or any of the Essenes or the Pharisees or the Sadducees, because guess what? When we were in the land and we were practicing all of these things, the Most High still dispersed us out in the income because we were not keeping Torah the way he said keep Torah. So wherever we ended up in the world is where we ended up in the world. But keeping the Torah is the blessing. Keeping the covenant of Yah is the blessing. And so that's all I'll say to you, young man. And thank you so much for allowing me to have my piece and say my piece. Even though you didn't want to engage me, that's okay. I understand. God bless you.
Who bless him, Ema? Who bless?
Yeah. God bless you. And hey, I'll call y'all God sometimes.
No, you shouldn't make that mistake, Ima. You shouldn't make that mistake.
Okay, well, if
Totally
it's a
different
mistake, forgive me. Forgive me for my mistake. But the Most High, I can tell you so many miracles and blessings the Most High has done for me as Elohim, right?
Yes.
So I hope he'll forgive me that one little blunder. Okay.
The Most High be with you, Ima.
Okay. All right.
So
You know, but Jeff, you know, I had a conversation with a young man the other day, and he wasn't Mizrahi. I think this young man was a Moor, a practicing Moor. Of course, he was from here too. And what he said was that I needed this card. So he showed me the national card that has been propagated for the last 20 years. And I don't see anything wrong with it. But he didn't know my background. He didn't care to know my background. All he was interested in what he was talking about. So I tried to explain to him. I said, yeah, well, you know, I have relatives who came from Noble Drew Ali, 18 AD, through Marcus Garvey, and Muhammad Farad, and you know, that sort of thing. And you know, they took the route of becoming Moors at first. So some of our people went over to Morocco and so and so, and you know, they built a community off of that. So he says, well, we're not. I said, but I'm an Israelite. We're not Israelites. We're Moors. And I said, you know, your family may have come from Morocco, or they may have lived in Morocco, but that doesn't mean that they weren't Israelites. Because before they became Muslims, or he corrected me, Muslims or Muslims, they were Moors, and they were Israelites, and you could see all of the Israelite temples and stuff before the Spanish and stuff came in and just destroyed everything. So my point is, every time we had a topic, he would try to outtalk everything on the topic. You couldn't get anything in otherwise. You couldn't even ask a question because of his matter of fact, I know it and nobody else knows it but me, and it's all about what I know and nothing about what anybody else knows, and I don't have to consider anything. So he just overtalked every topic. He talked so long that you forget what you were going to ask him, or forget what you were going to say. And so at the end of it, we got nowhere. So we need to get somewhere now, because these Europeans, they ain't playing with us. And the Most High is coming, whether you want him or not. And he's going to separate out the chaff from the barley. So I say, get yourself together. And I'm sorry if I hurt anyone's feelings. It was not my intention to hurt your feelings. I had some real questions I wanted to ask, and I didn't want to get into a long diatribe to get those questions asked. I just wanted to hear your answer, yes or no, because some things it just takes a yes or no answer. It doesn't take a long drawn out. Even if you're a doctor, some questions is just yes or no. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank
The
you.
Most High bless everyone.
Yes, Ima. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Bati, did you want to speak?
I just want to say something. One thing about me, as I stated before, is that I don't just deal with our people. Yes, I'm one of the chief leaders amongst our people and our culture and everything. But one of the things that has made me successful and effective as a Rabbi Kohan in helping people and changing people's lives is the fact that I've championed what is called cultural competency. I'm big on cultural competency. That is actually a mandatory course when you go through our yeshiva university. And cultural competency is about being able to interact with different peoples, different cultures, religions, and beliefs. I've sat down with Buddhists. I've sat down with Hindu priests. I've sat down with gurus. I've sat down with Christians. I used to have the Bishop of the East calling me every morning, waking me up and everything. And I've always championed the concept of multiculturalism and simply being a Torah example to peoples and everything. And through my ability to meet people where they're at in their cultures and everything, that is why our organization has Muslims, has Buddhists, has Urdu peoples, has Christians and Messianics who actually follow our brand of Hebrewism and everything, as an ethnic Mizrahi Jew and everything. And a lot of other rabbis and priests, they can't say that and everything. I was selected over the chief rabbis of Israel to represent the state of Israel to the Muslim world at the same peace conference that Haile Selassie spoke at, the same peace conference that Marcus Garvey spoke at. I've spoken at that same peace conference. It just was blacked out here in the United States, but it was all over the news and newspaper and everything all throughout the Middle East and everything. And that's why I'm able to go into, like I said, Muslim countries and other countries that rabbinic Jews and Ashkenazi Jews can't do and everything, because of my position and how I deal with people. However, at the same time, I have a stern principle, and everybody knows me, that if you approach me in a combative way, that's not pissing me off, that's not offending me. It's a principle. It's a principle that is commanded by the Essene culture, that when somebody approaches you, if they don't approach you with respect and they want to actually be combative, I'm commanded to conceal the knowledge that I have from them. And that's why I cut off the conversation. It's not about offense, because that didn't offend me whatsoever. None of her questions offended me. How she approached it, that was the problem. And that's why I cut it off and everything. And that is something that is universal, and that's wherever I go. I just want to make that clear.
All right, I'm glad you made that clear. Here's something for you to hold on to and take it how you take it, because you do a lot of teaching to a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
If ever you feel someone is approaching, this is the stance I take. If ever you feel someone is approaching disrespectful, you let them know. You try to calm their spirit, because sometimes people be so excited, they don't understand that they're being disrespectful. So what I do is I say something about it first. Listen, could you approach this in a different manner? I try to diffuse whatever I assume is negative energy. And if that persists, then I would alleviate myself from the equation.
Absolutely.
But to just have that understanding and then get aggressive back is a sign of disrespect, especially when we're talking to our elders or other leadership. Sometimes they don't know where they're coming from. They can't.
I wasn't aware she was an elder, actually.
Huh?
Usually, because with elders, I don't even debate with elders. I didn't know she was an elder.
Well, it wasn't a debate. It was a question and answer time. She was
I'm
just
saying,
asking.
even like if an elder, a combative elder, I just won't engage respectfully, because I don't believe in debating. That's just a principle. I don't debate with elders.
All right. Lati, do you have a question for the brother? Dr.
Can
Rapp?
you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Shalom. So my question is based on a term that you used earlier, Dr. Rabbi. You said that that the Hebrew Israelites, or those who identify as being Hebrew Israelites here in the Western diaspora, the organization that you worked with suggests that we are not the children of Israel.
It's not
And
organized community. Our ethnic peoples, not an organization.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
It's not an organization. It's our entire ethnic group.
Okay, so your ethnic group suggests that the children of Israel and the diaspora are not the children of Israel, but there has been evidence, scientific evidence, that suggests that the Hebrew Israelites bloodline or blood indicator, DNA indicator, is E1B1A, and that is universal in terms of the Negroid class that was found in Egypt. So how then is it that your organization proves that that is no longer our DNA, if that is the marker that we have here in America? And also, in terms of the ethnic organization that you identify with, if you identify that we, the children of Israel in America or the diaspora in the Caribbean, are not who you yourselves identify with, what is your DNA marker? I would like to know what the difference is, please.
I'm trying to see how to say it. Unfortunately, this is not the place or the time for that, because I've heard a lot of Black Americans try to use that genetic information without no context or understanding whatsoever. It's just like, I don't know why people over here take things and just run with it. This is not the place or the time to answer that question, because it's not going to get us anywhere. I just literally just explained that I'm the rabbi that opened the door for people to be able to get genetic tests to prove who they say they are. That means that I'm giving you a chance to prove who you are so we can accept you. If you could talk, I can guarantee you, go and try to find and talk to any other Ethiopian Kes, and I guarantee you they will not respond to you whatsoever if you say you're Hebrews. They will not engage you. They act like you don't exist, and they don't care who you believe you are. I am the only Kes, Rabbi Kohan, that has stepped outside of our community to engage people around the world, including Hebrew Israelites. Keep in mind, I'm here. I'm here talking to you all. I'm in here engaging you all. I've been engaging Hebrew Israelites a lot, and our people backed off a bit because of malicious attacks and slander and everything, because some of the behavior amongst the Hebrew Israelites is just out of control and is just not civilized. And so, but I deal with people on an individual basis and everything. And just because I don't believe you are who you say you are, if I see that you're serious in following the Torah and you love the Torah, I'm not going to reject you. In fact, I'm going to try to reach out and help you establish all your roots and connections. That's what I'm about and everything. But I hear these arguments about the E1, B1. I know all of that stuff. I know all those arguments, and I know that the Google scholars and the YouTube scholars have no clue what they're talking about when they're dealing with that. And for the most part, I was advised by scholars to not even engage it, because it's just not going to go anywhere. And so for the most part, especially in this environment and everything, if we was talking about, if this was a thing about health and genetics, yeah, I will go into it, but I'm not going to go into it and everything, because that has nothing to do with people's descent from Abraham whatsoever, what you had just mentioned. That's the only thing I could say on that.
Okay.
Okay. So, Slika, Hanasi.
Go ahead. I was asking, did you have another question?
Yes, I would like to establish when would be an appropriate time to engage in that conversation, because I do feel that it's serious. I don't feel that that's something to negate or to just say that you're not going to double. I understand if you feel that it's inappropriate at this time, but whether it could be a woman, if you feel that it would be inappropriate for you to discuss it further, maybe somebody else that you feel would be more appropriate to engage in this conversation, because I wouldn't want to just leave that here. And also, I would like to assert that the information that was provided with the E1B1A wasn't in terms of Google or YouTube scholastics. It was actually a scientific research document. But again, being as, you know, I do respect that you feel that it's inappropriate to engage at this time. I would like to establish when would be more of an appropriate time.
Well, I do know in our yeshiva, there's going to be a course that's going to include that information and everything. I cannot give you at the moment a day and a time for that whatsoever, because I have to prioritize my time and everything. And I don't know. I have to. I can't give you an answer on that. I'm just being honest, and I apologize, but I can't give you an answer on that at the moment.
So let me ask you this. When that time and that date is established, will you reach out to me and let me know, and I can let her know or anyone else who wants to get
Absolutely.
involved? All right.
Absolutely.
Then that's how we'll handle that. Torah of Yahwah.
Now, did you ask me something about my DNA?
Yes, I did. I wanted to know what your DNA indicator was to see if it was different from the E1B1A.
If you actually go to my Facebook page under my family page, I actually have a whole system on there that shows you all of my ethnic heritage and everything. But I also have what is known as electrophoresis. Like I said, I have sickle beta thalassemia disease. And my electrophoresis genetic mutation is associated with the people who live in Mount Carmel, where my great-grandparents are from. Because my great-grandparents are from Mount Carmel. They came here in 1885, and I still have family over there. And so I'm just a third-generation American. And the only reason why I'm here is because my family had to come here on asylum because the Ottomans tried to wipe our family out. So,
Okay.
yeah. But if you want to go to my Facebook page, it's there. And it's... Most people see it, and it gives you the migrations, and the migrations are almost verbatim as described in Genesis chapter 10.
Okay. And your Facebook page is under Dr. Rabbi Cohen Shulamim?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Maybe I could put the link in here. Let me see if I can put the link in here. Give me 1 second. 1 second. In fact, I'll put the direct link. Albums. I had also posted my wife's. I thought mine was outstanding. Whew, I posted my wife, good Lord. She is 100% Abrahamic. That's, oh Lord. But women's genetics are usually stronger than men's anyways. When it shows
y'all related? You and your wife?
Huh?
You and your wife, y'all cousins, correct?
That's correct. She's
So
the daughter of
y'all have
my
same
brother. I'm
right.
sorry, say it again.
Your genetic DNA should all be the same, correct?
No, female genetics are way stronger. And keep in mind, it's going to vary simply because of our mothers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The mothers.
Whenever you do a DNA test, even if your sister, unless you have like the same father and stuff like that, you'll see the similar. But remember, it's going to vary because of other people who are intermarried or into the family. So, but women's genetics are always going to show stronger blueprints than men. That's just how it is.
Okay.
I posted the link.
Yeah, I just put it up there. All right, that's the link for his Facebook page. Anybody interested in contacting him, having further conversations, or being up to date with some of the information that he's speaking of, you can always go to his Facebook page and ask those questions. Because we have to keep in mind that today is the Shabbat, and we do want to keep a certain type of demeanor and composure on the Shabbat day. Now, I'm not saying you have to agree with what this brother is teaching. I'm not saying that you have to agree with what anyone who comes on this platform and teach, not even me. What I am saying is that you should always take that into consideration and do the research to either prove them right or prove them wrong. Don't just listen to what somebody's saying and run with it and assume because they deliver it in an eloquent way that they're correct. Even myself. Take that information, research that information, but before you do any of that, pray to the Creator for guidance and understanding in that direction. Then begin your research and your process of learning these things. I mean, some things you could just throw away. You ain't got to listen to anything. Some things is just something else. But then there are a lot of things that you might not think is a nugget. That's really a nugget of information for you that you can use in your understanding of things. Ima, did you want to ask a question or anything?
I did. I had quite a few questions. Let me try to go back to the comments so I could, because I had put my questions in the chat.
Anyone wishing to come to the platform, there's the link. You can hit the link, come to the platform, ask your question. All we ask is that you be respectful because it's Shabbat.
Cain. There was earlier, I apologize, my niece is here and she's only 3, so can't make her be quiet. There was a statement earlier or a question asked about the relation between Ruwah Qodesh and the Most High. And I think your answer was that in the book that you read in Ibrit, that's what it says. And so I think my question was, oh, here it is. My question is, Shalom, Rabbi. My question is, so I'm confused. What is the translation of what you're reading? Because you said it didn't say, you didn't say it, the scripture did. So when, I guess I'm trying to understand what book are you reading or what version of Ibrit is it? And then are you able to translate what the Ibrit says in English for the question to be answered? Because I think when the question was answered, that's what was, when the question was asked, that was the answer. And I'm still not clear on, I guess, your understanding. Well, I'm clear on your understanding, but I'm not clear on the answer in fullness, because you said it was which the book you were reading out of. And you're saying also that, I'm sorry to carry on the question, that the book you read out of is completely different from what we have access to. Am I correct?
Where's your Bible? You have your Bible with you?
I have no, my tonight in the
I don't know
Knesset.
if people was actually reading scriptures along with me or that you're just listening. But do you have your Bible with you?
I have it on my, yes, you want to go, you can tell me where to go.
Okay. The book of Mishlei, Proverbs, chapter 3. Let's see.
Okay.
Give me a second. Chapter 3, verses. What does yours say in verse 19?
Verse 19, it says, the Creator by wisdom hath founded the earth, by understanding hath he established the heavens.
Okay. Mine says Yahweh founded the earth by Kokima. He established the heavens by Bina. If you look in Hebrew, or actually it's not Hebrew, if you look in the Chaldean, call it Hebrew, whatever, it says Bina and Kokima. And those are proper nouns. I didn't say that. The scripture said that.
Okay.
And I also mentioned Proverbs chapter 8 that went back and reiterated the whole creation story, and she said she gave birth. That's in the scriptures. I also mentioned the book of Kokima, wisdom, and it says she was the mother, and she was the spotless mirror of the Creator.
Okay. We need to look at this. Oh wow. This is oh, come on. It says that the Most High, I'm sorry, Robbie, what did your version say?
Yahweh founded the earth by Kokima, established the heavens by Bina.
When you look in Hebrew,
Chaldean.
in Hebrew, it doesn't say that. It says the Most High in wisdom, Yasad, laid the foundation, Haaretz, of the earth. Yasad,
Is your Chaldean Masoretic?
In wisdom.
Is it Masoretic?
I don't believe it is. It's not a Masoretic book that I'm reading. And it's
The
actually
Hebrew that you're reading is not based on the Masoretic text?
no.
What Chaldean scriptures is it based on?
Belbento.
Not the Hebrew?
Okay.
Hmm?
It's Belbento.
I'm sorry?
Belbento is the version of what I'm reading.
I'm saying, is it the Biblia from the Biblia Hebraica?
I don't know the answer to that. I can't answer that. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. If it's from the Masoretic text in the Bible, which is the basis of the Biblia Hebraica, that's the translation of all the scriptures in the East. In the West. Every translation of the Bible, including the JPS, is based on the Masoretic text. The Masoretic text is the 1008 CE scriptures, which is the most corrupt scriptures. And so we don't base it off of that. In the ancient scriptures, which is based on the Ethiopian and the Essene scriptures, it says Yahweh founded the earth by Kokma, he established heaven by wisdom. It also says, and it makes plain and clear in chapter 8, that Kokima gave birth to the earth.
Okay, so in the version that you're reading, is it written in the Ge'ez language or the Hamaric?
No, this is the English scriptures based off of the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Off of the Dead Sea Scrolls?
The Dead Sea Scrolls Bible. Are you aware of the Dead Sea Scroll biblical scriptures?
Yeah, but the Dead Sea, I've never known the Dead
Not
Sea.
the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's a difference between Dead Sea Scrolls and Dead Sea Scroll biblical scriptures.
Then I'm not familiar with that.
So the Dead Sea Bible is the basis of the Ethiopian scriptures. The Dead Sea Bible scrolls, the biblical scrolls, all the books that you see in your scriptures and everything, those are 1,500 years older than the scriptures of the Biblia Hebraica, and there are major differences.
Why do they call those the Dead Sea? Why do they call those the Dead Sea Scrolls?
That's just something they coined because remember they discovered the Dead Sea Scrolls back in the 1940s, and they just and that's just something the scholars just named.
Right. So the Dead Sea Scrolls doesn't contain any complete version of a Bible.
That is incorrect. The Dead Sea Scrolls Bible, biblical scrolls, are all complete. They even have Dead Sea Scroll Bibles now, and it has confirmed the Septuagint as being very accurate, and it has confirmed that the Ethiopian scriptures written in Ge'ez and Amharic is accurate. Okay, and that the Biblia Hebraica is the one that's the corrupted one. And keep in mind, it is 1,500 years older than the Biblia Hebraica that you use.
So let's get this correct so we all understand, because I don't know this now. You're introducing me to something that I did not know existed. So here's my question. Okay. Are you saying that the Dead Sea Scrolls are the same as the Dead Sea Scrolls that they found in 1943?
The Dead Sea Scrolls scriptures is different from the Dead Sea Scrolls. We got the Dead Sea Scrolls biblical scriptures.
Okay, so that was my question.
They found all of these after the 1940s.
So they found. So hold a second. So in understanding the Dead Sea scriptures that you're referencing was found in the 1940s as well.
Correct. Yes. They found all the scrolls and everything in Qumran, yes, absolutely. Okay. And that's what upended Christianity and Judaism back in the 80s and 90s. There was even a lawsuit where the Pope had some scrolls already, and the Vatican Library refused to release them, and they took them to the International Court and forced them to release them because the Vatican was afraid of their religion being upended. So the Vatican knew all along, and they had it in their possession, and they released them. And that changed everything a lot. But one thing, because for hundreds of years, Ethiopian Jews had been saying that our scriptures were the original scriptures, and European peoples and European Jews in scholarship, you can look it up, they kept denying it and saying it was not. And it wasn't until they found the Dead Sea Scroll scriptures that our people was proven to be the right ones all along. And they had kept for hundreds of years, they kept saying it wasn't true. But the Dead Sea Scroll scriptures proved that we are the right people and we had the right scriptures. And the Biblia Hebraica is not the original scriptures.
Okay. I have a little bit of research to do. But from the research that I've already completed, that I've already done, they have never found a complete intact set of scriptures when they came about with the Dead Sea Scrolls.
I mean, I have a copy of the Dead Sea Scroll Bibles. I mean, I have copies of them. I have the whole Ethiopian scriptures and everything. They're identical.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So I'm not sure where that. But there's no complete copy. There's no complete copy of the Dead Sea Scrolls. which we assign to as Talmudic literature. There's no complete copies and everything of those. Yes, that's fine. But the biblical scrolls are completely intact.
I've never seen anywhere where it was written that the biblical scrolls from the Dead Sea that they found was completely. I've never seen that, but I will look it up.
Keep in mind, Mizrahi just means Eastern. The term Mizrahi means that we're ethnic. That's what that means. That means we're actually physical ethnic Israelites as opposed to somebody who's a religious Jew and everything. And so we're literally Mizrahi and Ethiopia make up in Israel and the diaspora 18% of the total global Hebrew population. The Sephardim make up around, well, if you add the Sephardim, it's 85%. The Ashkenazi make up 15%. And out of their 15%, only 40% of them actually have Shemitic roots. The rest of them are not connected to Israel whatsoever. So we've been the dominant majority for the longest, but we've had the scriptures and the traditions for thousands of years since the beginning and everything. And it was Europeans who kept trying to discount us until the Dead Sea Scrolls proved us right.
Okay.
That's taught in all the yeshivas and scholarship schools and everything.
I'm going to have to look into that Dead Sea Scrolls presenting scriptures and completely intact scriptures because I haven't seen any of them, not one. And I've been studying Dead Sea Scrolls for a long time. One of the problems I had with the Dead Sea Scrolls was the amount of time after them finding them until they're publishing them. The information that was, that's a problem for me.
Because they knew was going to upend everything they believed in. That's why they had to go to international court to have this stuff released because they was trying to hide them.
Ima, did you want to say something?
Kane, it doesn't have to do with what you all were just talking about. That's a little above where. I did have a question because I think when Coach Saadia was on, she asked about ethnic background and understanding of the DNA. And Rabbi, I remember your reply was that you are third generation born here in America or United States. And I'm just saying, I think it was referring to, I guess, the conversation prior when you were saying majority of us here in the United States are of not that DNA. If I'm correct, I'm just trying to remember everything. It was a lot that was said today. So my question is, when I have researched my own lineage and I've talked to others who research their own lineage, some of us are first generation born here, some of us are second, some are fifth, fourth, whatever. And majority of us go back into the Eastern plain where you're saying you are from. And a lot of us have come over here. I would say, I know from my family, looking back on at least the side of my father's side, we didn't come over here in slave ships. We came over in asylum too. So when you said what you said earlier, it gave me the idea that unless you, in my opinion, until one can actually research and talk to the majority of who we are, I believe when the statement is made that we are not of something based off of, I would say, because if it hasn't been researched, and I'm not sure if you have researched it and talked to a majority of us here on this side of the plane, then it becomes an opinion of something. And then it also becomes an kind of like an aggravated conversation, because then it's an assumption made about who we are based off of truly who we are, of our understanding. And without the question being placed on the table of, well, do you know who you are, versus saying you don't know who you are, or you're not this, I believe that brews up the aggravation. And as a student, because I'm a student in this world, regardless of where I go, and I'm also a teacher, it causes you to then question where is the knowledge of where the teacher is coming from, if that's the angle that that one brings to the people. So as in reading the comments and seeing, others' aggravation, I wanted to, address that to have a better understanding of why you say what you said, and if it can be cleared up to, to answer those questions.
So I don't know if y'all seen some of my other interviews and everything where I break down a lot of different things. And of course, the conversation about the Hebrew Israelites have come up. Were you there, Prince? I think when I was interviewed by how is it? Is it Vieta? What is her name?
Viata.
Viata.
Yes, I'm there.
Are you? I think you were there, and we were talking, and we got to the issue of the Hebrew Israelite thing, and I made an issue of it and everything. But I also stated that I am aware. Keep in mind, this is the thing. First of all, the whole Atlantic slave trade information is a lie, and the reason why. And watch this. The reason why is because it was not majority West African peoples who came over the Atlantic slave trade. The majority of the people who were brought over the Atlantic slave trade were taken down in South America. They were taken down in South America by the British, who did false flag Portuguese, who had a false flag Portuguese, a ship with a false flag as if it was Portuguese when they're British, because the British had a blockade on slavery. So the exception is if the slaves were going down to South America. And so you had British who actually were trading ethnic Arabs and ethnic Israelites and ethnic Persians who lived in the Middle East and everything. The Kurds. Most people associate the Kurds with Arabs. Kurds are not Arab, but Kurds were the architects. The Kurds and the Ottoman were the architects of slavery. And they are the ones who took ethnic Arabs and ethnic Hebrews and everything and transported them down to South America. I've actually shown picture and everything of different people. If you put a South American from Brazil or Colombia next to somebody from the Middle East, you cannot tell who is who. And that's the reason why, is because they're identical. I actually have a picture where when I was talking about the slave trade, and I put a picture of Saddam Hussein next to the president of Venezuela, and everybody was just like shocked because they looked like twins. And I said, the hairline, the beard, the facial structure, everything's intact and everything. And that is because 80% of the slave trade was from the Middle East. 19% were from West Africa that went to the Caribbean. The slaves brought to the United States is not even 1% or a fraction of 1% of the total slaves. The total slaves that was brought here was less than 500,000, not enough to fill up the slaves, the whole city of Atlanta. That's a fact. So this population is less than 1%. Out of that less than 1%, it is a known fact that you had what is known as Marranos, and I have Marranos in my family as well. The Marranos were the Hebrews that were in Spain and Europe that had to run underground because the Catholic Church said that all Jews had to be forced to follow Catholicism, and the ones that didn't would be exiled. And so you had Marranos who would openly act like they were Christians, and secretly they would actually practice Judaism. I have that in my family as well. Okay, so the ones that got caught were exiled, and they were taken and put off the coast of Africa on the island of Sao Tome and left there. And a lot of them were children who had to fend for themselves and everything. And so they were there and they had to survive and fend for themselves. And then during the slave trade, when the slave trade came, they went and got those people from the island of Sao Tome who were Hebrews, and they transported them to the United States through Savannah and Charleston, South Carolina. That's a fact. But that's still, the population only still is no more than 2 to 3% of the total slaves that was brought over here. I've said this numerous times through every interview that I've done over the past decade. And so my belief is that, yes, there is about 2 to 3% out of 400,000. That's not a lot. And everything. And I also mentioned that there are people who identify as Black American that have beta thalassemia. If you have beta thalassemia, you automatically Middle Eastern. That is a signature trait and everything. So my position is there are those small percentages there, yes, but the rest of the Black American population did not come from Abraham. They came from different tribes in Africa. Now, if you came from the Igbo tribe, there are Black Americans here that came from the Igbo tribe. That is a fact. I have established that the Igbo are actually descendants, and the thing about it is, it's the book of Josephus and Philo who mentions this. They are the descendants of the children of Keturah. They descended Abraham through Keturah, through Ephraim and Ephraim. Ephraim and Ephraim are the ones who led an army against the capital. At one time, before Africa was called Africa, it was actually called Libya. And the capital of the whole continent and civilization was Libya. It specifically is written in our history that Ephraim and Ephraim, actually the children of Keturah, led an army and overthrew the capital of Africa. I'm sorry, the capital of Libya. And then when they overthrew it, they renamed the whole continent Africa after themselves. Africa did not come from Julius Africanus. Africa came from Hebrew children who came from the children of Keturah. And they're the ones who actually established the Hebrew communities in West Africa. Those are children of Abraham through Keturah. Keep in mind, just because something is Hebrew does not make it Israelite. Muslims, Arabs are Hebrew. Edomites are Hebrew. There are going to be similarities in our cultures. There are going to be similarities in our language and all of that stuff there that you can find in artifacts and everything. And people over here don't understand archaeology and anthropology and all that stuff there. They just say, as soon as they see something Hebrew, it's automatically Israelite, which is not the truth. So if you're of Igbo ancestry, it is a possibility that you could have Kohanim blood, because the Igbo also had Kohanim. In fact, I'm engaged to the daughter of a Jewish high priest in Nigeria, who's a Kohanim. But the majority of the population are descendants of Ephraim and Ephraim, which is through Keturah. So they're Hebrew, but they're not Israelite.
Okay.
And so with genetics, keep in mind, I'm a physician. And so I use genetics also to help people with their health, with their diet, and also to find out what disease disparities that they're disposed of. If you come to my practice, and this is so simple to me, if you come to my practice and you list and say, I am Hebrew Israelite, or I am Jewish, and I go and do a genetic test on you, and it says otherwise, I am not going to give you treatment based off of what you believe by yourself. I'm going to give you treatment based off of what the medical genetic test says. So if it says that you are somebody from a Zulu tribe, or you're from Tanzania or something like that, I'm going to actually provide treatment to you based off of your genetics, not your belief. You can believe whatever you want, but your genetics is what I go by. Because if I decided that I'm going to give you a diet that is conducive to producing optimal health for people of Mediterranean descent, people who are Israelite, or people who are Arab descent and everything, if I do that, I'm actually malpracticing. So I don't go. So once again, even if you come into a medical practice, your belief in who you are does not dictate your genetics or how you're going to be treated. You're going to be treated based on what your biological system and your results say. And
so
that's
now, let's imagine this for a moment.
Mhm.
Tanzania also have Israelites who live there in the ancient days. A lot of Israel lived in Tanzania, so we can't discount that. The other thing is that I wanted to mention is, you say like 25% of the Americans here would biologically be of the descendants of Abraham.
I didn't say that.
What you just said, you said about 25% of them.
2 to 4%.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said 25%. My apologies. I thought you said
4% out of 4,000. Yeah.
I thought you said 25% of them came over here on the slave ships from the land that they took them to in Africa.
80% were taken to South America from the Middle East. Then you have 19% that came from Africa, and you have the less than 1% that came to the United States. Now that 1% is about 400,000 people. Out of that 400,000 people, 2 to 3% because they're from the people of the island of Sertone, they were brought over here, dropped off in Savannah and Charleston, South Carolina. They're descendants of Israel. So they are that 2 to 4%. But then once again, you have people with thalassemia. So it's not a lot, but you're not going to get more than 4% who are if you're talking about history and genetics, you're not get more than 4% out of the whole slave trade being ethnic Israelite.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But have you taken into account the Israelites that was here in America that did not come by way of slave trade way
I'm
before
aware. I'm aware
way,
of Cherokee. I'm aware of all of
way
that stuff.
before Christopher Columbus came to America?
I'm aware of all of that stuff, the Cherokee, all of that stuff.
So if you're aware of this, then I would think that would beef your numbers up a little bit more as to the possibility of our forefathers
We're
being
talking
here.
about, we know the subject is the slave trade, Black Americans.
Oh yeah, well no, we forgetting that. I was going
That's
beyond
the only thing
the
I'm talking about. I'm talking about amongst the Black American population. I'm not talking about other populations. I'm talking about the Black American population. That is the numbers. I'm not including everybody else because if that, I need to include. I mean, there's a whole bunch you can include, but so we're just the subject matter is Black Americans.
Okay, now I'm confused. Now you confuse me.
Why?
A lot of our people who was already indigenous here was sold into slavery. When a European man came here, they took a lot of our indigenous people and made them slave owners. So not just slave owners, some of them were slave owners, but the majority of them were slaves.
Okay.
And they made them fight for their freedom. So if we're talking about slavery, maybe you're just specifically talking about who came over on the ships. If you're talking about the percentage of who came over that's what,
first of all, even in the entire slave trade, and people miss this all the time.
yes.
Out of all of the people that was brought over here, the slaves never exceeded 20%. 20% or less were enslaved. The rest of Black Americans that were brought over here were never enslaved. That's something I never hear during Black History Month. I never hear in the Black history and everything. Only the maximum amount of slaves in the United States was only 20% out of those 400,000 the whole time. The slave trade thing is the most exaggerated thing I've seen that's been propagated amongst the Black Americans because it's not telling the truth.
I agree with that.
So, once again, no matter what you include, Black Americans, these Black Hebrew Israelites, you're only going to get a maximum of 4%. And that's a stretch of people who were ethnic.
160
Hebrews. And keep in mind, I said Hebrews.
Yeah, 4%
Hebrew don't mean Israelite. Keep in mind that Hebrew does not mean Israelite. The Igbo, not Israelite, they're Keturaites. That they still practice Hebrew culture. So we have to keep that in mind. Hebrew is, to me, one thing is not a language. Hebrew, to me, is a race. And you have a bunch of sub-tribes of the Hebrew peoples that people keep forgetting. And when you're raised in the same, like Ham, Shem, and Japheth, people follow this rabbinic thing that was created by early Talmudic Judaism, and they follow it, and they think that Ham is African, Shem is Asian, and Japheth is European. Ham, Shem, and Japheth had the same father and the same mother. Their mother was named Imzara. It's in our scriptures and everything. You're not going to produce 3 different races out of your children. All your children will be the same race. They may be a little shade different or whatever, but they're going to be the same race. They're going to speak the same language. You raise them with the same values and all of that stuff there. And then when they go out on their own, they may adopt stuff and everything. Because, you have a family reunion, everybody come back. Everybody do something different, but they're all still family. They're not 3 different races. So it's the same thing with the Hebrews. We have different tribes and different peoples and everything. But at the end of the day, we're all Hebrew. We're all of the same racial construct. We just come from sub-tribes. So everybody who's Hebrew, and every time you see something that's Hebrew in some artifact, does not make it automatically Israelite. I mean, and people keep wrongly saying that the language that is in the Bible is Hebrew. No, it's not. That's Chaldean. Our language is never called Hebrew until today. We speak Biblical Chaldean. Our original language, Aramaic. Like, for example, my native language is Syriac, which is Aramaic. And so a lot of people who learn Biblical Chaldean that they call Hebrew and they use certain words, sometimes I don't know what you're talking about because the dialect is different and everything. And it affects how I say certain words in English as well and everything. But it's just so much information over here, and it's a lot of information, misinformation. And that misinformation is driving because I want people to know who they are. I feel like the worst thing that could have happened to Black Americans is the brutality that was inflicted on them by white Americans by cutting them off from their culture, cutting them off from their languages, cutting them off from their families and tribes. And so I see the struggle and the desire to want to know who you are and want to embrace something where you actually feel important and you feel valued and everything. But sometimes I see people, whether it's the Moors, whether it's the Nuwabians, whether it's the Hebrew Israelites, or all these other different groups, the House of Conscience and stuff, it seems like everybody just want to be a part of something that actually, it's almost like buying Adidas or buying Jordans. The best Jordans out, I'm gonna go buy those and everything. And then next time, and then when something else could better come out, I'm gonna go get that so I can flaunt it and everything. Because I keep seeing Hebrew Israelites. One day you're a Hebrew Israelite, next day you're more. One day you're more, the next day you're a Hebrew Israelite. One day the other person Hebrew Israelite, now they're Muslim. And everybody just keep jumping around, and they want you to accept them every time they jump around to be authentic in who they are. And it just doesn't work. It just shows that there's something missing in a desire to want to be acknowledged and want to feel important. And I understand that, but I'm not going to address it based on a lie. I will address it and I'll help you find out who you are. But if you can't prove who you say you are, you're not going to convince me to embrace you under that. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to embrace you as a human being. Because if you're a righteous person and you seriously care about the Torah, that's all that matters to me. And that's my stance.
Okay. Well, everyone is entitled to their opinion, and I understand that. And it's cool. We all have our opinions. And if you decide that you don't want to accept someone for who they say that they are, I understand that. We can't argue with that. Everybody has the right to accept or to disassociate with whomever they choose at their will. That's not a question. I mean, that's not even an argument for us. And most of us who are in the diaspora, because of all that we've experienced through slavery, very few can actually prove on paper their lineage of who they are.
That's why
because so many records have been destroyed, but the bloodline is strong. And then, like you spoke about earlier, that calling upon your spirit to relate to that thing that your DNA draws you back into is a significant indicator as to whom you are. I like the part where you put that last thing in there about jumping from this to that, to this to that. There's a lot of people who do that. But on the other hand, there's a whole lot who don't. There's a lot of Israelites who've been living this way for as long as I know. And that's been like almost 33, 34 years almost. Yeah, they've been living the exact same way in this principle, worshiping nobody but the Almighty to the best of their ability. And that's it. So their DNA is telling them this is who they are. A lot of the revelation that comes to them through visions and dreams and interpretations of things tells them that's who they are. It's not for me to tell them you're not. Although I understand that a lot of people that look like Israel ain't Israel. Just because they wear fringes and they supposedly keep the Shabbat doesn't make them authentic Israel. I understand that. But it's not for me to tell that individual that they're not based on them not having a record of where their lineage come from. I can't say that because I don't know. Like you said yourself, a lot of the Israelites who was approved through your organization looked European. Some of them looked Chinese. So the physical appearance or the general location and where you're located does not play the majority role in who you are and your soul and your essence and your biblical genealogy. It doesn't. So to say that all the people here in America, the Israelites here in America, are not authentic Hebrew Israelites, I mean, those two don't make sense. On one hand, you say this way, one hand, you say that way, that those two just don't line up. But in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, I like how you put it, you can tell people by their fruit. And if people are producing loyalty, truthfulness, and commitment to the Almighty, even when under pressure, that has a big plus in my book for these people being the Most High's people. Because there's a lot of people who walk this walk and just use it for the benefits. And after the sun go down, after they get dark, they back out in that world and you would not recognize who they are from the next person. See, that's a difference with me. That's a distinction, you know? So that's where I am with that. But I appreciate you, you know, coming in, expressing your opinion, and standing so bold and strongly to voice your opinion on record for everyone to hear, to see, and to know exactly how you understand things. That's a wonderful thing. Not a lot of people have the ability to speak their opinion about what they understand and believe about this walk of life. But you do. And I'm grateful to have you in today, and thank you for coming. If there's anything else you would like to explain, please do so. And if family, if there's any other questions, please post your questions. We might not get this opportunity again. The brother might not want to come back again. We hope that don't happen. We hope that don't happen, but I tell you what has happened today. You have opened the door. You have opened the door for the platform of other ideals, you know, coming in, speaking their opinion and how they see things, because we usually didn't do this. You know, usually the people we had strictly Torah, and that's just it. But maybe we need to open the door to others to come in, because I like the people that walk with me. And notice the words that I say, walk with me. I like them to be exposed to multitudes of things. I believe, like in the book of Daniel, our forefathers was learning in a whole lot of things. There wasn't no one thing that they was learning in. It was a multitude of things. Those 4 young men, they was learning in the skills of all shapes of wisdom. And that's how I feel, I understand. So those people who walk with me, I would like for them to have experiences in all walks of understanding as well. That's why you might come in here one day and we teaching about Satan, because they have to know these things. Samuel, they have to know these things. And if you're a thorough teacher, you must introduce your people to things that's controversial and that they don't understand. Because if you don't, somebody else expose it to them and they catch them off guard, it will look like you as a teacher didn't do your job adequately. So we talk about a variety of things here, man. We all over the place, and it's on the Shabbat day. May the Most High get his praise. So I'm gonna be quiet for a moment. I'm gonna see if you have anything else you want to add to it. You did such a great job today. I really thank you, and may the Most High bless you for it. So if there's anything else you'd like to say, please do. Feel free.
As Mizrahi Ethiopian Jews, we consider ourselves strictly Torah. It's just not the Torah that is taught in Western culture. But we are strictly Torah because we follow the original traditional Torah as it was before the Council of Jamnia and everybody know about the 425 CE Constantine and everything. We follow, our traditions come before that and everything. And so I expect people who have not been a part of our people and who have not experienced our culture and who don't understand how the indigenous Hebrews actually have always lived. Keep in mind, we're not descendants of slaves. We lived in the Middle East and everything, and going through all the different conquerors and all the different civilizations and all the different peoples who came and overtook it and everything. My family was there, but that chain was not broken. No, it was no more broken than Islam. Islam has been around for thousands of years. We've been around longer than Islam. We've been around longer than Christianity. Our people survived all of that with our culture and our traditions intact. And as a Kohen, that's what I teach. And just because somebody is not familiar with that culture, it may be foreign to them and everything, but you have to remember, the truth comes first, and the truth is always the oldest. That's how I see it. Well, the facts, when you're dealing with facts and historical facts and everything, like the origin of the scriptures. When I talk about Dead Sea Scrolls being older than the Biblia Hebraica, that's not a personal opinion, that's a fact. When I talk about the fact, first century historians, the majority view was the Masoretic text was the most corrupted text of all the scriptures. If you actually get the complete works of Josephus, there's dissertations in the back, which actually goes over the origins of the Masoretic text and why it's not trustworthy, because it doesn't have what our people originally had. and everything. And so when you got people stripping stuff out and then telling, and people buy it and take it as if, as is, you're trying to say that these people who created your scriptures and say, oh, this is all there is, you're treating them as if they're the eternal creator, as if the eternal creator could literally be bottled up in a Bible. He couldn't be bottled up in a temple. He couldn't be bottled up in the ark. What makes you think he's going to be bottled up in the Bible? And so these books and everything, I'm sorry, these books do not represent all of our culture. This is only a fraction of our culture and everything. But for those who are serious about learning and who want to engraft themselves, they'll learn and they'll come and they'll join our people, because the eternal creator makes it plain and clear that those, in Isaiah, I think 56, it talks about people engrafting into the people of Israel. When you follow the Torah, you follow the culture, you're not supposed to do it independently of his people. You're supposed to do it as engrafted into his people. So if the people over here are serious about Hebrew culture and following the Torah and everything, then they should have enough character and enough integrity to engraft themselves with the Ashkenazi, the Sephardi, and the Mizrahi and the Ethiopian Jews as our people.
Ashkenazi? Why would we associate Ashkenazi as our people? Ashkenazis come out of Russia. Why would we associate the Ashkenazi as our people?
Because I've already did a whole interview on this and everything.
I didn't hear that part. That part I didn't hear.
I remember I did 2 interviews, and I remember it was a time when Putin did the interview with Tucker Carlson, and he went down through the whole history, and everybody like, good Lord. Well, that was around the same time when I actually did the same thing during an interview, and I went from, and I explained who the Ashkenazi was, and where they come from in Iran, being an Iranian tribe. I explained how the Gomerians and the Cimmerians actually established Ukraine, which is Khazaria. I also explained how the fact that it was the Khazaria adopted Edomianism, which is a form of Judaism, as their supreme culture after they listened to rabbis, a Christian bishop, and an imam, and realized that the Christians and the Muslims always had to reference the Torah, but the people who followed the Torah never had to reference them. And so they adopted a form of Judaism, but it was Edomianism, because Pharisaical Judaism is Edomianism. And I explained that they're descendants of Scythians, the same people who are mentioned in the book of Ezekiel 38 and 39. And the fact that there were some Hebrews who actually went to Khazaria to help establish that community. Even though some were Idumean, they were also ethnic Israelites. Like, for example, the Sephardim. A lot of the Sephardim are Idumean, but we consider them righteous Idumean.
You gotta. So you say.
So this is what I'm thinking about. I already have this written.
How did you determine? Hold it. Wait 1 second. How do you determine this? Which portion of Sephardim is?
See, keep in mind,
where'd that knowledge come from?
The Sephardim are the original Idumean peoples.
No, Sephardim was the Israelites who lived in Spain.
So the word Spain, the people, you always hear people say that Sephardi means Spain. Spain has never been called Sephardi. This word Sephardi is a reference to the Sepharad, which is mentioned in the scriptures, which is in modern day Southwest Arabia and Oman. That is where our peoples dwelt and everything, and they called themselves Sephardim. And it was you had Sephardim Israelites, but you also had Sephardi Idumeans later. That's a fact. And so the Sephardim are the ones who established rabbinical Judaism.
Let's back up. Let's go through history.
The Ashkenazi didn't establish rabbinical Judaism.
The Edomians took our place around 200 BC. When they came in, okay.
They were forced into our culture by John Hyrcanus. They was forced.
Yeah, and that was 200 BC.
That's not taking our place.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about. That was around
Hebrew. They were forced to follow the Israelite way by force. And as a result, they established the
Mhm.
Pharisaical movement.
The Edomians?
The Edomians are the ones who were forced, and when they adopted it, they established the Pharisaical movement. That's
Okay.
where King Herod and all of them come from.
That's not thoroughly. I'm trying to get to the thorough portions of it. The
Both of those-
Edomians was converted. The Edomians was converted because of us. Yes, John Hyrcanus, his sons, they did what they did. They taught them the ways. But when Antiochus came in, is when the Edomians usurped our position. We got kicked out. They accepted it and they ran with it.
It happened
That's how it's
after
been since-
Alexander. It happens after King Alexander died, and his wife, Queen Alexandra, the last of his Hasmoneans, took over and sided with the Pharisees to allow them to have power. Before then, King Alexander actually was pro-Essene, and he actually was a student of the Mizrahi teacher of righteousness, who the founder of the Dead Sea Scrolls and everything. It was and it was after he died that power was given to the Pharisees, the Edomians, because of Queen Alexandria, and them making a pact later with the Romans to be the dominant culture. Whereas the Essenes, even though we were the majority, Essenes are ethnic Israelites, and they're the ones who were marginalized, and the Edomians are the ones who took over.
Yes,
And that spills even over into the New Testament.
But look, that's what I was getting ready to say. You went from 200 BC to AD. I didn't even talk about anything AD. I was talking about when they originally came in, when we got conquered, we ran up into the mountains. The Edomians was put in our place because they favored. They favored
Alexander's death that when they got power, they did not have power before then. It was the Essenes who had the power and the Hasidim who had power.
I'm not talking about Alexander the Great. I'm not speaking about Alexander the Great. I'm speaking about
King Alexander, the last of the Hasmonean. This is the Hasmonean Hebrew.
But that's later.
That's I'm not talking about Alexander the Great.
Yeah, that's later in history. I'm not talking about that.
No, that's the same time period. The Hasmoneans, the Hasmonean dynasty that was created after the Maccabean revolt. Yes, it was under King Hyrcanus, one of the Hasmoneans, forcibly converted the Edomians. The Essenes under King Alexander, who was a Hebrew.
Now, I don't know who King Alexander was.
Under them, the Essenes were favored. The moral teacher of righteousness had the most influence. When King Alexander died and his wife took over power, she sided with the Pharisees, and they started turning against the Essenes and arresting them, putting them in jail, and slaughtering them. That's a historical fact.
Yeah, but I can't speak about that because I don't know about that. The only thing I'm speaking about is the Idumeans. When the Idumeans,
the Pharisees are the Idumeans.
Hey, listen, we can't do that now. Right. One at a time. We can't, because we're going to confuse the people. From what I understand, John Hyrcanus and his guys, his family, they was a Levitical priesthood. They taught the Idumeans in that land at that time because they were subject to us. We taught them. Yeah, because they lived in our land. They had to because they was escaping.
They went to Idumea and forced the kingdom of Idumea. They didn't force the ones in the land. They forced the ones in Idumea. They went there with
I don't know what history book you were reading. It could be two different portions of story. The portion I'm speaking of was when Antiochus and his boys was conquering. The Greeks had already conquered Idumea. His people left, the Idumeans left and came to live in our land. John Hyrcanus and them converted them and taught them about our way of life. When Antiochus got to us, and you read about Daniel's and the prophecies of Daniel's with the altar being butchered up with the pig upon the altar, we ran up into the hills. Well, the Idumeans accepted all that. They embraced all that. And at that point, they were put in our place. Now, if you know something further than that, please explain.
That's not correct.
Okay.
The whole thing about the pig thing, that's a direct reference to Antiochus and the situation with the Jewish, the Maccabee revolt. That's what Daniel was talking about with the pig sacrifice and everything. That's a reference to that.
That's what I just said.
But the Idumeans did not get power over us or amongst us until King Alexander, who was the last of the Hasmoneans.
Okay, I'll check into that. I'll have to check into that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate the fact that you're able to dialogue on this level here. because most people today that stand in position of teachers are not able to travel in that dimension.
Right.
They don't know the history. There's so many things they don't know about. So I'm going to say that I have to go look and research the portion that we disagree on. I'm going to have to look it up, verify it, and then that way I would know. So I got to look up the Dead Sea Scriptures, which I've never heard of. Dead Sea Scriptures, Dead Sea Scrolls, yes. I'm going to look into the Dead Sea Scriptures, and I'm going to look and do my research on the Idumeans. And those were the two things I need to check up on, because you're saying that my story, where it picks off and ends, you go a little bit further. So we're going to have to check on that. No problem. See, that's what men's supposed to do. Verify.
But with fellowship with the Ashkenazi, as I stated before, Ashkenazi, the ethnicity is only 15% amongst us. They're less than 15%. And out of that 15%, 40% are actually of Semitic origin. The other 60% have no connection to us whatsoever.
Where's the link where you can go and do this research?
Is most likely genetically Idumean.
Where's the link where one can go and do this research pertaining to the Idumean, the Ashkenazi, and their percentage of Israel?
A link.
Your page? You got all those?
A lot of internet for study and stuff like that and everything. I'll see. This is stuff I'm actually a certified scholar in Israel, and I have several degrees and everything. This is something that's learned when you go to Hebrew school. So this knowledge is something I've known about this since I was like a child. I'm just going by memory. I was 16 years old explaining this to people and everything on the streets.
See,
so
now
I can just go to put out a link and say, oh, that's not how I was raised. That's not how I get my information or share my information. So
basically you want the people to accept it because you've taught it, because you researched it.
Well, this is a form of dialogue. You're not going to get all your information here. Whatever I teach, I say you have to go research it and everything. Like I said, I have books out. I have over 700 articles published. The information is there, and I have the references and stuff and everything. And it's some things people learn in school. Some things people are just raised on based on culture. And so a lot of stuff that I knew before I went to yeshiva, history and everything about our people and stuff. So, I know everybody do stuff different. None of us do here's a link that you can go study this and everything, because I don't use the internet like that. But I can try to find some information. I do know you should go and read the complete works of Josephus. It's in there.
The complete works?
Yeah, the complete works of Josephus will tell you about the forced conversion of the Idumeans.
I think I got my version right here. Let me go see if I can grab it real quick off the shelf.
I wish I had I'm on the wrong computer. My laptop has the digital version, but this one don't. I thought it did, but it don't. I'm down in my office. What article? Think. I got too much going on. What can I?
All right. Got my version right here.
Okay.
Where in the book of Josephus does it speak about that 25%, 80%?
Once again, because this is just popped up and everything, it's not like I know the actual location. I'm going to try to find it. If I know we were going to be talking about Josephus, I would have had all of this stuff and everything. But the topics didn't change so much. So
I need to read that part about the Idumeans and Ashkenazi Jews being over here at a certain percentage. I need to see that part. Here's my book right here. The complete works of Josephus.
Hold on. Oh boy. Let's see if I can find something.
Yeah, I need to see that part. I'm not familiar with that.
I don't know. I see something, but let me see. The religion of Idumean is relationship to early Judaism. I don't know. I don't like to give references that I don't have time to review. So I don't know.
Well, you got
Okay,
my.
okay, here we go. The Conquest by Dumian by John Arcanus 1 was the end of a long process. I can't say whether this is right or wrong. I'm just going to share it because it mentioned.
Look.
Hold on.
You got my. We connected on social media.
Yeah.
So when you find what you want to show me, just share it, and I'll go research and look it up. You know, I ain't got no problem with that. But I got the book, so I can open the book and read it.
Absolutely. If I had the book with you, then I don't have the book with me. If I had the book, I'd be able to.
Well, where you at? What city you in right now? Atlanta?
I'm in Atlanta, South Fulton.
I'll be down there next week, maybe, creator willing.
Oh, I thought you was here.
No, I'm in Philly right now.
Oh, okay.
Philly right now. Yeah.
Did you see the link? I put a link inside the chat.
Let me check.
Once again, it mentions it. I don't know if it's accurate or not. Well,
you put okay.
Josephus explain the war. Okay, Josephus. Let me see. Okay, so it's in the Jewish Wars. Let me see if they give the link. That would be nice if they did. Josephus explain the
Jewish Wars.
Good. Because I noticed, I've never heard anyone over here, even in scholarship, remotely talk about the person that's mentioned in this. He scrolls the teacher righteousness about how much influence and power he had when he established the new covenant and his relationship with some of the prophets and everything that actually mentions him. You never hear that stuff over here. Most people don't even know that part of the history and everything of how the Dumians, the Essenes, and the Pharisees became enemies and everything. And it centers around John Hyrcanus and King Alexander and his wife, King Alexandria, who decided she wasn't going to follow her husband. I don't understand why that's not taught over here when that's actually standard knowledge. It's a lot of stuff over here that I notice it's just people are not aware of.
We teach a lot of history over here, but I can only teach what I know. And
right.
I'm not familiar with that, what you're speaking of. And
I know it's in the Jewish Wars. It's just trying to figure out which one it was. I wasn't prepared for that, unfortunately.
I'll do the research on it, and then I'll come back and let the family know what we find. I appreciate you again, man, for coming out.
Absolutely.
Sharing information with the family and for being patient.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? We all have a lot of developing, curbing, and maturing to do in so many ways that we can work with a vast majority of different people. You've been doing this for a long time, man. Long time. I just spoke about 15, 20 years ago. We had a little sit down, ruffle up the feathers type thing, but it was good, you know? And now look at it, 15, 20 years later, what we doing? We still here working for the Almighty. You know what I mean? It's nothing else for us to do.
That's right.
Nothing else for us to do. Anything else will be blasphemy. A sin in the eyes of the Creator. That ain't what I ordained you to do, Prince. Get over here. So I got to do what I'm going to do.
You got to do what you're originally designed to do. That's right.
All right. So is there any other questions or comments that we can ask of Dr. Rabi before we close this out? Okay, there we go. Dr. Rabbi, what's an article under your name that will be a good starting point for us to research?
I'll give you the link. Please let our servers be up. Give me 1 second. What I've been promoting and reaching out as an essential, and the article that have posted is actually just a rough draft because it's actually going to be put in book form because I'm getting ready to publish. I'm working on a 21 book library publish for our culture and everything. Oh my Lord, don't tell me it's down again. Oh no, it's up. Thank goodness. Okay, so Give me 1 second. We have a section called an epistle section on our organization website where all of my articles are located. Let's see. Let me give you the right link. Torah.
All right, let me speak to this question that this brother's asking. I assume it's a brother.
So
Street.
I want you all to consider it's a 3-part series. The first one is called Prophetic Law. It's going to be on the 2nd page. Prophetic Law, an introductory summary of the various type of laws established in the Torah, which is a prequel to understanding oral Torah of Adonai, Yahweh, versus post-exilic oral Torah study. So if you want to get some foundations and everything, and it's going to take you through a series where you also understand the difference between covenant Torah law, statutory covenant law, and judicial Torah law, which is, we consider that as foundation in our culture and what we do. I'm gonna give the generic link, and that's simply because so I can send you directly to the Torah epistle, or if you want to just go to the website itself, I'll give you the main website, Mizrahi Jew. Nope. Yeah, Mizrahi Jew, that is. So when you go to the epistle section, the first article is actually on the 2nd page. And then, of course, when you read the articles, all the other articles will be attached. You can just click on the links inside the article. And that's extreme. We consider that as mandatory foundational now, especially for anybody who wants to engraft into our culture and those who are already in our culture and everything. It's mandatory. So, because it's foundational. So that will get you started.
Okay. Well, they can look into that. I posted the links so everyone can look at it.
And there's also information on there about the history of Idumea and what we're talking about. It's on there as well. You'll see the article.
All right. Here's a question here in the room. Shalom, brothers and sisters. Can you explain to us who Melchizedek is? I assume he's speaking about Melchizedek.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, I assume that's what he's speaking about, Melchizedek.
Yeah. In my book, Developing Established Effective Leadership, and the book, The Way, the Prophetic Messing Voice, I make plain, I introduce stuff that I know is just not taught over here. Melchizedek, the order of Melchizedek, it's actually a position, not a person, first of all. Melchizedek is made of 2 words, and it means it's the first word Melech or Melchi, which is king, and Zadek, which is righteousness. And it is parallel to what is known as the Morizadek or the Morizadek, 2 different titles and everything. And the Morizadek actually evolved out of the Melchizedek, because the Melchizedek actually was a priest-king order. Now, the Babylonians are the ones who established that priest-king order. And under their vassal state, Canaan is the one that created what is known as the Zadokites. That's where you get the word Zadok, Melchizedek, and everything. The Zadokites were the Elite rulers of pre-Jerusalem, Salem, Jebus. They're the ones who actually was the priesthood that King David, oh my God, I don't really want to go into this, that King David and King Solomon used to try to replace the Levitical priesthood that later on down the line became the Sadducees. That's why I mentioned that there's a difference between Zadokite Judaism and Essene Judaism and Sapiential Judaism. Zadokite Judaism and Essene Judaism are enemies, historical enemies, like Republicans and Democrats in that vein. Zadok in the scriptures, and I think me and you talked about this before, Zadok in the scriptures, actually, if you look in the text, was forged into the Chronicles text. He is not a descendant of Levi or Aaron whatsoever. That is a forgery. Zadok was a Canaanite that was the high priest king, a Melchizedek, of the priesthood in Jerusalem. And when Canaan became a vassal state under King David, keep in mind, King David was only recognized by the tribe of Judah. The rest of Israel did not recognize him.
And we talking about Zadok, the son of Ahitub?
That's Zadok is not an Israelite. That's a lie.
He was the son of Ahitub.
Once again, Masoretic text, Zadok is a forgery. And think about this, I have the information in my book and everything. It's not enough time to talk about it. We're just talking about it basically. And you can go look up the information and everything. But Zadok was a Canaanite. Keep in mind, King David had 2 high priests. And one was a Canaanite, one was a Levitical. Why would you need 2 high priests? Because he had just absorbed the Canaanites into the Hebrew community. Keep in mind, the tribe of Judah is a half-breed Canaanite people. The patriarch mother was a Canaanite. So, and it had gotten to the point at one point that the tribe of Judah was so overfilled with foreign culture that they actually had to use interpreters to speak to the rest of Israel because they didn't speak the same language and they couldn't understand each other. So Melchizedek, once again, in general, is a Canaanite priesthood where Zadok came out of, was installed by King David. And then when King Solomon came into position, the Levitical priest sided with King Solomon's brother, and that Levitical priest was ousted and was replaced with a Canaanite priest, and Solomon murdered his brother because he was actually chosen by the Levitical priest, where Solomon was chosen by the Zadokite priest. And after that, the Zadokite priesthood became the official priesthood of Israel, which led to the split and how you get down the road with the civil war, because Israel did not recognize King David, only the tribe of Judah. And then you had some Benjamites that decided to side, and then the Benjamites split up. You had Benjamites in northern Israel, you had Benjamites in southern Israel. But for the most part, Israel was the northern tribe, which is the right tribe, which taught the right traditions. Judah is the one that actually incorporated the Canaanite culture and everything and created what was known as Zadokite Judaism. Zadokite Judaism then goes down and eventually becomes the Sadducees. They try to change these words and everything, but Sadducees, Zadokite, Melchizedek, Zadok, all of those are basically the same root words. And the Sadducees are those descendants of the priest king that came from Canaan. They're not Levitical and they're not our people. And those are the priests that the prophets keep fighting against when they talk about the wicked priests. So the Melchizedek is nothing mysterious. All that stuff I be hearing people stall over there. The Melchizedek were Canaanites, and they were not a special group to me and everything. And personally, I despise the Zadokites because they're responsible for most of the corruption that happened to our people. Because if you go and look, for the majority of our history, our people didn't even follow the Torah. They found the Torah. Think about it. How do you find the Torah if you was following it? King David didn't follow it. King Solomon didn't follow it. So when did they follow the Torah? Since, if you go back and look, since Moses died, our people almost never followed the Torah up until Ezra and Nehemiah came and rebuilt the temple, and then the Hasidim, and then the Essenes, and then later the Pharisees popped up, and then you had these factions and everything that continued the war between the Zadokites and the Sapiens and the Essenes. There's a book called Roots to Rabbinical Judaism by Bakosini. Once you read that, everything gonna change. And he has a book. He has a whole series about the first temple and the second temple era. And we actually use his books also as foundation. Anybody who wants to go through leadership, anybody who wants to come to they have to actually go through those classes and everything. Roots to Rabbinical Judaism, that changes. That's a game changer. And ironically, he actually read my book, Develop and Establish Effective Leadership in the Way. And he wrote another book about the Messiah in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And he used my books and my research to actually create that book and everything. And he's considered a solid scholar in Israel and everything. He's a well-known scholar, but it's called The Roots to Rabbinical Judaism. And when you read that, it'll break down, because people be like, what's a Zadokite? Because when I talk, I just talk in general because that's just common knowledge from where I come from and everything. And I don't talk about it like it's scholarship. I talk like it's just regular history. And so I'll say something in my teachings about Zadokites and Essene Judaism and Sapiential Judaism, and people over here, they're like, what is he talking about? And everything. But my book, Develop and Establish Effective Leadership, it sets the record straight about King David, King Solomon, the Essenes, all of that stuff. It sets the record straight. And I already know most Hebrew Israelite leaders who have read my book, they don't like it. They don't like it at all. And this book been out since 2003, 2004. So, and my book, The Way. But my book, The Way, it's a bestseller. And ironically, it was a bestseller in India. My book became a bestseller in India, The Way, and everything. And when you read it, you'll find out why. Because I give the whole cultural roots of our people, explain things that you simply don't hear over here, but it's common knowledge amongst our people in the Near East. Even the Muslims and the Arabs, they know this history as just basic information. The Persians, the Iranians, they're aware of this. They know about the Ashkenazim living in Iran, because the Ashkenazim were not white people originally. Ham, Shem, and Japheth were the same race of people. They're the same ethnicity, same culture, same mother, same father. They're not different races. So it's just a lot of information. And I recognize that, and that's why I developed the Kusha Hebrew Yeshiva Open International University, so that we can get that information. Well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Don't the book of Enoch say that Noah had more than one wife?
I believe it does.
Yeah, so you can't say that they're not different race. We know that.
The book of Jubilees says that Ham, Shem, and Japheth's mother was named Emzara. So they had the same mother and the same father. It makes that plain and clear in the book of Moses. Yeah, and that's part of the Torah.
The book of Enoch says he had multiple wives.
But once again, it says their mother was Emzara.
Okay.
All of their mother was Emzara.
Okay.
So yeah. Now, keep in mind, if one of my sons go marry a white girl, one of my sons go marry a Hispanic girl, and one of my sons go marry an African girl, we're going to end up with some differences in our genetics as it goes down the line. Am I correct?
But they're still going to be Hebrew. Still the same thing.
Exactly. So same thing. Ham, Shem, and Japheth. That's it. Japheth is Abraham's uncle. Ham is Abraham's uncle.
They're like great uncles.
Right. Everybody's family of kin. It's just, and believe the whole division of nation things was created by this rabbi in early Talmudic Judaism. And on my articles, I actually mentioned that rabbi. In fact, it's I have an article that shows, you ever seen that TV show Black Jesus?
Yeah.
Well, there's a TV show they have called Black Jesus. It's kind of remind you of the movie Friday and everything. And it had characters from Friday that played in there, and everything. And he was Black Jesus. Most people just accepted him as one of the boys, but he was Jesus. So I use his face on there, and then I use this face that the evangelicals have said that Jesus most likely looked like, and everything. And the whole article is to debunk the fact that Jesus was neither Black American nor was he white American. He was not associated with either one, and everything. And I use those two faces as a comical relief, but as an irony. And then when I break it down, I mention everything about Adumia. I mention about the Table of Nations. And I also mention how the Black American race was invented by Carl Linnaeus and everything, who actually invented the Black American race. He gave them one of the lowest definition of what it means to be Black and everything. And that was placed upon the slaves over here. Until this day, they still live within that degrading definition of what he said about them, because there's no such thing as a Black race. There's no such thing as a red race. There's no such thing as a yellow race or a white race. Those were all invented first by the rabbi that's mentioned in earlier Talmudic Judaism, and then repeated by Carl Linnaeus, who's considered the father of creating all the pseudo races now today and everything. So, yeah.
Well, what I know is that all those are law terms. Black and white, they're all law terms dealing with status and not color. It deals with the status of the individual, not the color of the individual. So just because a person looks Black or dark skinned, he still can be considered a white man.
Yeah, if you go to South Africa and fill out an application and they ask you what your race is and you're from America and you put on there African or whatever, they'll correct you and tell you have to put on there that you're white. Mm-hmm. I've seen that many times in different parts of Africa. They make Black Americans put white on there because they consider white based on civilization and culture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna let you go, bro, because if we don't, we're gonna be talking all night. You know how it is. So
Yeah.
we're grateful to have you in our company tonight. Hey, Brother Asa, you still here, Brother Asa? Brother Asa, if you still here, can you hit that link, come in and close us out in prayer? If you're still here. I don't know if Brother Asa is still here yet. And I don't know if he's unclean. Tama. He might be Tama. I don't know. Okay. Not sure. Ima, before we close out in prayer, while we're waiting for Brother Asa to see if he's going to come in, Ima, we would like to send out warm welcomes and prayers and all that we can do for your Ima, who's in the hospital. You know, if you need anything, we still got some connections with some people that are in Georgia. If you need anything brought to you or helped out in some kind of way, so just let us know. And whatever we can do on our end, let us know. And keep us updated as to her health and her recovery. All right, we're going to close this out. Can we all face the east, please? I don't have my shofar, so I can't blow the shofar today. But we're going to go. Most High, great King, Master of all creation, we humble ourselves before you, and we ask for permission to approach unto your throne. Father, thank you for this Shabbat day that you have blessed us with. And thank you for the speaker who has come out to share his opinion on so many matters that's vital to his heart. We thank you, Father, for the questions that have come about and the understanding that we can all take away from the lesson of today. Thank you for being merciful unto us. Thank you for hearing the cries and the pleas of your people who cry unto thee in sincerity, asking for mercy, asking for forgiveness, asking for redemption and healing to our souls. We ask for all the weeping women to come out, the wailing women to cry, to plead for the salvation of Israel, for our righteousness to be restored within us once again, Father. For their prayers you will hear. We ask that you look upon us, Most High, in our present condition, and see all the things that the adversary is doing against us to destroy us, to hurt us, to harm us, to keep us back, to take our lives and to kill our children. We ask, O great King, that you will put a shield of protection around us, that you would fought off the enemies as he come, trying to hurt, harm those who come upon you, who call upon you, who need you for all restoration. Please help us, Father, for we cannot do it on our own, because the tricks and the devices that they utilize is far beyond our comprehension in many ways. Therefore, Father, we have to rely on your knowledge, for you are all-knowing, and there is no human mind that can surpass or even come close to yours. Therefore, we ask that you will fight these invisible battles for us, for they poison our food, they poison our water, they poison our minds with the things that we see, even the chemicals that they put in the air. They mean to bring us death and destruction. But with your shield of protection around us, Father, we shall survive it all. We shall conquer it all, and we shall grow again, once again, strong in the unity of Yisrael, brother to brother, sister and sister, family and families, holding hands, singing praises unto you once again in a land that you have promised to our forefathers. Unto thee, O great King, we pray now and forevermore. Toda Abi, Abi, Toda Rabbah. Thank you, Father, for hearing our prayers. All right, family. Thank you all for coming out today and calling. Thank you very much for showing up, Dr. Robbie Cohen. Thank you. I don't even want to. I know what it is, Shalameen, but I'll leave it alone because I heard you say people be butchering your joint, and I don't want to be butchering your joint, man. So I give you the respect that I see. So I'm
It's an
gonna leave
honor.
it.
It's an honor being here. And,
You want to say something?
I look forward to possibly doing this again.
Absolutely, absolutely. Sounds good. And I'm sure that once the sisters and the brothers that were in the audience do the research and look up some of the things, and they're going to have things that they want to say or combat or agree with, however it is, they're going to bring it up. And when they bring it up, I'll reach out to you so we can have you come back on so they can address those questions. All right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. Ima, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to remind everyone of the holy season approaching fast, and that everyone is welcome to come to Beulah land for Passover, Chagmatzot, Pesach, and partake in the holy season with us. If you are a sister, you can reach out to myself, or my sister wife is here. And if you're a brother, of course, you can reach out to Maish regarding the different things that we require and don't require. But basically, our community is open. We do not charge a fee for the holy season. We do not charge a fee for you to participate, because it's a commandment from the Creator that we do this. So it's not an option, and we don't base it off of what your finances are, because that's not what it was based off of in the beginning. So may the Most High be praised. And once again, you all are welcome to commune with us during the holy season. Shabbat Shalom.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Now, Pesach, family, is all day the 14th of April. As it is right now, and as it stands right now, I don't think it's going to change unless the moon comes in early. But as it stands right now, Pesach is all day April 14th. All day April 14th. And the last day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Now, when I say Pesach is all day the Feast of Unleavened, of course I mean the Feast of Unleavened Bread. It starts all day the 14th, all day. The 13th, when the sun goes down on the 13th, it begins the holy day. All day the 14th is the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Okay? That's the first day. And then the last day is the 20th, all day. So the 19th at sunset begins the 20th day, and the feast, the last day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread is the 20th, all day. If there are any questions, please contact me and let me know, and I will address those issues. And like Maisha said, anyone wants to come out, reach out, let us know, and we'll make provisions for you to be there. May the Most High be praised. Torah Rabbah. Shalom, shalom, lakim.
Shalom, shalom.
Oh, okay.